Right, it's going to be 10 minutes because I'm going to be talking for about 10 minutes and then we'll bring you on, Carlos, okay?
All right.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to this amazing day, afternoon, or evening, whatever time of the world it is where you are. But it is the day for us to actually bring to you 8 hours of hope, inspiration, and transformation. Yes, 8 hours where we're bringing together 48 amazing speakers from all over the world. And these speakers have actually decided to come together to share from the heart their hope, their inspiration, and their transformational stories. So welcome. My name is Vicky Thomas, and I'm your founder and your host of Hit Talks Live. And Hit Talks Live, people say to me, Vicky, what is it all about? Hit Talks Live is all about inspiration. It's all about giving hope to the world. It's all about having transformational messages. And the thing is about these transformational messages and these transformational stories, it gives hope and it maybe gives some snippet of inspiration. So if you think about it, what does the world need right now with everything going on? A little bit of hope, perhaps? Maybe a little bit of transformation, maybe a little bit of inspiration, some inspirational stories of wisdom, of love, and just pure messages from the heart. And Hit Talks was a download. It was totally creative. It was not in my agenda. It was not in my field to do anything like this. And it was a download, and it was like, Vicky, you need to start bringing together amazing people from all over the world and share. And do it around the power of 8. And I was like, the power of 8, why 8? 8 isn't my number, my lucky number is 9, maybe 3, but why 8? And I took the guidance so strong. It was just very much 8 speakers, 8 minutes each from 8 different perspectives. So I was a good girl and I listened and I followed, and Hit Talks was created on the 2nd of the 2nd, 2020, which equals 8, because I was also given the date. And again, anyone that understands what I mean by divine downloads or messages of inspiration, or just a real deep inner knowing. And then when you follow that, then magic happens. And so it created and it recreated, and we continue doing it, and we were bringing amazing people from all over the world. And then with these amazing people from all over the world, it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then I had this other big download, and it was, Vicky, on the 8th of November, 2020, you bring together the 48 speakers. And this is what we're doing. It was only created, the idea was only created 4 weeks ago. So four weeks ago to now, we've brought together all these fantastic people, and it has been truly inspirational. The message I would like to share is that when you follow from your heart, when you follow from guidance, when you actually have a deep inner knowing of pure service, of pure love, then you're able to then transform. You just transform yourself, but be part of transforming others. And that's what's really, really excited about Hit Talks Live. And so I'm so glad that you're here. So we've got some fantastic speakers coming ahead, really fantastic speakers coming ahead. And I'm meant to have a timer on the screen saying I've got 10 minutes. So I don't know how long I've been talking for, but anyway, we are totally blessed with the speakers that we've got. We have got speakers from Canada, from Singapore, from many states all over America. We have Trinidad and Tobago, we have Guatemala, we have South Africa, we have Belgium, we have the Dominican Republic. We have so many countries and so many states, and obviously the United Kingdom as well. So buckle up, get your glass of wine, get your glass of water, get your glass of beer, get whatever you need, get your blanket, get your inspiration, your open heart and your open mind, and let's have some fun over these next 8 hours, 8 minutes, 80 minutes, however long you're going to be with us. So I am so looking forward to this. And again, from the bottom of my heart, both myself and the Hit Talks team, thank you very, very much for being here. Now let's have some fun. So let's go together and let's start thinking and talking and inspiring from our first speaker. Now, our first speaker is an inspiration. When I met this gentleman, it wasn't about him being a fantastic pitcher. It wasn't about everything that he's done in the world. It was his soul. Meeting him and meeting his wife, Korey, what they have and what they deliver in the world from their soul, inspiring people, but also serving people, serving communities. And you can just feel the love, you can feel the inspiration, you can feel the hope that they've got in their souls, and they really, really are transforming lives. So Cookie, I would like to say thank you so much for being with us, and I now give you your 8 minutes to share the stage and share your hope, inspiration, and transformation.
All right, thank you. So, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm really happy, to be here. And like you said, some inspiration is really good for a lot of people. As a baseball player, is a lot of fans, a lot of people looking to us, what we're doing, and I think that was really good at this point. And everything started about 6-7 years ago about our foundation. The inspiration that I'm giving away is coming from the heart, because that's what I want. I want another people, and I want to another family, athlete, everyone out there, so they can do the same what we're doing right now. Helping family, helping kids, no matter what is the situation. Just go out there and help a lot of community, and that's what I've been doing for a long time. And that's what I learned when I was a kid, because I have a lot of family and friends help me, and that's what I continue to do right now with my wife and my kids too, because in the future, so they can help a lot of people out there. We know it's no secret from anyone in this world. Out there is a lot of people they're facing a lot of stuff, and sometimes we are human beings. Sometimes we forget that, but that's why we're here. That's why we're here, to get some inspiration to another people to do that. And I think that's really, really, really important for me. And now, last year, having cancer, and I know it's not that easy to hear that you had cancer, but I just took it to a different way. I just took it, and I think this is something from God. So get me close to the people, to the children, to teenagers, adults, all those who facing some disease, leukemia, cancer. So I just went out there, visiting the hospital, just giving some inspiration to those kids. And that's what they need. That's what they need. And from day one that I found out that I had cancer, on the next day I talked to my wife, say, we need to continue to do this, even more stronger than before. And that's what we're doing right now. Sometimes we get in 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days without sleep, doing some boxes, sending some boxes to different countries to help some families, some kids. And I just take it to a different way too, because as a baseball player, so I know I have a lot of eyes on me, and I just took him from there. And every time when I had the opportunity to talk to one of my player, and I just talk to them, hey, I think this is the best way to do, just giving back to the community. And that's what I'll be doing right now. And next year, I got a lot of players too that want to start contribute to the community. Even if they play in Cleveland, so they're doing over there. If you're living out of the country, so we have a lot of guys from out of the country too, from Venezuela, Colombia, Puerto Rico, Mexico. So they just want to go back to their country and help too. And that's made me happy, because I know every time when I talk to them, then every time when I do something with my wife and my family, I just bring it to everyone, to my friends, to the people out there, so they can continue to help a lot of kids. I think the more importantly, so what we're doing here is, like I said before, is coming from the heart. It's something that we love to do. My kids that love to do that too. So every time when we start doing something, my kids always, hey dad, can we do this? Can we do that? I just want to write a letter for this family. And that's some inspiration for another family too, coming from my kids, because that's what I've been doing from day one to now. And I love that. Sometimes I cry a lot because I can see my kids getting into that. One day was unbelievable. I went to the hospital. My daughter Camila went with me. For that time, she was only 4 years old. We went to see kids that had cancer, and that she told me, why this kid doesn't have hair? I'm trying to explain what's going on, but she was too little. But I remember that day when I did, and she created some inspiration to me to continue to do this, and my wife too. And that's what I want. And when we got back home, I saw my daughter with hair in the hands, and I said, "What do you did?" And she told me, "No, this is for the kids that doesn't have hair." And like, wow, this is unbelievable. So from that point to now, so she's giving some inspiration too. Every time she told me, you're the stronger dad that I have, because what I have right now, the leukemia that I had to do everything. So it never stopped. I never stopped. And that's what I want to do with my wife and my family, just give inspiration to everyone. Everyone here right now who's listening to me, I hope they can have some inspiration too, so they can go out there and help a lot of people too, because that's what we want. And that's what I'm trying to do from day one to now, and that I continue to do this to the end. To my body said, you're done. But this is something really, really important. Now, after the season, I say, okay, I just want to say vacation with my family. That's not true. I just continue to do everything, continue to giving my word to everyone, continue to helping a lot of people. We have some unbelievable group. The guys who are helping us here, trying to send everything for those country. So we help a lot of countries too. So the people who are receiving that over there, so they're giving some inspiration to that family too, and they start working from there. And that's what we need in this world. And believe it or not, this is something that made me happy. I never started doing this, even there are some times that I feel tired about my disease. I never quit. I never quit. Because this is something really important for me and for my family. I have 5 children, so they can see that. And in the future, so they can have a lot of people too. So they can continue what we're doing right now. And this is really important for me. Even with my wife too, every time when I go to the season, I spend 8 months out of my house on the season. My wife is continue working from here to do everything. I'm glad that I have an amazing wife too, because she had to take care of my 5 kids, she had to take care of our foundation, she had to take care of our family out there what we're hoping to. So she has to do everything for me. And thanks God that I have Joanna on my side, because she's giving me some inspiration too, so that I can go play. I can go play really good without any worries, because I know she can do it too.
Wow. I don't know how more we can say about that.
Hello, Carlos.
I think you can hear me in other places here. Sorry,
over.
there's technical issues on the Facebook Live there. See, this is pulling together so many different aspects of different people all over the world. So, team, if I can have my 1 minute timer, please. So, how fantastic! You know, this is what I said about Carlos. I just absolutely loved the way that he does everything from the heart. Him and Korey, and what they do is giving so much inspiration to the children. And knowing that you have something like this, knowing that you have cancer, knowing that it could take you into a different state, it could take you into a different place. But however, it didn't take Carlos into a different place. It didn't take him into a different state. Together they worked. Together they still transformed. Together they still inspired. So it's we do, as people are saying in YouTube, Carlos, we need more of you in the world. And the way the world is going now, I totally agree. We need more cookies. We need more Carlos. So thank you so much. Now that brings us on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is my dear friend, Veronica Sosa. And together we are better. This is a motto that Veronica and I have. We speak every day. She's an inspiration, not just from the Society of Hispanic Entrepreneurs and She Esperanza, which is all about hope, obviously, hope, inspiration, and transformation. And then the She Esperanza as well. And also Business Fit, where she actually gives people the platform to share their knowledge and their wisdom. So together we are aiming to spread hope, inspiration, transformation into the world. So my love, thank you so much for being here now.
I'm live right now, I see,
and
right?
I give you your 8 minutes.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm just looking just to see, somebody can tell me if I'm live. Now I'm live. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Vicky. I'm so excited to be here. Like shaking of good and very good energy that I have in my body right now. Just listen to Carlos, and not only because he's Venezuelan, obviously, but because, you know, all the path that he have traveled with his family, and it makes me think, you know, the power of love, the power of intention, the power of commitment. And this is what we have today here. This is a result of that. The power of love, the power of commitment, the power of intention. And you, Vicky Thomas, has created this with all that ingredients. And each of those ingredients, if you add it to your life, like Vicky has done it, like many of these amazing speakers have done it, you're going to create magic, because magic is there for you. Believe it or not, I know sometimes it's hard to believe. I know sometimes it's so hard, but if you believe it and you make time to achieve it, you will do it. Let me tell you a short story, and I will try to do it as fast as I can with the 8 minutes, but this is something that 20 years ago, it could hurt me so much. The 25th of this month, in November 25th, you know, the UN have declared these days a day against violence against women. And it shouldn't be that day, but it is, because obviously there is some violence happening, not only with women, but around the world. And I don't have any intention of being sad because this is a celebration day, but I want to inspire you with my story. 20 years ago, more than that, when I was just a teenager, when I met the first love of my life, which I thought it was, I got into this, I don't know how to call it, this terrible situation with this young boy of, well, young, he was 20 years old and I was 18. And I didn't know in that time how to get rid of this horrible situation, because what I received in my house was love. Love from my father, love from my mother. So what I was receiving, what I thought that it was love, it was violence against me. And I didn't understand in that moment what was happening. I didn't understand why I deserved that. Nowadays, 20 years after, obviously going through a personal development, study, growing, believing in myself, I understood that I was lost because I didn't have love for myself in that time. I didn't have that commitment that I was saying. I didn't have those ingredients to have a better life, to become a better person. I was young. I was not conscious about the situation. And I even thought that I deserved that. So this 25th of November, and every day, I call you to have the commitment to love yourself. And if you don't know how to do it, just take my hand, take somebody else's hand, ask for help, because you're worth it. You're worth to be loved. You're worth to be better. You're worth to be shining like today. You're worth to be in a group of people surrounded with amazing people who trust you, who believe in you, because you're worth it. I didn't know this in that time, and I couldn't say anything to anybody because I feel shame. But now I don't feel shame anymore. I'm happy. I'm married for almost 21 years with a beautiful 21 years. Veronica, you're counting wrong. But yes, I've been out of my country like 21 years, sorry, and I've been married for the last 19 years. So I am so touched and happy to be here. And as I'm telling you, you're worth it. You work on yourself, you grow, you believe in yourself. And if you cannot do it on your own, you ask for help. So you can be surrounded with amazing people like I've been doing for the last years. Thank you, Vicky Thomas, for having me here. Thank you for all your team. And I hope this 8 hours, everybody enjoy and feel the power of love. Because love is just here in this heart, in your heart. So thank you very much. And I hope this Hope Inspirational Talk transformation can change everybody's life for better. Kisses.
Hope, inspiration, and transformation to change your life. And yes, V, you hit it on the head. Every single person watching this live, every single person watching the replay.
Hello, Carlos.
You
I need to remove you now. Thank you so much.
Say it out loud. Tattoo it if you need to on your forehead. But honestly, you are
Veronica?
worth it. And
Hello?
it is. The more that we can put inspiration into our own souls
I have to
and
remove
not
you
look
now.
too far
You know
outside
that.
of ourselves, then
No.
that will actually make magic happen, as Veronica says. Magic happens when you believe. Magic happens when you surround yourself with amazing people. And If you don't have amazing people on a really high vibrational level, then come and see the Hit Talks. Come and watch all the Hit Talks. Be surrounded with people that tell you that you're worth it. Be surrounded with people that love you. Thank you, V. And that brings us on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is all the way from South Africa. And I say all the way because every country is all the way. But Richard Cullinan is just, again, I'm going to say it about everybody, but a divine soul. And when we met, it was just kind of the messages that he was sharing from his heart, and we'd only just met. And he supports the British School of Etiquette and my good friend Philip Sykes, and he talks a lot about emotional intelligence. But I do have to say, there's a lot of intelligence in his heart, not just in his head. And that's what I loved about Richard. So Richard, thank you very much for being part of Hit Talks and being part of this mammoth live stream. I now give you your 8 minutes, my friends.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Vicky, for having me on this incredible Hit Talk show that you've set up for all these amazing speakers from around the world. I'm coming to you from Johannesburg, South Africa. It's a beautiful evening here, big thunderstorm actually happening, which is fantastic. And I'm just so glad to be part of delivering a message of hope, inspiration, and transformation around the world. Tonight, I'm going to talk about 2 marshmallows and a secret garden. And to kick off with the story about the 2 marshmallows, in the 1970s, Stanford psychologist Walter Mischel developed an interesting study about delayed gratification using small children as his subjects. What he did is he put small children into a room devoid of any distractions and offered them a choice. He put 2 marshmallows down on the table and said to the child, "If I depart the room for some time, when I return, you can have both marshmallows. However, if you would like to have 1 marshmallow right now, you're welcome to have it." And what happened is, it was a very interesting study, is that the children that didn't take the 1 marshmallow landed up distracting themselves by tapping their feet, putting their heads on their hands, singing along, making a song up, waiting for the experimenter to return. And this also threw up some very interesting results later on in life of these subjects, because they were followed into adolescence and into adulthood. The children that delayed their gratification and chose to wait for the 2 marshmallows actually had better SAT scores, they had better body mass index, and they achieved far better in the educational area. And also, as they became adults, the children that delayed their gratification were more socially adept. They were able to set goals and achieve them. They were not frustrated as easily by setbacks that faced them in their lives. They were far better equipped to deal with life's difficulties as they got older. Unfortunately, the children that grabbed that marshmallow impulsively did not fare so well, certainly in educational attainment. Also, they tended to get irritable easier. They sought out arguments and fights with their peers, got jealous when they thought they were not getting enough, and landed up having very difficult adult lives on a social and business level. Now, what lesson do we learn from this particular research that was done by Walter Mischel? Well, my wife and I have a saying in our home: when we are making an important decision, we always say, think about the 2 marshmallows. Because when you delay gratification, when you're making a decision, and you allow, as Leo Tolstoy spoke about in War and Peace, time and patience to happen before you make that decision, chances are you're going to make a much better decision. Also, by delaying gratification, you enjoy the journey along the path to making that decision or achieving that goal. The second thing I'd like to talk about this evening is worry and anxiety. And I can imagine that many of us around the world, particularly during this difficult time of the pandemic, are experiencing a lot of worry and anxiety. The key to arresting worry is to catch it at its inception. When you see the sight, hear the sound, or smell the smell that initiates that worrying inside you, the key is to catch it right there and to challenge it and say, is this real or imagined? And then offer yourself a plausible alternative viewpoint, which is possibly fact-based and also more objective. You see, the problem with chronic worriers is they think they are solving the problem, but in fact, they're not. They put themselves into a mental and psychological state which doesn't allow them to think critically and creatively and come up with solutions to the problem that they initially saw and initiated their worry. So the key is to catch the worry at its inception, offer a plausible alternative viewpoint. Now, sometimes we're not able to do that, and anxiety tends to get the best of us. A lot of us have increased anxiety, especially at this time, and can feel overwhelmed by the problems that we have faced in our lives, whether they be financial or family orientated or socially orientated. Now, what I do is when I feel overwhelmed by anxiety, I go to my secret garden. Your secret garden could be taking a walk in the forest. It could be lying on an imaginary cloud. My particular secret garden is a memory that I have of an extraordinary day that I spent on a beautiful golden beach in Cape Town one summer's day. It was just the most exquisite day. The nature reserve behind me, I could hear all the sounds of the beetles and crickets. And I was completely alone on this beach, and the water was a glistening, lovely color. And I remember diving into that water and emerging, and the sun bouncing off my face and off my body. And I felt so fresh and alive, and one with nature and one with myself. And when I take myself to the secret garden, the anxiety simply falls off me. And I'm able to face my issues and my problems in life in a far better way. So that is my story this evening about the 2 marshmallows and the secret garden. Find your secret garden. It will be a place in your memory. It could be a place that you went on holiday and you had an extraordinary, relaxed, fulfilling and refreshing time. The 2 marshmallows. Remember, the next time you make a decision, don't make a quick decision and enjoy the dopamine rush that you get from it. Think hard and allow your heart and your mind, or your feelings and your rational mind, to work in tandem. What I very often do when I make a decision is I draw a line down the middle of a page, and on the left-hand side, I write down everything that I'm feeling about that decision. On the right-hand side, I write down the facts and everything that I'm thinking about the decision. And then I leave it alone for a while. I sleep on it. It could be a day or 2 days or 3 days before I come back to making a decision. When I do make a decision, I've taken into account my emotional as well as rational process and ideas. And that allows me to make the best decision in my life. I'm not sure if I've come near the end of my 8 minutes, but I just want to encourage all of you at this time not to be overwhelmed by the decisions that you have to make. Allow yourself time to make those decisions by applying the 2 marshmallow rule, and find a place in your memory where you can hunker down and feel safe away from the anxiety and stress that you're feeling in these situations?
You caught me then, you caught me. Thank you so much, Richard. Marshmallows. I've never heard the story of marshmallows before, but I love it. And you are spot on. Currently in the world now at the moment, worry and anxiety. We can choose. And one thing that, in the right vibrational fields is what us angels and us people that just want to have hope, inspiration, and transformation in the world say, is that if you are actually in a high vibration and you just want to lift yourself up in a high vibration, you can't have anxiety and fear, and you can't have love and magic at the same time. So I really love that analogy about going to a secret garden. And I could automatically, what about you viewers, automatically feel the secret garden that you're already in. My secret garden may be by the beach with a little bit of sun shining, but when we talk about the secret garden, that takes me perfectly and magically onto our next speaker. Because when we talk about secret gardens, there are butterflies within the secret garden. And this lady is truly, truly, truly a butterfly at heart. She has the wings and the love and just the softness and the perfectionism of just beauty oozing from her. Joanna, when I first met Joanna, again, we just bonded. We spoke about caterpillars flying into butterflies and what they do in the world. And then when you look at what she does, the way inspiring children all over the world, all the way from Canada, she's come to join us. And she's going to share her story of inspiration, but also her story of transformation, which honestly, it really, really, really made an impact on my life. So thank you, my angel, my butterfly, Joanne, for being with us here at Hit Talks. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks, Vicky. I appreciate that wonderful intro. And you can see I have butterflies here just for you. I'm so humbly blessed to be a part of this very special day. And actually today I put on this bracelet, if you can see the bracelet, and notice the number, and it's an 8, right? So here we are on the 8th day of the month, and 8 has always been my lucky number. And in numerology, 8 represents the achiever. It measures life by the goals it reaches, has a good business sense, powerful presence, and a strong drive for success. So 18 years ago, on November 6th, actually, I received an all clear from the doctors, having gone through 6 months of chemotherapy for Hodgkin's lymphoma and an autologous stem cell transplant. So how does that tie into the number 8? Well, it's all perspective. I take the number 11 for November and the 6th day and create 116, which sums up to 8. And that was 18 years ago. So 8 is also a symbol of balance and the blessings received and the blessings put back into the universe. And it's about giving back. And to me, it represents infinite gratitude. So when I hit rock bottom, the 8 has a sense of fortitude, patience, determination, and it's confident. It comes around eventually, just like the number. It's willing to go through the struggle because it has no doubt that prosperity, growth, something's good is going to come out on the other side. And that pretty much sums up the last 40 plus years of who I am. And what I've learned along the way is that I have the ability to take in and process information on both the conscious and subconscious levels. And this has served my greater purpose with a powerful force of compassion, empathy, really a beacon of hope to serve others. And it's all very fascinating. And as Vicky says, it's truly magic. So the key is perspective, and what got me here isn't going to get me there. So when I had my cancer diagnosis, this transformed an awakening. It was really a journey of reconnection with my father, who died when I was 11 years old, and a connection to activate me through my accomplishments to get through to amazing things. So supporting my mother, who raised 4 children on social assistance, navigating the pathway to post-secondary options, working 3 jobs, really just surviving. And that limitless drive was really an affirming experience. And it was one of faith and hope, and it provided that channel of growth. So all the lessons of failure, disappointment, fear, uncertainty, that's really what transformed to hope and inspiration. And so why is that? It's because happiness is truly a state of mind, and what you believe will be your reality. So if we hold the possibility of happiness within us, then I didn't choose my cancer, but I did choose how to respond to it. And we can choose to either deny the reality and want to eliminate unwanted challenges, or we can engage the events of our lives and really go down that journey, which is what I did. So through that road less traveled, I was able to really inspire my authentic soul. And we can reach our true potential by appreciating the essence of being alive. And so these were the true blessings of my cancer journey. Now, the butterfly has been a symbol of growth and transformation. And through really breaking out of the cocoon of safety, you're really able to fly, to soar as high as possible with courage. And so I believe in butterfly miracles. And that is, to exist is to change is to mature, and to mature is to go on creating oneself endlessly. And so what has happened to me in my life has really prepared me for what's yet to come. And when you hear no, do you stop? Or do you give power to turn that no into a yes? There's an inner strength and wisdom that propels us forward. And really, it's about channeling that fear into compassionate grit, I like to say. Have you had those moments of meaningful coincidences? That's the true connection of our intuitive selves and the real personal power. So, what's my why? It's really, as Vicky said, to inspire others to believe that they too can achieve what may appear to be impossible. And I created Prepskills as an education company to support those students and families through transitional years. And really, my passion is to help students connect to their passion and find their future. And the impact may not be immediate, but eventually you realize it made all the difference. And I wanted to just quickly read what a parent said to me recently. Our children have grown to achieve things beyond our dreams. I'm so glad you're providing access to preparation for children of color. I'm grateful Prepskills has made such a great impact on marginalized communities. I'm so privileged to have known you, Joanna. As Maya Angelou, one of my virtual mentors, says, your legacy is all the people you've supported and all those you don't know about. And she says she prays and roots for me in Prepskills. Now, that's lovely. That's coming from a mother. And I believe that education is really that pathway to financial and emotional freedom. And as an educator for over 25 years and a mother of 3 fantastic boys, ages 14, 11, and 8, I know that every parent wants the best for their child. And no matter where you fall on the financial spectrum, that's what we want. So Prepskills was born through my journey of growth, and really helping students is my joy. So I think of the number 8, and I believe in infinite hope and inspiration. And I see the butterfly, and I believe in transformation. So these are symbols that have helped me look deep into my heart and find the gifts that are waiting to be open. So what I'd like you to do is look inside your heart, open those wonderful gifts, and find your wings to fly. Thank you.
Oh, you are beautiful. And yes, let's all open our hearts and let's find the gifts and the wings to actually just go out there in the world. And when you step back and you think about what Joanna said and the journey that she's been on, and again, the inspiration that she's been to others around her, to the younger generation. And I love the way that Joanna said, it's the impact that you make on people, but it's also much more than that, because it's the impact that you make on people that you don't know. And I remember I was speaking on a stage once and somebody said to me, it's not about how many people that you have in the room, it's how many hearts and lives that you touch. And that's what we're here for, isn't it? Is to touch hearts and touch lives, and do that with hope, inspiration, and transformation. So this brings me amazingly onto the next guest, because Julian, this is a first. This is a first for me, and this is a first for Hit Talks. This amazing gentleman I've never spoken to before. Every single person that's been on a Hit Talks platform I know dearly, and if I don't know them dearly, I have a full conversation with them. But he was guided to me. I read about him, I looked into his soul, and I thought, I really think Julian should be part of this Hit Talks special edition. So I am so glad that you're here, Julian. I'm so glad to know you more, and welcome to the Hit Talks family and community. I now give you your 8 minutes, my friends.
Hi, am I on? Okay. I think I'm on, am I? Okay. Right, so hi everyone, I'm Julian. I'm Julian Robus. First of all, I'd like to thank Vicky and her team for having me on. It's an honour to be here. I live in the southeast corner of the UK, right by the Channel Tunnel, right on the coast. I'm an inner peace mentor and a happiness restorer and a spiritual teacher. I don't normally do things like this, so please bear with me. I've had to write it all down so I don't mess it up. I'm the accidental creator of a life-changing self-help program called Happy Onion Living. It helps anyone who's ready understand, neutralize and eliminate negative thoughts and feelings naturally. It contains all the necessary insights, tools, strategies and techniques to help adults, teenagers and open-minded mature adults peel away the pressure, feel calmer and happier in minutes. It helps you gain inner peace, restore your happiness and safeguard your mental health. This all came about by accident. It was never meant to be a business. It was only ever me trying to get rid of my own stress, anxiety and depression. And I'd struggled for years. I've had 2 burnouts and nearly a complete nervous breakdown. I'm an engineer by trade who accidentally fell into high-tech sales, and after too many high-pressure job roles and the general overwhelmingness of life, I struggled for decades with severe stress, which became anxiety, which became depression. And I'd been trying to hide it from my family and my job because I didn't want to upset my family, and I really didn't want to lose my job. I couldn't afford to lose my job. And that just made everything worse. It just doubled the pressure. Eventually in 2008, I was 45. I was at my wit's end and I lost the will to live. I just didn't want to be here anymore, which made no sense whatsoever because from the outside, I had everything. A beautiful wife, 2 wonderful kids, a nice little house by the sea, an excellent, well-paid job with one of the biggest companies in the world. And there I was, the most miserable, depressed person on the planet. Somehow, for my family's sake, I found the strength and the courage to pull myself together and give it one last try to find a positive way out of my mental anguish. Luckily, I'm a natural born problem solver, and for once in my life, being as stubborn as a mule was a godsend. There had to be a way. I just wanted to know how to be calm and happy and at ease from when I got up to when I went to bed. So through my sales career, I'd already been very heavily into personal development for 20 plus years. All great stuff, but none of it helped one bit. So I started looking further afield. I tried everything I could find: NLP, EFT, life coaching, hypnosis, yoga. I even did a Reiki course. Again, all great stuff, but nothing gave me the lasting positive shift I was looking for. The one thing that I hadn't tried was meditation, because my mind kept telling me it was religious mumbo jumbo and I didn't have time to sit there all day doing oming, and I wasn't that bad and I'll be all right and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I struggled on for a couple of years, and in March 2010, I stopped listening to my mind and went off and learnt meditation. Within days, I noticed a massive improvement, a significant lowering of my stress, anxiety and depression levels. I was so impressed with it that the same year I retrained and became a stress reduction, mindfulness and meditation instructor. but still something big was missing. I was great in the morning when I meditated and great at night, but there was still too much stuff going on, too much mind noise, too many negative feelings still coming up and bothering me. So my little search turned into a 9-year journey of non-stop self-inquiry, thousands of hours of deep meditation. And eventually in 2018, I discovered the missing link, the root causes and solutions to negative thoughts, feelings, and mind chatter. Being an engineer, I kept good notes just in case I fell back, which I've used to create the Happy Onion program. So it's an A to Z roadmap for creating a much calmer, happier, simpler life you can enjoy with less stress and more ease than ever before. Once you understand how to eliminate negative thoughts and feelings, you'll never be the same again. So what I'd like to do, if it's all right with everybody, I'd like to show you a technique that you can take away with you, which will help you no end when you're feeling stressed, anxious, perhaps at work, or the kids are driving you mad, whatever it is. So I hope you don't mind. I'd like to show you this little technique. It's ever so simple. So I'd like you to put one hand on your chest and the other hand on your thigh, palm facing upwards. Sit as upright as you can, not uncomfortable, but just nice and upright so you've got a good straight back. And close your eyes and notice where your breath sits. Normally, when we're stressed, when we're anxious, when we're feeling awful, the breath sits in the top of the chest by the throat, somewhere around there. So just feel into that breath. Don't force your breath at all. Your body knows what to do. Just feel where it sits, notice where it sits. And when you're ready, the hand on your leg, turn it over so it's palm down. And just notice what happens to your breath. So the hand on your leg, palm down. And you'll notice automatically your breath starts to lower. It's now moving down to your stomach. And as it lowers, you start to feel a bit of calm coming in. The other hand that's on your chest, put that also on your leg, palm down. So you've now got both hands on one on each leg, palm down, and just watch what happens to your breath. So it's now sinking even lower, and you can feel that calm stillness coming in. And it just feels so good just to let all that go. Now this is a natural technique. This demonstrates the hard link between our body and our mind. We don't have to choose it, it's already there. I learned this technique, a similar technique to this, from Sadhguru, who was one of my first mentors. I'm sure you've all heard of him. So when you're ready, open your eyes. So thank you for doing that. I hope that's been of value to you. So I'd like to give you a couple of ideas as to why we get into this mess in the first place. So we go out in life every day, and we're a bit like a spring. So we go out in life, and every day our spring gets depressed, all right? And I'm sure you've seen the car that's going down the street. It's been overloaded so many times that, it's got the headlights in the trees, and it's constantly dragging its backside on the ground. That's what we are. So every day we go out in life, we get loaded on stuff we never chose, from our parents, from our school, from our teachers, from our work. So every day our spring gets depressed, but nobody ever teaches us how to depress the spring. So I got to a point where I was depressed and couldn't function anymore. And what I didn't know was that the solution was deep rest. It's in the same word. And I got that through meditation and learning some other techniques. So bear that in mind when you're out and about. You need to take the pressure off every day, because if you don't, you're going to end up like this lovely little car where the back end is on the ground all the time. So to do that, I've developed a whole load of techniques, really simple stuff. You'd never think how easy it is. I've learned it from my children, my dog. I've learned it from my grandchildren. All these things are things I've not found anywhere else. And they enabled me to completely get rid of all of my stress, anxiety, and depression. So for anybody that needs help, please get in contact. Don't struggle like I did for years. I'd love to help you if I can to get rid of that pressure and turn your life around. So I don't know how I'm doing for time. Here she comes.
Thank you.
Hi, Vicky.
So much.
I can't hear you.
Depression. When you talk about depression,
I can't hear you, Vicky.
You talk about, just being able to lift yourself back up with the cog. Just sitting back in silence. And you know, it's really funny because I was talking to the team backstage at the time. I was like, oh my gosh, I've got backache and I've got I've got another 7 hours to go of this. And then Julian came through straight at the right time. So this is the thing. Magic does happen, doesn't it? It really does happen. But I was stood up. So next time I will try those exercises sat down. Thank you so much.
She's cut out.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
And
already
I just want to be able to say that
That's fine. That's fine.
when you actually put magic into your hands and when you actually believe in magic, then magic does happen. Which brings me on to our next speaker, because I think that he is magic. And I think that he is magic because he follows the Mayan cosmology and he teaches it and he's a master in it. And I do have to say, the whole of Hit Talks concept, you may not know, but it is also followed around the energies of the Mayan calendar, the Mayan sacred calendar. So we are on 10 co-op today, which I'm going to be speaking about a little later on. But as I say, when you follow the energies and you don't fight against nature's forces, then you are fully supported. Since I brought that into my life and many people around me, I do have to say magic does happen. And Mark is a catalyst for this. So thank you, my friend, all the way from Guatemala. I now give you your 8 minutes.
Well, thank you, Vicky. Thank you for having me back on again. And thank you, Julian, for that extremely inspiring message, which actually really helped me to relax just before I go live, because, this is like, it's different. There's no editing available and this kind of thing. So we're just got to go for it. And, this is the second time on Hit Talks. And I kind of spent my week wondering what it was that I was going to talk about. And something which has become very apparent to me, something which is very important in my life, is ceremony. Now, when we say ceremony, it sounds like a big, grand word. And we're kind of like thinking about inauguration ceremonies, and we're thinking about wedding ceremonies and all of those kind of things. And what I see is that ceremony can be very beneficial in our lives. Now, there's a bit of a difference, and I was looking up kind of like the difference between routines and ceremonies and rituals and that kind of thing, because ceremony has been a big part of my life, certainly since 2015, and it was a big part of my life before that. I make fire ceremonies according to the tradition of my teacher, and some of those ceremonies, they can go on for 2, 3, depending on who you go with, 4, 5 hours. They can be very, very long, very intricate, very beautiful ceremonies. And what I found was that during the 7 months or so that Guatemala had restrictions because of the current situation in the world, it became very difficult for me to find the materials to make my ceremony. And I found myself going out of balance. And it just came to me even more strongly how important it is to have ceremony in my life. These ceremonies that I make are in accordance with the calendar. We use the calendar to guide us. We use the calendar to understand themes that we're making the ceremony about. And of course, yes, there's lots of training involved, and yes, they can be for weddings, or sometimes they're just to give gratitude. On this day of Tenka-Wok, after having a near miss with Hurricane Eta in this side of the country anyway, the other side of the country didn't fare so well, we're giving thanks for Hauka-Wok, the Nawal of the rain and the storm, for looking after us. And right now it's absolutely bucketing down outside. So Kawok is truly showing her presence here. So you might say, well, I haven't got 3 hours to spend on ceremony once a week. I've got maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. But I would encourage you to look at the ceremony in your life, to look at what is ceremony for you. Ceremony might be your cup of coffee in the morning. Ceremony might be taking some time to light a candle and give thanks for whatever it is. that's good in your life right now. Give thanks for a roof over your head. Give thanks for the food on your table. Give thanks for your good health. Give thanks for your ability to support your family. All of these kind of things, because there is something that I see and feel within our lives, within the system, within the reality that we work in, where we live in a responsive universe. The more we show our gratitude, the more we interact with that reality, the more that we keep it coming. It's all based in gratitude. It's all based in giving thanks for what we have. These ceremonies, as I say, mine might be long and intricate, but you know, your morning yoga or your stretching routine or anything like that, it's helping you to reconnect, to align yourself, to release that spring, as Julian was talking about, one way or another, through meditation, through connection, through taking some time out of your daily routine to bring ceremony into your life, to deeply connect with that which you hold dear, can be doing wonders on all levels, on your mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional levels. So, as I say, I really recognized the importance of this when ceremony was made more challenging for me, when I couldn't get my materials, when I couldn't do this, when I couldn't do that because of whatever restrictions it might be. But there was something else that came out of that, which was some wise words which I once heard, which is, it doesn't matter how many materials you have, how many flowers you have, how much candles you've got, how much incense you've got. Where it comes from is in here. Where it comes from is your heart. Where it comes from is your voice. Where it comes from is your integrity. When you light a single candle and you pour all of your heart into it, when you pour all of your gratitude into it, that will have a much greater effect than a ceremony with all the colors of the candles and all of this pomp and all of these like clothes or whatever. If that ceremony is not done in the heart, it's all about getting into your heart, connecting with the heart of the sky, the heart of the earth, and your heart together, taking that time to breathe, taking that time for gratitude, taking that time to be, to remember yourself, and making a space for that in your life. So ceremony is something which I would really recommend to everybody. And as I say, I know what my ceremony is. It's not everybody's ceremony. I can recommend it, and I have had many people who've had positive, life-changing experiences through coming to ceremonies with me or many of the other teachers, guides around Guatemala. Like the fire ceremony is something where we really learn to burn away our burdens, to ask for what we need, to ask for help. You know, sometimes I see it like we have this possibility, we have all of these guides, these energies around us waiting for us to tell them what it is we need in our lives. And ceremony gives us the window of opportunity to do that, to formalize it, to put our heart and soul into what we need on our spiritual path right now. So as I say, there are many ceremonies, there are many ways that you can do it. But the key is choosing it, and the key is practicing it. And the key is making it something which you can achieve for yourself, so you can bring a little ceremony into your life each day. So I hope that's been helpful to you. I think that's just about my time up. And I wish you many blessings and great happiness from your ceremonies.
In Lakesh, as they would say, Mark, thank you so much. And ceremony. And just a little bit of a plug here, but I'm in ceremony with Mark next week, and I'm so excited. And yes, sometimes we think we need to have all this materialistic stuff around us, all this pump and blase. I don't know if that's like a universal word, pump and blase, but in my world, pump and blase, which means all the fluff. So we don't need all the fluff. What we do need is we need intentions, we need love, and we need to plant the seed. And within the Mayan calendar, that's what we do all the time. We plant the seeds, we nurture them, we water them, and then Mark helps us go into ceremony. So absolutely fantastic. Thank you for sharing. And then when we talk about ceremony, and then when we talk about moving on to this next speaker, she is a divine soul. Again, something, there is a connection. There's something from the soul, even though I don't know this lady very well yet. But when we talk about ceremony, I listened to some of her songs. She's a singer-songwriter, and I felt I was in ceremony. It was just like magical. She is all about fairies and all about the elementary. So when we were talking about butterflies earlier with Joanna, and it just all magic. But she's making a difference in lives, and she's making a difference in children's lives as well. And when we talk about inspiring, it's all right about inspiring ourselves, but let's put a little bit of love and effort into inspiring the next generation. And I know we all do that, but I also know that Bryony does this also. So thank you so much for being with us, Bryony. I now give you your 8 minutes, my love.
Thank you so much for introducing me. Yes, I'm everything into elements and songs. I'm a singer-songwriter. I'm actually born in New Caledonia, and then I moved to Malawi with my parents. They were working for the United Nations, and then I moved to the Netherlands, and then to Belgium, and actually then that was my first step into. Yeah, I had to learn to walk with shoes, and I came to Europe back. I was living abroad before, and it was like fixing in a box. And I felt it very hard during my education time that how I had to fix in a box. So I made this promise with myself that I would devote my life to creating more freedom for children and creating more ability to find themselves, to really develop all their talents in life, holistic education. So then I created fairy tales and songs for children to let them learn how to discover all their talents in themselves. And then from these songs, stories, workshops, there were events which I created, festivals, which even till 3,000 people were coming there and trying new educational methods and exchanging new educational methods. And then like a think tank emerged to create a school. So I started to found a school in Belgium, a primary school, and was for 5 years director. And I felt, I really want to change something in the education system. And I did well, but at the same time, I found myself stuck in a rat race because I had to comply. I had to comply to a lot of rules from the government, which for me was not really fitting towards what I wanted for children. So I said, I really need to create more business skills in myself. And I started Business Academy around quantum thinking because I wanted to found this international platform where children worldwide could enter and could have more magic in their life, more connect with their creativity. So I first, during this Business Academy, which I still do, actually, I coach entrepreneurs in quantum thinking. This is everything to do with expanding your mind, expanding your vision, seeing a lot of opportunities around you, connecting with your intuition, and really magic appears then in your life. And especially for this event, I was asked to bring a song. And I have a special song which I created for the quantum entrepreneurs to stretch their mind, bring them to the quantum field, seeing all the opportunities and bringing all these opportunities back and creating these opportunities in their life and in their business. And if it's okay for you, I will take my harp and bring this song for you. I hope the sound will be fine. We'll see. sounds in the space, stretches time in your veins. Heart is pumping thoughts, creating forms, flesh and love. Choose your sound, lose your name. Find yourself in infinite ways. Choose your sound, lose your name. Find yourself in infinite ways. I'm falling into quantum sea. I'm falling into quantum seed. So this is a song I created especially for the entrepreneurs training, because of course I created many fairy tales and songs for children. And then I felt, why not for adults? Why? Because they also have to reconnect with their inner child, and they also have to reconnect with their inner dreams and with their passion. And I saw how well it worked for with fairy tales, how well it worked to create more how well it was reconnecting for their children to reconnect with their inner dreams. So then I started to create fairy tales for entrepreneurs. It means a kind of visualizations to go to the quantum field, to immerse in the quantum field, to sense the opportunities and bring it back. And at the end of this visualization, I always use this song. So this song is like a song which brings people back into their bodies and brings their dreams, integrate the dreams back into their into their reality. Sorry, I just noticed that there's some sound from the nature elements from the water. It's because now since a few weeks I live in Trinidad. The fairy tale brought me to Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean. I normally live in Belgium. I'm also very well connected and work together with Preet, who will come in a moment. And yeah, I would just say sorry for the sound which you hear now because of the rain coming in. It's a very 5-minute rain, a tropical rain. So yeah, I'm very happy to be here in this platform. Very happy also to know you, Vicky, and to learn a little bit more about you. And thank you for being here.
Oh, how beautiful. And that's the thing. Magic in songs, magic in words, and magic in inspiration. And I wasn't expecting that, you know, because it's down to each individual person to talk about what they want. Because one thing we say about Hit Talks is that we don't tell you what you can talk about. We don't give you any clear guidance, as long as it's from the heart. And that sounded absolutely perfect, because we kind of work in episodes of 8 speakers. So we're doing 6 episodes back to back. So that was one of the last speakers in the last 8 episode block, and how perfect to finish that with a song. So thank you so very much. Which brings me on to relationships and connections as well, because I would not have had Bryony in my field if it wasn't for this next speaker, who is Preet. And I would not have had Preet in my field if I didn't run a networking club in London a few years ago. And it's all about connections on the same vibration and the same level. Now, Preet, as well as a technical entrepreneur, she is just a spiritual diamond. She's been seeking, but she's been manifesting for many years, just from believing, just from having faith, and just for having trust and having hope. Because if you don't have hope, and you're not inspired to actually move to a different level and transform. And what are we here for? So Preet, sorry. I now give you your 8 minutes, and thank you so much for being here, my love.
Beautiful, thank you. Wow, it's a really indescribable feeling, just I'm buzzing. Thank you for being the keeper of light, Vicky, and the team. God bless you. Well, today I really wanted to just go a little bit personal, because I'm somebody who thinks a lot. I'm learning to now go beyond the mind and anchor myself into my original story as a spiritual being having a human experience in this world. And well, my story started, I grew up in India and in Punjab, and in my family, girls weren't allowed to have their voice. And honestly, when I looked inside me, I thought I had a lot of value. I was smart, but outwardly, all the people in my family, in my school, were telling me I wasn't good enough, and I was the darkest one in my family. So therefore, I was going to be the last one to get married and all that crap. But since age 7, this is a dream I used to have, and I wanted to share that because stories are really powerful. So this story, well, this dream, it was a recurring dream I had until the age of 22, from age 7. So this dream goes like this. I'm standing in a quicksand, in the middle of quicksand. My hands and my legs are tight, and I'm thinking every night. Every night I'll have this dream, and I feel like I've sank more. And sometimes I'm okay being there. Sometimes I'm fighting. Sometimes I'm like waiting, hoping that somebody will come to my rescue, like maybe a Prince Charming or something, you know, the fairy tale. But anyway, so one day I realized. So this is after that I got married and sent to UK. Got married to British Indian guy. It was arranged marriage. Moved to UK. Up north in UK, and that marriage went horribly wrong. And so I was like, oh, my name is Preet, and it means love. No matter what I do for this family, I'm never gonna be loved, and it's so hard to love them. So I decided to leave their house. I called the police, and while I was waiting to police to come and get me, I fell asleep remembering this dream. And this is the last time I had that dream. In my dream, I realized there's something I have to do before that somebody arrives to rescue me. I have to put my energy into free myself. So I start pulling those chains, and all of a sudden these chains broke, and I pull myself out. And I used to think I'm going to be so dirty when I come out of here, because I'm a bit of a clean freak. So, and then when I came out, I was all clean, and I saw beautiful sun ahead of me, and I walked towards it, and I never had that dream ever again. So, and then this family used to always say, oh, London is a very big place. You never go to London. I was like, London is a place I'm going to go to. So I moved to London and started my life. And all the dreams I will have, I will just think, oh, what's the best company to work for in the world? And I'll think of Google, Adobe, Symantec, and I'll just call the head office and say, I would love to work for Symantec, Microsoft. Who do I speak to get a job at Microsoft? Innocence, total innocence. And funny enough, they will give me the opportunity. And this one lady at Microsoft, she said, she put me in touch of 4 different hiring managers there. And I said, well, first I was really courageous, and then I got scared. I was like, why are you helping me? She goes, because you have really high character strength. You have this ability to never give up on yourself. And I was like, I still didn't understand what she actually meant by that. And I messaged her about 4 years ago, thanking her for saying those words, because I just understood the meaning of those words in my life, how they appeared. anyway, so my personal development journey started living in London, being so innocent. I had no freaking idea how to do my life. So I was figuring out ways, okay, what do I do now? Getting all these jobs. So I put myself into situations where I had to be smart. I had to be street smart, and I was working with all these people and they were almost bullying me, and I had to figure out a way to steer myself. So that was also very hard. And but anyway, I kept on plodding along, figuring out my life, falling down, pick myself back up again. And then 8 years ago, I thought, no matter how high up I go, my last job at Adobe, I got paid more than I could imagine I would get paid growing up in India. So everything was going great, but my health was suffering. So I thought, what's going on? I'm selling a piece of my soul for a paycheck. That's not working out. And so I quit my job, went to university, because growing up, my father didn't really believe in educating me. So I did my first business degree, and I was also dyslexic. So I decided, fine, I love learning. My biggest challenge is to learn. Why is that? So I'm going to go, if learning is the biggest problem, I'm going to go and fix that. I'm going to learn to learn by giving myself space to learn. So did my first business degree, did my MBA. And while I was doing that, all those beautiful books I used to read, Napoleon Hill, Stephen Covey. So those people are not with us at this moment in time, but people who they mentored firsthand from childhood, like literally when they were baby, like literally toddlers, they came to my life and they became my mentors just by having the thought. And it's been incredible journey, to say the least. Like my wildest dreams are coming true, now being a technology entrepreneur, coaching CEOs, helping them to making difference in their lives. I'm really living my dream. So my message, what's coming out of me right now to really share with everybody, is just to always be your authentic self. If you put masks on, I think these things that we have on, this is a manifestation of, all the masks that we put on all these years. And now we have to literally put these masks on. And so that really, like, I hate wearing this stuff. And so just always be yourself. I absolutely adore and love you, even though I don't know you. When you come to me as your real self, no mask needed, being authentic, your authentic self, and sharing your authentic voice, that's where the magic really is. But we get into this mindset in order to, I have sat in front of CEOs where they say, you have no idea what's gone in my life, and they have to now put different masks on to show themselves. But where the magic really is your real self. And I just want to know about that being. And I thank you for your time.
Perfectly on time, and how ideal. Masks. And when we think about it, the masks that we put on is just through fear. And there is so much fear going on in the world. There is so much anxiety going on in the world. And when you think about the fear and the anxiety and hiding behind masks, whether or not that these masks or they're just masks of around us to stop us being who we are, let it go and just feel from here. Let's open some hope. Let's open some inspiration, and let's open some transformation. So Preet, thank you so much for sharing your story. And I just love everybody just being so authentic and so raw and real. That's what Hit Talks is about. It's about authenticity, and it's about being raw and real from the heart. And this brings me on to my next speaker, because she is raw and real. And when she came onto one of the last episodes of Hit Talk, she was just like, oh, Vicky, I've gone too slow. I just haven't had enough of my time. And I was just saying, oh my God, my love, you are just so inspirational. You're just like a bubble of light. And she just got this smile that just elevates people. And on top of that, I love her so much because we are going to be climbing Kilimanjaro in July 2021 together. And I would never have done that if it wasn't for connecting myself with amazing people like Shadi. So Shadi, for your hope, inspiration and transformational story, you now have your 8 minutes, my love.
Thank you so much, Vicky. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be back on here. I really enjoyed my last talk, as Vicky says. So to be invited again is a real honor. I wanted to talk about turning fears into fearless passion. So we all have fears. We have all sorts of fears. They come from weird thoughts that we have in our heads that we repeat to ourselves. Some of them come from our childhood, based on, our upbringing. In my case, for example, I remember my very, very earliest memory is I wanted to be an astronaut. I mean, I wanted to be an astronaut, and my parents were like, that is not a job for a lady. That is not a job that you could possibly have. You need to think realistic, Shadi. You need to have a job that is steady and is suitable for a woman, and so on and so forth. So, of course, certain fears were set into me from a very early age that those sort of exploration jobs were completely not attainable for me. So I pushed them aside. And over the years, I've discovered that there's other things in my head that I'm fearful of. So one fine day, I sat myself down and I thought, well, I'm going to take a deep look at these fears and sort of really try and understand where these fears come from, and tackle them head on. So started my list, and at the top of my list was heights. And I could not understand, why would I be fearful of heights? I've never had an accident. I've never had a fall. The only thing I can think of is that I have this connection with heights that makes me think that I'm out of control. It's a territory that I haven't been in, and I'm concerned about falling and hurting myself. So I thought, okay, if I'm scared of heights, perhaps I should learn how to climb. But if I'm going to climb, I'm going to climb the highest peaks. I'm not just going to learn to climb. And if I'm going to climb, I need to climb purposefully. So it's not just exclusively for me. If I'm going to do something, I want it to have a higher purpose. I want it to have a beneficiary and someone who's going to have my back in case I decide that I don't want to do it anymore. So I connected with several really high profile charities, and I said, I want to raise hundreds upon thousands of pounds for you. I'm going to climb these peaks. No, I've never climbed. I have 2 little children, and I'm going to leave them behind and do this. And I think everyone thought that I was a little bit crazy to start off with, but soon enough, they realized that I was completely serious. My first day of training went like this. The chap looked at me up and down and went, you are 5 foot nothing. You have never climbed. You haven't got the appropriate equipment, and you want to climb the highest peaks in Europe and some of the 7 summits? I don't think you're going to be able to. He sort of fueled me. He fueled me into wanting to do it even more. My legs were covered in bruises. I was breathless. I was hopeless. But the moments that I stopped and turned round and looked at the view, I realized how insignificant everything around us actually is. The silence, the utter beauty, nature at its true best. And I thought to myself, wow, if I can conquer my fear of heights, what else can I possibly do? Where else can I go with this? And what other great things can I achieve? And so then I started looking at bringing teams of women together and taking them on explorations and taking them to real extreme places where they wouldn't naturally go, and often they would be told that they can't go to these places, and conquer some peaks and watch them flourish, which in turn made me feel so good about myself, because I'm sharing the wisdom and the knowledge that I've learned, giving them hope, and allowing them to transform into someone that they never thought that it would be possible. Then I started looking at my list again and thinking, okay, I've done my heights, and I've shared my wisdom with some other wonderful women. What else fills me with fear? Public speaking. Now I know where my fear of public speaking comes from. I was 11 years old. I was head girl at my primary school, and I was told to do a speech, and I went blank. I had no idea what I was going to say. I felt stupid. I felt judged. I felt that I'd let down the school. All these things that are coming from within me, nobody else imposed them on me. You know, it can happen to the best of us. So then I thought, okay, I'm going to have to try and practice this public speaking business. And so really, I've dedicated the rest of the last 5 years of my life going to schools and spending time with amazing young children from the ages of 5 up to 12, and then occasionally going to secondary and sharing some of my real extreme exploration projects, showing them and telling the children very clearly in black and white that your career path and your choices in life are not linear. Your map is more like a bowl of spaghetti, you know, all entwined, and we all go different ways. And eventually we find our way of where we want to be going, and we find where we need to be living purposefully. My background was economics and marketing, but I wanted to be an astronaut. Yet how important the people around us are. We have a safety net, and we also have people that encourage us, but we have people that hold us back. So look at your close network and see who are those people that can help you and support you to reach those next steps towards being able to tackle your fears. I promise you that if you move your personal safety barometer a few degrees into that area where you think it's a little bit dangerous, it's a bit risky, that's where the magic really happens. Nothing super exciting ever happens in our place of safety. So just try and identify your fears, look at those around you, create some rituals, and work one step at a time to get that little bit closer towards tackling those individual fears and those things that are holding you back from being your amazing self. And I thank you all for having me on your show. Thank you.
Tackle your fears, my love. Yes, if you're frightened of heights, climb the highest mountain. Perhaps if you're frightened of water, become a scuba diver, something like that, and really face them head on. Thank you so much for sharing that. And when we talk about, you know, facing our fears, it does take courage. And it takes courage, but it also takes the right people to be around you. And going into the new world and having the right people around you in the right vibration into this new world that we are all stepping into is really going to help us to be able to face our fears. So thank you so much for sharing that. And the public speaking, you know, it's just coming natural now. That's it. Now we'll have to find you another fear to work on together. And that brings me to somebody else who I would say, he may not say, but I would say he's just fearless, because Michael is a divine friend and he has been for many years. And he has been through so much with his family and his children, his little Spartan, which he can share with us. But also he just seems a fighter. You know, there's always inspiration behind him. He's always got hope. And as well as working and helping other people build their businesses with his marketing, it's not so much about that. It's what he has inside and the way that he's really trying to inspire others with his story. So Michael, you know I love you so much, and I now give you your 8 minutes, my friends.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Vicky. What an amazing show, by the way. I think you're doing an excellent job, you and the team. So yeah, I'm going to tell you about my story. I want to talk about embracing the struggle to find your strength. And as Vicky mentioned, my little Spartan, my son, that's where I found my strength, through my son. For many, many years, I was sleepwalking. I worked very hard in my life in many, many areas, through different struggles, the normal struggles that you tend to go through in life. But I never, ever imagined that what happened to me and my family could happen to me and my family. And most of us don't. In fact, when something bad happens, we think that's as bad as it can get. You just don't want to think the worst or don't expect the worst. But we had a snowball of things, and 8 minutes isn't enough. So I'm going to go through something I learned about finding and embracing the struggle within the pain to find your strength. And I found that through my son, who I call my little Spartan. I wrote a book on it, even though I'm dyslexic, called My Little Spartan. And, you know, I believe every single one, every person here watching this on replay or live has an inner Spartan. And okay, I come from a Greek origin, but it's not about the Spartans. It's about an inner warrior, a strength within us. My wife's got it. My children have got it. We've all got it. And sometimes you need a slap across the face, an awakening, something to really open your eyes and realize where you are and what's been going on in your life before was not really real. It wasn't, you weren't in touch. I wasn't in touch with the world. I thought I was going through society like every normal person does, but I never, ever really embraced society and life and enjoyed it enough. I thought I did, but until something really bad happens, you start to appreciate even the smallest of things. Just a quick lowdown on what happened to my son. My son was born fully able, completely gorgeous little boy. We called him Vasily. That means king in Greek. And he truly was a king. And ironically, his name in the book called My Little Spartan came about at birth, where he was born and he had strong neck muscles. The midwife in the room said, "Oh my God, he's a little Spartan," knowing that we're Greek. I said, "Yeah, he's my little Spartan," and it stuck there before he was made disabled. He was negligently, sadly, made disabled. And for me and my faith, I truly believe that you have to forgive. I've never been one of these people that goes to church every day or anything like that, or throws it in people's faces. I believe in energy and vibes, and I believe in all sorts of very open-minded person. But I never thought this could happen to us. Long story short, some mistakes happened after he was born healthy, and it made national newspapers. It was everywhere. And he was left blind, deaf, spastic cerebral palsy, non-verbal, literally lost everything but taste and touch. Actually, he can touch, but he can't control his body. He can't talk. He couldn't see or hear. You know, he lost everything. And one thing I've learned over the 8 years, he's 8 years old now, is that he's taught me by embracing the struggle, you can find your strength. And I'll give you a little example of that. My son, he is in pain most times of the day. In fact, in the early years, he would have blood screaming screams throughout the night, and we barely slept. They literally still haunt me. The cries, they haunt me, and because we couldn't control them. That's the worst part of it, that you can't control them. But the love and dedication that my wife and I chose to dedicate to him allowed him to grow. And we embraced the struggle to find our strength. And that's how the book came about. So I wrote a little poem. I just want to go through this poem. And it's about my son who's gone through this and what he feels, because he's had different carers, including ourselves, and he can sense when people care, whether it's a job or not. And this poem I wrote is poignant to how we should all see and not judge people. And I just want to let you know, the way to win is to give in. So to give in, you win. And that sounds strange and contradictory, but there's a nuance in that. When you meet adversity, you have to lay back and understand that you have got the control from that point. And the way you move forward from that point is to give in and accept where you are and how you're going to move forward from that point. The key is how you move forward from that point. Jordan Peterson, great philosopher, speaker. He talks about shrinking your timeline to tolerate the pain. Again, in business, in everything, I had to shrink my timeline. I could not, even if I wanted to, plan ahead because we just didn't know what was going to happen. So you have to shrink your timeline. You can only deal with the now and here daily. And at the early years, when I was very, very confused and very, very in pain, I used to think of the future and I just see everything in the worst light because you're just looking ahead. You can't predict it. And that's all I do. So this little poem, I'm just going to quickly tell you about it, because I think it sums up what he goes through, but also his strength and how he sees things, even though people judge him and think he's just trapped and disabled. Okay, so it's called Senses. Alone I feel at time, my heart aches with fear, my own cries of pain that even I struggle to hear. I may have less body senses, but I am far from lost. I can sense real people's love and those with hearts of frost. It's easy to ignore me as I lay there lost and contorted. Some people feel my disability as a burden, a life that's unsorted. Listen to me intensely as I share something I know. Shh, don't tell everybody, my communications are starting to show. And as I morph into someone I will be proud of, I'll tell you a secret, something I've learned. I will tell you how I feel. Don't worry, my bridges won't be burnt. There is no need to judge or dislike those who mock me. It's not how I roll. I will just watch you quietly and listen to your soul. One day you will realize something really special, something only I know. When you face life's hardship, this secret will show. Keep swimming hard, the choppy waters are deep. Keep swimming hard, the choppy waters are deep. And when you reach the land, the gradient is steep. Keep in your mind that boy that you know whilst you're wading through that deep, hard snow. I won't be here forever, so don't forget what I want you to see. I'm a Spartan, that's what my daddy calls me. I just want you to help others. That is all my legacy can be. Keep loving each other and keep me in your mind. Don't complain, carry on in vain and not allowing yourself to go blind. You see, everything in life is timed. Poem by me, Michael Kalisperas. And the time thing is the key thing here. To embrace your struggle, you've got to actually embrace everything in time. Like Jordan Peterson talks about shrinking your time to tolerate it. You've got to do that. If you look ahead too much, you can't. So if there's any nugget from what I've gone through, and there's a lot more, there was sadly had cancer scares, and my father-in-law tried to commit suicide, and there's all sorts of stuff that's happened that you guys do not need to hear, because the reality is you can get through anything and do anything. It's also what made me get into marketing, because when I was trapped in hospital, I realized I had to do something for my business. And actually magnetic marketing is where my business came about, where creating an automated system to attract clients was the way forward for my business. Whilst I was in hospital, I could do that. So I literally learned that I could do anything I wanted. Maybe it's slower than most people, but I could do anything I wanted because I embraced the pain to find my strength. And I allowed time to be judged by me, and I allowed myself to actually not be stressed about things and to do things in certain other people's time frame.
Embrace the change and the power of strength. Let's write that down. Embrace the strength, embrace the pain and the power of strength. You know, I love stories, and Michael, thank you so much for sharing that inspirational story. And when you have something to get up in the morning for, and you've got somebody to inspire, and you've got reasons to be able to do things, then it makes it all worthwhile. But then sometimes there are days where you're like, oh my gosh, I just want to stay here and I don't want to do anything. But if you kind of just bring a little bit more hope, if you bring a little bit more inspiration and transformation into your field, and you can do that magnetically, as Michael said, and then we can get you out of bed. Which brings me on to my next speaker quite quickly, actually. I think the team are just trying to push me forward here. So we are going all the way to the United States from the United Kingdom now to my good friend, Korey. Now, Korey and I met in Costa Rica a fair few years back when we were certifying for quantum healing training together. And him and his wife, we just bonded. They are doing amazing work all over the world together. And isn't it great when you do something together with somebody that you love, and they're shifting vibrations? He's now putting his story into a book, which, oh my gosh, it is going to take over the world. But I don't want to say too much here. I want to be able to now give the floor to Korey and say thank you so much, my friend, for being here. You now have your 8 minutes.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Vicky, so much for having me. I much appreciate it and looking forward to this. Just from hearing the stories and the things that have come up before me, and you mentioning my book, I've been trying to figure out, what's going to come up naturally for me to talk about during these times, especially with what is going on and a lot of tension around the United States and around the world. So I really have been focusing a lot on positive emotional health and trying to keep a steady pace, keep calm about the things that we worked on, especially like what we have been journeying through for the last year or so, mindset and spirituality and in life in general. And I've been working really hard through like the feelings and the behaviors of our natural day patterns in our life and trying to find a way to help people find their center. It's the best way to put it. It's ground into their reality, find their center, and know what they actually want in life. As in my story, as he was mentioning, is I have a past that most people would not turn out so well from. And they asked me, how have I done it? And in the story, it's really just healing through my patterns and my past. Every emotion that I have has a physical reaction inside the body. And memories are what we tend to base our next choices off of. So I really have been working deep through that story and telling my story on how to heal through that or remove those patterns, remove what we call blocks us, things that people get stuck at doing and not wanting to really just push through. So what I wanted to talk about today is how many things in our life can disrupt our day-to-day choices because we get so distracted with chores, with things to do, or we sit and try to plan what we need to do to fix the problem instead of just getting up and doing it. So in my book, I went all the way back to the beginning that I can earliest remember in my childhood. And what I did was I went through every negative memory that I had and found these patterns that are inside of that still reflect my choices today. And what I wanted to do was see how can I match those feelings with my patterns through the day and realize why I'm making what I call bad choices, where we hear ourselves go, oh, I always do that. Why does that always happen to me? What is going on right now? And I see so many people getting distracted instead of dealing with the problems, not being able to sit down, ground into what their choices actually are, what they actually want in life, out of life, while having this life. So I wanted to help people change in a way that even with good change, people still have problems adapting to old patterns that they bring up. So I wanted to bring that awareness of that emotional health patterning of watch your thoughts and the time that you have. Watch how long you spend thinking about something either negative or positive. Are you getting things done? Are you figuring things out? Are you spending too much time being angry about something that's not in front of you right now? And that was the main point of my story, how each bad decision or each one of my memories would cause me to act in a way that would not be the healthiest, but then you would repeat the pattern. Well, until you become aware of that patterning, before you actually become aware of anything that is in your life, you can't actually address it. So we do a lot of shadow chasing and looking for these problems to solve and why does this happen? And I just don't feel like any of this will ever work. These questions that have always just been in our way. You might even find that you get high blood pressure, stress, anxiety just from thinking. Just from sitting there thinking about something can actually make you almost stress out. So I wanted to refine it in the thought process of how to be aware of the situation, find out what you have adapted and believed about that situation to be true, and find a way to alter it, as in forgiving that person or yourself or what is needed at the time. You ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? What are we going through? So all the work that I've done is the processes of just being aware of it, being open to change. And the best way to do that in a time like this, where a lot of us are locked down, is get outside or find a way to be fresh air, breathe, stretch, open yourself up to anywhere that brings natural beauty to your life. in any story, in any problem, if you're in a right space to receive that information, you'll be able to get through it. You'll be able to figure it out. You'll really be able to understand why it's even happening. And there's just so much that you can do with your beliefs, which then turn into behaviors and patterns, which then you heal through and heal from. And you work through that. You find a way to inspire each other. And that's why I wrote my story, because finding out, me telling my story, what I've been through, how I healed that, someone else can actually read and see how to heal themselves. So it's so important for us to share these stories, to talk to each other about them, to share your pain so someone else feels comfortable enough to share their pain. And then once you realize why you have felt that, why you believe that, they'll start to come to light. Just hold space for each other, hold space for even yourself if you need to. Take time out of every day to find out what you need, what your body's responding to. Are you depressed and not wanting to get out of bed? Well, why is that? Find a reason to. Is there something that's bothering you, or it just makes you upset for no reason? Take time to get through that, work through that emotion, work through those pains. Be in a place that feels beautiful, be somewhere around people that feels like you're able to make that change. Inspire each other by being vulnerable enough, telling each other the stories of something you're working through. You'll find out that other people will quickly respond with their stories, and then you'll realize maybe they helped you with something somehow in that response. So when that building relationships, working through our past by telling stories and acknowledging our emotional responses to everything that we go through day to day is the best way to keep focused, to keep sharing love, positivity, transformation, inspiration, everything that you are building here. And I love being able to see it. It's an honor to be a part of it. And I can't wait to hear the rest of the stories and everything that is to come. You know, and I think that is about my time, and I don't want to push you over, but I thank you for having me here, hearing my story, and sending you all much love and appreciation.
And Korey, we are sending you much love and appreciation back, topped and sprinkled with a little bit of hope, inspiration, and transformation. Of course. Thank you so much for sharing. And the one thing, you know, I wrote this down, you know, I'm writing quite a few things down. I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to rest in between all these 8 minutes, but I'm not. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. But it's about watching your thoughts, isn't it? And about holding space. So that's the thing. Let's hold space for ourselves. We're so used to holding space for others. And how often do we hold space for ourselves? Maybe that is a little bit of a challenge for you now. And that's going to be something that we're going to ask you to do now, is hold space for yourself. Thank you so much for reminding us about that. And then when we talk about holding space, we'll go on to the next speaker, because we say it's amazing how this has come together. And we're talking about holding space. And I'm going to talk about the moon. Obviously, you can read what Dr. Vanessa Mcintosh, Ness to me. You can read the amazingness that she does in the world, but our connection is the moon, because, you know, the conversations that we've had is all about the moon and how powerful the moon is for us, and how we can actually use the energies of the moon to transform, and maybe to give us a little bit of inspiration. And maybe the moon can help us with hope. I don't know. What do you think? Anyway, I don't even know what Ness is going to talk about. I know it's going to be inspirational, but thank you so much, my love, for being here. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Hi, thanks so much, Vicky. So my talk is actually going to be on self-expression. So just to introduce myself really quick, I'm Vanessa, owner and founder of Woo With Words. We are an agency who provide done-for-you messaging and marketing services to online educators and coaches in the personal and professional development space to help them increase their impact and income. Now, ordinarily, I'd give professional talks on who I am and what I do and how to solve this messaging problem, how to resolve this marketing issue. But because this is for Vicky and Hit Talks, this is going to be a bit different. This is going to be more personal. So today I'm actually going to pull back the curtain and take you behind the scenes of my business, which is something I don't ordinarily do, to share my origin story. So let me just preface this really quick by saying that I've never spoken about this before to an audience, never mind an audience with a predicted 8,000 people watching, you know. I only talk about this with my nearest and my dearest, but given that this is a talk about self-expression, it felt only right that I did, because it is so close to my heart. So when I was 19, I was greeted by a knock at my door, and it was actually the police force. So they'd come with some really bad news that my boyfriend at the time, John, had a traumatic brain injury that had rendered him comatose. He'd been in a bike accident, right? So I'll spare you all the gory details because there are a ton. And also, this is John's business, not necessarily mine or yours. But to give you a little bit of insight, he was that bad. He was in that bad a way that he was number 3 on the Glasgow coma scale, which, if you aren't familiar with that, is one off being brain dead. So he had to have a piece of his skull removed because there was so much pressure in there, and they really needed to release or relieve him of that pressure on his brain. He couldn't walk, he couldn't talk, and he didn't know who he was, never mind who I was, and had no memory of me or of our relationship and what we'd shared together, you know. And after a year of loving him and caring for him and, you know, brushing his teeth and cutting his nails and doing all of those things a girlfriend does for the boyfriend who's in a coma, I was actually faced with a really difficult decision to make. The consultant said that he would never get any better than that. And so I made the really painful choice and it was a choice, to walk away. So I actually had a lot of guilt and shame around that. And that's why I'm a doctor now. I pursued a master's and a PhD in neurolinguistics, which is a scientific study of brain and language, because I thought if I couldn't help him, then maybe I could help other people like him experiencing the same sorts of self-expression problems. And fast forward to today, that is actually what I'm doing. I help people through my business extract the thoughts that they have in their heads and express them, so put them into words through messaging and through marketing. And we've seen great success with that, right? So I've worked with some of the best in the business. I've worked with Hay House authors, I've worked with TED talkers, and I specialize in scaling people's 6-figure businesses to 7. But you know, I still feel like I'm helping people with self-expression problems, because even though they don't have a physical problem like John, they have a mental self-expression problem. And if I'm going to be really raw and real, I have as well. So my self-expression problems have been the biggest obstacles that I've had to overcome, both professionally and personally, which is why they are the focus of today's talk, you know, not just because John had physical self-expression problems. So for the longest time, I worked behind projects and under people. So I was a marketer who ironically did not market herself, because I was so scared what people would think or feel about me and what I had to offer. I was like afraid of being rejected and fearful of being abandoned. And so I just hid myself away, thinking that I was protecting myself from rejection. But of course, that was the worst thing I could have possibly done, right? Because I was so unfulfilled. I was so dissatisfied by my life, because my dreams were actually big and my aims were actually high. There was a book inside of me that I just wasn't writing, and there was a course inside of me that I just wasn't creating, and so on and so forth. And to be truthful, I just felt like an imposter. I had a PhD, I was educated, I was experienced, and I felt like am I allowed to say fucking? I felt like a fraud. I lacked confidence, and I had to increase it in order to get to where I am today. So I guess that's my story of transformation, and I hope it provides a little bit of hope and inspiration. But today I want to really talk to you about yours, to share some tips and some tricks, so to equip you if you're an introverted entrepreneur like I am, with the tools and the techniques necessary to increase your confidence in your abilities, such that you feel comfortable selling yourself, selling your product or your service, showing up as an expert, as an authority, as a leader, and so on. So my first tip or trick would be to define your values. So I was a yes girl who did so much that she didn't want to, because she didn't know how to say no, or at least she didn't know how to explain why it was a no, right? I didn't know how to provide an explanation because I didn't really know why it didn't feel good or feel right in the first place. I really struggled to pinpoint the reason. And now I know what my values are. I say no to the things that aren't in alignment with those, and I explain that to say yes would be to take away from like who I want to be and what I want to do and how I want to live my life. So to provide an example, I used to work by the hour, but I value stability and I value security, and that wasn't affording me the safety that I really wanted and needed. So I switched to project-based and retainer-based work only. So if you find it hard to say no, to express yourself, to say no, then I really recommend getting clarity around what you do and don't value, and make it your mission to say kind of yes to all that is and no to all that isn't in alignment with that. Number 2 would be to practice, because with competence comes confidence. The more you do something and get better at it, the more confident you become in yourself and your abilities. And obviously I know that it can be difficult to make a start, but let's look at it this way. The more time you spend thinking about something, the less time you give yourself to actually do it. So nowadays, if I have an idea, I immediately write down the action steps that I can take that day to take me towards my goals, so I don't back out. Because that's what I need to do to get the practice in, to increase my competence and my confidence. And then thirdly, it's just gather feedback. So if you lack confidence, then your inner critic is probably a bit of a bitch. Very rarely will you celebrate your successes or praise yourself. So it's really important to ask the people around you for feedback, so you can get a more objective view, a real perspective, and maybe that positive, like personal pep talk that you need. So I'm running out of time, so I hope these tools and techniques help. They're the exact steps I took and still take daily to increase my confidence, to express myself better. And I really hope that they help you too.
Of course they do. And that's the thing about sharing, because we're not reinventing the wheel. And you know what you've said, Ness, and what all the other speakers previously have said, and I'm sure the speakers are going forward. There's nothing, I would say, I'm not going to guarantee this, but there's nothing new. It's all about having the reminder, and then realizing that other people have gone through it, other people have transformed, other people have actually, you know, had the hope to transform. And it's kind of, you know, if they can do it, so can I too. And the decisions that sometimes we have to make, which aren't easy, and then we jump into something else, as you say, you know, you jumped into becoming a doctor, and you know, but then that's perfect, isn't it? Because then it actually transformed you into serving people and helping people in the world. So everything happens for a reason, which brings me on to our next speaker with everything happens for a reason. Not only do I just love his hat so much, every time I see him, I love hats, but he wears amazing hats. This gentleman, Carlyle, was actually on one of the special edition hit talks on the British School of Etiquette. And he just had this energy around him. He had this purpose, he had this vision, and you could see that he really does want to make a difference in the world. And when you see they want to make a difference in the world, that's great. But when you actually feel it, then that's magic. So thank you again for being back with us. And I now give you your 8 minutes. I lost my words then. So Carly, I now give you your 8 minutes.
Vicky, thank you so much. So for everyone to understand the points that I'm going to share, so I've got about 6 takeaways that I want to leave you with. But to give you context, I need to tell you about the day that cinema changed my life forever. In a moment of just randomness, a movie scene at a very young age gave me an indication of what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. And the scene was of a speaker going through his journey of self-actualization. helping and inspiring other people around him. Now, the scene that followed that made me want to literally kill myself. And I'll give you a little bit more context for that as we go on. For all of this to make sense, I need to tell you about 3 pivotal points in my life. Born in the West Indies, schooling in Jamaica, up to about 12, I relocated to West Africa. Now, that move in itself was deeply traumatic because not only were we leaving the familiarity and the comforts of friends, family, and a very stable, comfortable life in Jamaica, I'm now finding myself in a foreign country. My mother is just remarried to someone that I don't yet have the words to articulate the red flags that I'm seeing. That said, not only did we arrive in this foreign country in the heart of West Africa, Nigeria to be specific, we now discover that the gentleman who was also from the West Indies, who'd said that he had certain things in order, let's just say there was a degree of misrepresentation of those facts. Now, to complicate things even further, now that my mother is going to be the one who was supposedly, and I feel this was probably part of his master plan, he was his golden goose, so to speak. Now, that meant she had to be not only financially responsible for us, but to take on the burden of trying to buy a house, trying to get everything settled, and then looking after this grown man. Now, why this is so relevant is 3 months after our arrival, we then discover, as if things couldn't get any worse, that the people that she'd left in charge of her interests in Jamaica started to liquidate everything and literally sell everything that wasn't nailed down. So you can imagine we're in a foreign land, don't know the language, don't know the culture, and we're quickly running out of money. And this was the first day where I realized that in order to become something else, you literally have to kill off everything that you think you already are and everything you've become to that point. I had to shed quite quickly the notion of being this little boy looked after and almost step into that almost male role of not only supporting my mother, but also pushing down some of the emotions that I was going through at that particular point in time, being completely uprooted into a foreign country. Now, God being so good, my mother is an absolute soldier. We started over and she got an opportunity to work for a very large private educational institute, very prominent, and things really turned around. So much so that the point where she said, should we go back home or should we stay? I was so jubilant that at 12, I had the courage to say, let's stay and venture into the unknown. Now, the next point of the story comes when only 5 years down the line, when in a very, very simple way, she just casually said to me one day, would you rather go to school in England to finish university, or do you want to stay here in Lagos and I'll buy you a nice car so you can drive around and go to university here? I said, well, choice is very simple. My plan was always to go to England and to follow in my father's footsteps, be a lawyer, be a better son, be a better father and a man than he was. And that was because I was stuck living in the image or the perception of I had to correct or right the wrongs that I think that he did to us and correct that story. Now, this plan all fell apart the day when I got the rejection letter from his alma mater. So suddenly, again, I'm realizing I now have to find my own way at 18. Like, this wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't supposed to happen. Now, the final piece of this puzzle that draws all of this together is after finding my own way, finding my own career, starting my own businesses, I then find myself, after putting 10 years into a job that I thought I loved, I'd been climbing the ladder, leaning against the wrong wall. Now, not only was this going to be my ultimate test, This meant that everything that I had worked for, everything that I thought that I was, all of the approval of friends and family, I was now going to have to torch all of that to actually start to pursue my dream. Now, in doing this, what I then discovered was I was more afraid of the process and the pain that I perhaps thought I was going to experience, of the rejection or the opinions of other people. But the fact of the matter is, the world kept spinning. I had to make the difficult decision of doing away with certain friendships, taking certain financial steps that in my eyes were going to put me backwards. And I literally had to blow up the train set that I'd spent the past 10 years to build. So I say all of this to say this, that having started my own coaching business and working with all types of people from all around the world, the main takeaways I want you to be left with tonight are this. Ask yourself, whose opinion of you are you listening to? And is it helping or hindering you? What do you actually want is the second thing. What do you want most in life? And what do you want written on your tombstone when you leave? Here lies such and such that did ... 3, think about the skills that you have and the skills that you need. And 4, just take a leap. Just start. No matter how small, just start. Execute, 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 and just keep turning up. Finally, don't stop. When in doubt, continue to have faith and just persevere. 5th, God has a plan for you, and don't ever doubt that you are not made intentionally and purposefully. Enjoy where you are now and enjoy the journey to come. My name is Carlyle Latty, and thank you so much for your time.
And thank you so much, sir, for your time and your wisdom. And what, can you hear me? Thank you so much for your time and your wisdom. So I've just said that twice. So that means I want to give you thanks for your time and wisdom twice. What would I like written on my tombstone? Oh, I wonder what. I think, first of all, my favorite word is amazing. So I'd like maybe that on my tombstone. And maybe I'd have hope, inspiration, and transformation on my tombstone. I'm thinking, what do you think? So thank you for sharing those pointers with us. And as I say, everything is all going to be summed up in the end from all this magical snippets of wisdom and inspiration. Which brings me on to more snippets of wisdom and inspiration, but also love, because this lady is, again, just divine soul and friend. And when you, I don't know what she's going to talk about, but I know I do want to share with you, she may do anyway, that she's just brought into the world a beautiful bundle of joy. And this is the thing about trusting. This is the thing about faith. This is the thing about hoping, because then when you trust, you have faith and you have hope, you're able to manifest your dreams. This is one thing that Bryony has done. She has manifested her dreams from knowing her for many years, and where she is now and what she's doing, she's a pure manifester, but she's done it through faith, she's done it through trust, and she's done it through love. And we can all do that. Anyway, my love, thank you so much for being here. And I know that obviously you've been up most of the nights, most of the weeks since having your new little one, but I now give you your 8 minutes.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you so much. And thank you for having us on your Hit Talks. And yes, we have just welcomed in our 6-week baby girl. And what I wanted to firstly talk about was my 8 minutes, which is going to be on movement. So a little introduction. My name is Bryony and I run totalbodytrainingcamp.com with my partner Alfred as well. And we're personal trainers by trade, and we now work online, and we help people become the strongest version of themselves, always and in all ways. And movement is what I'm going to talk about. And what I wanted to share with you guys today is 3 stories on hope, inspiration, and transformation. So the first one is when I was about 23 years old, and I was in a job that I enjoyed parts of it, but parts of it felt like it sapped my soul. And I'd gone through a period where I'd lost a few friends in a short space of time. And there's nothing like that actually gives you perspective. And I remember this so specifically. I literally remembered it like it was yesterday. I remember looking around the office and thinking, I don't want to be here in 2 months. I don't want to be here in 2 years, let alone 20 years. And I wrote out a list at that age. And it was a list on all the things that I could no longer tolerate in my life going forward. And I wrote out some bizarre things back then. I wrote out things such as, I want to be somewhere where I can listen to music. I don't want to work underneath a boss. I don't want to feel like my freedom is as long as my annual leave card. What else did I write down? I don't want to sit down all day. I hate office politics. Like, the list went on and on and on. And by the end of it, I didn't come out and have something that said like my perfect little box career that I was going to move into. If anything, it was more confusing. But one thing that I did kind of notice was, well, you know, I like training. I've always liked exercise, or maybe I'll become a personal trainer. Now, this was back in probably like 2008. I think we're in the middle of a recession. I had a permanent contract. It was like really secure where I worked. And I was like, nope, that's it. I'm becoming a self-employed personal trainer. Now, bear in mind, this was when fitness exercise was not cool. Okay, there was no Instagram back in these days. No one had personal trainers. People used to go to the gym in their pajamas, pretty much. But anyway, I did it, and I stepped into a career and an industry that I absolutely fell in love with. And I wanted to share that story with you guys, because if you are stuck somewhere and you feel like in a job or a career and you feel that there's no way out, I share that in the hope to give you hope that there is light at the end of the tunnel, but it might not be necessarily how you think it's going to appear. So that was the first thing that I wanted to share. The second thing that I wanted to share was one on inspiration. So inspiration is actually going to take you back a little bit further, back when I was probably 14 years old. And I was play fighting with my friend. We were play fighting, and he was on my back. One thing led to another, as they say, and I ended up on the floor and with a dislocated kneecap. That was a really bad dislocated kneecap. And on from there, I've had a number of accidents, and due to all sorts of things, but probably hypermobility has a big part to play. And all the times in my life that I have been unable to walk has given me such perspective to appreciate so much what you have, because you really don't know what you've got until you haven't. And it's simple things like being able to walk and wash yourself when you're unable to do that, it completely kind of changes the way you think about your body. And movement was again something that brought me back to myself, I suppose. And the first story that I shared around hope was how movement moved me back into doing body work again. And again, this was something that inspired me to move towards training later on in my life and actually heal those injuries. So again, I wanted to share that story on inspiration for anyone who has maybe had an injury, or maybe you feel that you want to start exercising or moving and you just don't have that motivation. And sometimes it's not necessarily looking for the motivation to get started. It's just appreciating what you have and just taking that first step. And I promise you will not regret that. And my final story that I wanted to share on transformation, the last one, is actually fast forwards it a little bit into 3 years ago, so when I was about 32. And I've been through a tough couple of years, and my friend, my brother's girlfriend, so my sister-in-law, had been going on for quite a while, and she was saying, Bryony, I think you should meet Alfred. And I was like, oh no, I'm good, you know, I'm just doing my thing at the moment, things are going quite well, and I'm just, you know, doing my thing. She's like, I think you should. And she was also saying this to him. And it wasn't until we finally met and we hit it off, and as they say, I keep saying one thing led to another, but it kind of did again. And we had so much in common, and after a couple of months we really saw that, wow, okay, this is something that is going somewhere, and you meet your soulmate. And from then on, we have launched a business together. And at the time when we met, he was working as a pub manager, and he had always been really sporty and loved exercise and loved training, but had never taken that step to becoming a personal trainer. So obviously then we were together, and he had me in his ear and he retrained as a personal trainer. And from then on, just as we said at the beginning of the talk, 6 weeks ago, we had our first child, Ayana, a beautiful baby girl. And again, how movement has come in and completely transformed our lives again. And it's just the simple things along the way that have taught us so much, both of us so much. And the thing that's been there for us is movement. And it's something that I hold so dear to my heart. And I hope that that gives people the hope, inspiration, and transformation for themselves.
Thank you, my love. Yes, movement. You know, I've been talking to everyone backstage about how to move, and I think you can't see me as the 8 speakers are talking, but I am. So I'm taking your advice there, Bryony. I'm actually moving and take a little bit more movements in into this whole 8-hour back-to-back transformation that we're bringing to you live. So one thing leads to another, you say, and yes, it does. And one thing leads to another, and this is why hope leads to inspiration, which leads to transformation. So it's just magic. It all leads together. So thank you for sharing your hope, inspirational, transformational messages with us. Which takes me on to our next speaker when we start talking about hope, inspiration, and transformation, because Isabella is just pure brilliance. So in the Mayan calendar, she's Noch energy. I know a lot about Isabella. So she's very intellect, she's very practical, she uses her left brain a lot, but she has the heart and the soul of divine love, of really wanting to help people, helping communities, but in an industry that's very male dominated, within shipping and within the sustainability arena. And she is going to be so far, that's the word I'm looking for, so inspirational into her field in the shipping industry. How many amazing, powerful women do you know in the shipping industry? Maybe you do, but I didn't. But I know Isabella, and I know that she's really going to start moving mountains, or maybe let's say moving waves in the industry of the shipping and public speaking. We're going to add to that list, my love. So thank you so much for being here with us. I love you so much, and here is your
Thank you
minutes.
so much, Vicky. Wow, what an amazing introduction. And I'm so excited to be here. I know Vicky very well, and Vicky knows me really well. I am learning on the Mayan calendar from her, so it was really nice to hear from Mark earlier. And yes, thank you for having me here. I've been watching the show before, and I'm on the same kind of line with the previous speakers. Some great stories before. Michael's story was quite touching, I have to say. As Vicky mentioned, I have been working in the shipping industry for the last 20 years. And for the last few years, I'm focusing on decarbonization of the industry to renewable energy and digitization. I'm a big passionate of diversity and equal gender and everything. And to my over 22 years in the industry, I have had the privilege to work with amazing women. And through all the process, for me, the most important story I can tell is always trust the process. It's sometimes can be hard, sometimes can be very difficult, especially as the industry has developed. When I started many years ago, I remember, I think I was one of the only few women in the industry. I remember I went to a big event in London. I'm also Romanian originally. I have been living in the UK for the last 20 years. So I just came from Romania. I went to a big industry event with thousands of people, and it was this wave of men, and I was only woman. And in these years, things have changed a lot. There are more and more women, and I'm very proud to see. What I like to see is more diversity and more equality. So in this years I have been, and especially in the last years, I am focusing on personal projects. And one of the projects is about women with women, and of course with anyone else that would like to join, where I'd like to have people telling us their stories and what project they work. There are lots of startup companies. Some of them, they are women with great ideas, like technology, for example, like blockchain. I know many women who are gurus in this field, and they're bringing this kind of digitization into the shipping industry, an industry that we do need transparency and transparency and digitization. So yes, that is something I'm very passionate. I like to see more people invited at the round table from every single part of the world, talking about their daily problems, what they are passionate about. This year, during the pandemic, as it happened the whole world, meeting people in person has been very difficult. I have missed so much meeting my peers, my mentors, talking physically, and I have participated to some online summits about the alternative energy. I work with a scientist about the hydrogen fuel cell. I like to be part of a revolution where we can travel, or we can have goods being transported to us using green energy that doesn't harm the planet. And I have realized this year how there are so many events or so many forums in the industry, in the maritime industry, that not all the side of the women are represented, and there are still so many things that are not discussed or understand. So yes, I have come up with an idea which is called the Ladyship at the Round Table, which I'm hoping to be able to launch it in the next month, where I'd like to invite every woman who is interested in the shipping industry, the young generation who would like to learn about the shipping industry, to come and join us, to come to listen, to ask questions, and for everyone to understand what really shipping is and how our day-to-day life is around the transport industry. And the shipping in any way, can be by sea, by plane, or by land. And I'd like to bring topics about finding passion. I believe there are so many new fields coming into our industry, from AI to data analysis, to renewable energy, and where scientists and they can come and teach people or give new ideas, new prospects to everyone, and of course to create that healing process in the shipping industry that is required. From my side, what I would also like to say as my personal story, I mentioned at the beginning, was trust the process. Always be yourself, no matter how hard it is, no matter what the society or the corporation or the company is, and no matter how difficult the industry we are is, we always have to be ourselves. Somebody mentioned earlier about being raw and real, and this is the way that going forward in whatever capacity, whatever industry we are, whatever we're trying to bring, this is the two words I would suggest everyone to be: real and raw. Be passionate and find, have fun while you're doing whatever you're doing. So I'm so grateful for being here, Vicky. Thank you for having me. And I hope I have said very briefly, I share my story and make the shipping industry a bit more interesting for people and would like to learn more about it. Thank you.
You are welcome, my love. And yeah, when you said somebody said something about raw and real, I was like, that's me. I use it all the time. We've got to be raw and real, and that's the thing. And trust the process. And this is the thing about Hit Talks that I love, is that we sometimes have inspirational, well, sorry, Vicky, we always have inspirational speakers, but sometimes we have speakers that have spoken so many times, and sometimes we have speakers that are just starting out that don't speak all the time, and it's raw and real. This is the thing. We all have stories. We all have messages of hope, inspiration, and transformation. And that's why I love being able to give people a voice. And you are going to move waves, as I say, Isabella. So thank you so much for sharing with us, which takes me on to our next speaker. And I've just had a thought then what her next speaker was. I was like, Vicky, you know, because we have so much in common, the way that we want to be able to shift people within the world through their thought process. My mother was an alcoholic and died from alcoholism. Maybe people don't know that. But when you talk about it, you can actually shift, and you can actually shift vibrational energies, and you can actually give people hope that they can actually transform. And this is what Christine's done. She's transformed her life. Now, I'm not going to go too much into her story, but not only has she just transformed her life through just trusting her guidance and her inner instinct and her gut, then she's been able to transform other people's lives and actually keep them alive. And that's the thing, because when you actually follow your gut, when you actually follow your feelings, then that is how you are able to make a difference in the world. And this is the thing. Be able to feel and follow your gut. So I now pass you over to Christine Wright for her to share her 8 minutes of hope, inspiration, and transformation with you.
Thank you so much, darling, for that welcome. And you are absolutely right. I am Christine Wright, and I am from a company which I formed last year called Habit Breaker. Now, I am what's known as a behavioural change expert. And the reason I class myself as a behavioural change expert is because I reframe people's minds, methods, and thinking of how they approach their unhealthy habits. Now, you're probably thinking, how did you get to that process? How did you get to that situation where you thought that's what you wanted to do in life? And Vicky's absolutely right. I found hope in 2019. That was January 2019. I found my inspiration in January 2019. And I found that I needed to transform in January 2019. Now, quite rightly so, as Vicky says, all these topics are what Hit Talks is all about. It's about hope, transformation, and inspiration. And on that night, it was this exact same night, January the 29th, 2019, that I had all those three things hit me like a ton of bricks. Now, again, Vicky said it again, why did this happen? Now, this actually happened because I listened to my instinct. I listened to my gut instinct. And this is something that is so incredibly powerful. And this is also something which we often dismiss, whether or not that's because of fear, whether or not that is because we don't trust our own judgment. But goodness gracious me, this is transformational. Our gut instinct changes lives. And the reason I can say this with absolute conviction is January 2019, I listened to my instinct, and that pull was there, and that pull was, I need to be somewhere else. I need to be somewhere other than where I am. And normally at that situation, I was in the exact situation, it was a routine thing. I'd taken my mum home, I'd normally have a coffee with her, and I had to say, Mum, I need to go. I don't know what it is, but I need to go. And with that, I drove home, not knowing why this pull was so strong. And as I was driving down this particular road, I noticed a chap to the right-hand side of me. I failed my driving test on my left and right, so I'm not very good with left and rights. But I noticed a chap to the right of me who seemed distressed. And I drove past him, and then that instinct came again, turn round. It was like a voice, just like, turn round. You don't want to live with regret. So that's exactly what I did. And by that point, he was over a safeguard rail over a very, very busy motorway. Now, I literally leaped out of my car, pulled him over the right way of the rail guard, and I sat and cradled this Danny for the best part of 25 minutes. Now, in doing so, I listened to his story, I listened to him, we cried numerous amounts of tears, and I listened to him say, I'm worthless, I don't have any value, I've just lost my father, I'm the black sheep of the family, my relationship's just broken up, I haven't been able to keep my job. And obviously this was all amongst tears. Now, the really shocking part of this is I could completely understand everything that he was saying, every word he was speaking. And people say to me, Christine, you are his earth angel. And this is where I turn it on its head. He was actually my earth angel because he made me realize that there is hope. He made me realize that I had to transform myself, and he was my inspiration in doing that. And the reason he was my inspiration is because I too was like Danny. Danny was an alcoholic. I too was a functioning alcoholic, and I was just getting by. I had an incredibly successful global event floristry business, which took me all over the world. And I had a lifestyle where people thought, you know what, she's got everything together. But inside, I was emotionally crushed. And Danny turned it round for me. He made me realize that 20 years worth of my life in that industry had no purpose left. And that is why I chose literally 3 months later to close down my business and start Habit Breaker and start helping people transform their lives away from unhealthy habits like drinking. And the reason I wanted to share this with you is because no matter how painful things can get for us, no matter how much pain we go through, we can be somebody else's aspirin for their headache, regardless of us being absolutely on our last legs, so to speak. You know, we get up, we show up, we do the things, and in me listening to my instinct, in me realizing that this man had showed me hope, and in realizing that there's inspiration out there. We don't have to have our stuff together. We don't have to have it all together. But just by looking up and looking around, we can save so many people's lives without actually knowing it. And I say that wholeheartedly because, you know, all it can take is a smile. Just one simple smile where you are adding value to their life. You are adding emotion and you are adding so much love. They might not have had a smile for a day, 2 days, 3 days. They might have felt so undervalued. And that is all it takes, particularly now with this, what's going on in the world. There's a lot of isolation. And all I'm asking you is be somebody else's aspirin, because listen to your instinct, listen to your gut, and just look up, smile, and you know, it's amazing. Thank you.
Be somebody else's aspirin. Now that is a first, Christine. Thank you. Be somebody else's aspirin. How amazing is that? And when you go back again and just listen to these inspirational messages, who is your earth angel? Are you an earth angel for other people? And when, you know, when you think about it and you turn around, we all have earth angels. And if you don't feel that you've got an earth angel, you can always come into the Hit Talks community, because we have lots of earth angels in the Hit Talks community. So they'll be able to guide you with hope, inspiration, and transformation. But thank you so much for being that. I really like that saying. I've written it down. Be somebody else's aspirin. That's it. That's gonna go on my wall. And give a smile, as I say, it never ever costs to give a smile. So thank you so much again for those reminders. And then when we go on to the reminders, we're now going to the next speaker, when he will remind us so much about the brain, so much about who we are, about how we think. But again, when I met this gentleman, it was like a soul connection. Oh, and I'm going to move out of camera here. But look, JW, look what my husband bought me. He bought me before a little unicorn. And this is a little story that JW and I have together about being a galactic unicorn and about getting into people's brains and getting into people's minds. But anyway, I'm going off track. So as a galactic unicorn, who has actually become very, very close with JW because he is such an inspiration and a very, very good supporter of Hit Talks. Thank you so much for always being with us at Hit Talks, supporting us, guiding us, being a loving friend. From your galactic unicorn, JW, I now give you your 8 minutes.
I can speak now. Can you hear me? I just don't want to go into the live stuff.
Yes, you can speak. Yes, JW, you can go ahead. JW, you can start. Well, I don't know what happened there, but JW is there backstage and he's been through all the technical checks and everything else. And maybe it's just the energies of the universe, and maybe because he's got so many exciting things that he's going to share with us. But let's just try once more and let's bring JW into the live broadcast. JW, you can speak. Well, technical issues do happen, and we are now, how are we, just nearly 3 hours into our eight-hour live broadcast, and it's only just happened. So I think we are working it out. I think we can hear him now, so we will give it one more try. If not, we will go on to the next speaker.
Hi, guys. This is J.W. Wilson with the Learning Code Institute. Can you guys hear me? That's my problem. I can't tell whether anybody can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay. I can't hear you guys. That's okay. Okay. So excuse me, guys. So here we go. I got it started. Sorry, y'all. Hi, I'm J.W. Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Learning Code Institute. I'm so excited to talk to you guys today. It's exciting mainly because Vicki and I met at a Robert Kiyosaki event, I think in England, and we just had a wonderful time catching up. And there was some fascinating things that we ended up talking about, and that is that really what we know from neuroscience blends in wonderfully with what we really need to know about how we transform ourselves. One of the fascinating things is you've got about 6,000, so at the Institute, at the Learning Code Institute, which you can find at thelearningcode.com. It's just thelearningcode.com. You can see what we do, but what we've done is we reversed the 6,000 genes that control neurological function. You've got about 20,000 genes. 6,000 of these genes direct all your thoughts, all your actions, and all your behaviors. They build all of the neurological structures. And one of the fascinating things that has happened to us in our world is that we have started to develop programs and our learning programs that basically don't activate these 6,000 genes that turn on the neurological function that then create the learning. And this is why we have so much trouble in education. Think of all the things you memorized as a child and even memorize now. There might be, to get through school, you probably memorized, depending on the school, private or public, anywhere from 100 to 200,000 to 500,000 things. How much do you remember now? The bottom line is not much. And we have a saying at the Institute, basically, what you're not aware of controls you. What you're aware of, you can control. And what we found is that by understanding kind of the neurobiology of what learning is, hold on, let me just get I put together a PowerPoint for this and then figured out that I couldn't figure out how to get it in there. Let me just get it up. Let me get it on slideshow so you can see it. So basically, so I'm going to use my notes from my PowerPoint. So what we really got to understand is what is learning? What is behavior change? Well, there is absolutely no behavior change or no learning unless two things happen. You have to turn on some of these 6,000 genes, and then when those genes turn on, they express proteins and enzymes that change the shape of your brain. So for my world of neurobiology, if you want to change your thoughts, your actions, or your behaviors, nothing is going to happen until you change these structures. So what we have done is we've developed a program to help people understand how to do that. And the first thing that we need to understand is that learning is biological. Just because you memorize something or took a test or read a book doesn't mean you're going to remember it. Think about this. What was the book you read 5 books ago? A lot of us can't even remember the name of it, much less more than 3 or 4% of what was in the book. Why is that? Well, mainly because learning, what we've done is we've created an educational system where learning is an event, not a process. So an event is reading a book, it's memorizing a list, it's taking a test. The problem with memorized information or information that we try to read or those kind of things is we only fire about 5% of neural structures in an area called Broca-Warnicke, where finite math and language are. There's a term in neuroscience called the Hebbian learning rule, which basically means the more neurons that fire, the more learning that happens. And so what we found was that when you go to event-based learning, you memorize a list, you read a book, you take a test, you study for a test. Those are all events. And what they do is they fire a very limited number of neurons in your left temporal lobe. And it allows you to memorize it and get it on the test. You can even get 100. The problem is long-term memory is in the rear associative areas behind your temple. Short-term memory in front of your temple, long-term memory behind your temple. We've developed an educational system and motivational systems and training systems that focus only in front of your temple. We help people pass tests. We help them read books. We have them think of the webinar, the last webinar, 7 webinars you went to 7 webinars ago. What can you remember? Even TED Talks that are great. We can remember less than 5% of a TED Talk 24 to 48 hours later. So, and that's mainly because they're not firing enough neurons in our brain. So what we've developed is basically systems that that help us do that. But one of the most fascinating things that we've found is that the quickest way to turn on these genes and the neurological structures, so neurological growth happens, is basically the same programs that we use in spiritual programs: meditation, yoga, mindfulness, observing our thoughts. All of those things activate the frontal part of your brain, which really opens up the gateway between working memory and long-term memory. So what we found is that the more authentic that you can be, well, a lot of us run around our lives, we try to be somebody who we're not, who our parents told us to be, or our teacher wanted us to be. We basically end up chasing things that we think can make us joyful outside of ourselves. We look for cars, we look for houses, we look for boyfriends, girlfriends, spouses, whatever, to make us happy. So what happens, we found with the learning code, when we want to get information from working memory to long-term memory, the quickest way to do that is, sounds really kind of weird, is being authentic ourselves and not judgmental. What judgment does is it raises a hormone in the body called cortisol. That's a stress hormone. And what it does is it limits our ability to learn. It limits our ability to change. So we've got this concept that the higher stress we're under, the better for us. But what we learn from neurobiology is totally the opposite. The higher the stress, the harder it is to change the existing neurological structures. So your existing neurological structures are made out of fats and proteins, like cheddar cheese. The neurons are made out of fats. The synapses, little buds that fit on top of the neurons, they're made out of proteins. It basically is the same consistency of mozzarella cheese in here. So your thoughts, your actions, your behaviors are all held in the sticky, gooey stuff. And the question is, how do we change that? I talked about the genes before. How do we turn on the genes that then change the structures? How do we move it from working memory to long-term memory? Well, the fascinating thing is, the more that you can practice a spiritual program of meditation, mindfulness, yoga, any of those kinds of things, being the observer, you literally reduce the stress hormone. By reducing the stress hormone, you open up these gateways into our most evolved neurological structures, and our learning happens 10 times faster. Think about it. When somebody told you you had to learn something and then you went to go try to learn it, do you remember it? That's why none of us remember algebra. You know, basically we all took algebra at school. None of us remember any of it. And yeah, we got an A or a B or whatever we got, but we don't remember anything about it. And that is because the information was not meaningful to us. What we need to do is develop learning systems to help create learning within the population that is going to do the learning. So as we as individuals want to learn something, what we have to do is figure out who we are at our deepest level. Have you ever looked at a child, an authentic child before they're 2 years old? They're in bliss, they're in happiness, they're in joy all the time. Now, when their diaper gets full, they might get a little upset, or when they're hungry, they might get a little upset. But in general, what's happening is they're joyful all the time. Why is that? Well, the reason why is because they're out of judgment. When you're about 2 years old, you have some structures start to develop called your amygdala and some other parts in the middle of your brain that have you identify me, mine. You'll notice a 2-year-old says, mine, me, mine, mine. They start grabbing things and they're trying to figure out who they are versus who you are. Up until about 2 years old, children just wander around in bliss. And then at about 2 years old, we start to learn what's mine and what's yours, and we start to become separate. This is really difficult for us. Now we live our lives and we try to get joy in our life through getting things outside of ourselves. When we're born, just go on the web and look at any picture of a child under 2 having fun. That's basically what we do. The learning happens incredibly quick.
Yeah, I think if you can just, can you keep it flashing for 30 seconds?
What we really want to do is what Vicky is doing and everyone on this program is doing, is we are allowing our brains to go
and then it's flashing red because he can't see, but he's the guy that's
it shifts the blood flow to the third eye. It opens up the gateways to long-term memory and dramatically accelerates our ability to learn. So the key for all of us
so just give him 1 minute when it's flashing like that, then you can finish.
Even if we're not into spirituality,
thank you,
because it's going to affect our biology. It's going to lower our stress hormone, and it's going to increase the neurotransmitters that create learning. And so I just want to thank you guys for inviting me here. You can go to thelearningcode.com on the web and see what we do. And hopefully we're going to see each other a much more in the future. I appreciate it, and aloha. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
And JW, we appreciate you too as well. And it's always really good to have kind of confirmation from somebody that really understands brain science. That Hit Talks is created around the power of 8 for a reason. Because as we talk between, you say between 7 and 9 with all the work that you're doing, which is going to be massive all over the world. You do need to check that out, the Learning Code. And then we talk about the TED Talks being too long, because we do lose concentration because it's such a fast-paced world now. So now you can come to Hit Talks, can't you? And you can just have 8 minutes of inspiration, 8 minutes of hope, and 8 minutes of transformation. So there you go. It's just been confirmed by somebody who knows. Thank you so much for being with us, JW. And yes, we will, and all the guests will see more of you. Which takes me on to our next speaker, because Philip and I have been like this for many, many years. And he is also, I would say he's a little bit like a rock to me. And I was like, thanks, Vic. But it's more of the supportive angle and vice versa, I would hope. Because, when you align with people that want to be able to lift you up, and this is lifting yourself up personally and in business and with family, his wife and his son Harley and his dog and his girls, everything that he does is to inspire them and give them hope that they can be the best that they can be. And he does it in so many different ways with the British School of Etiquette, which sounds very official. But he is doing more than just teaching you how to eat with a knife and fork, which he tried to do with me once on an aeroplane. I was like, no chance. So again, as always, Phil, thank you so much for being here with me, my friends. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Vic, thank you so much. Hello to all you incredible, wonderful people. Thank you very much to this dynamic team that's making this all happen behind the scenes. I know you've had a huge amount on your plate and so far, incredible speakers. I'd like you all to remember one thing, and that is the following sentence: the power of etiquette and manners. As the market leader in our industry, we were founded purely on bringing people together and learning from one another and taking the good from one another's cultures and incorporating them into our own lives. This is what we call, obviously, inclusion on all fronts. And this really helps us to connect on every level and build incredible friendships and relationships. Someone asked me many, many years ago, Philip, what are etiquette and manners to you? And my reply was very much, firstly, in a world where you can be anything, be kind. Secondly, it is the ability to put people at ease and make people feel very comfortable in any given situation. Thirdly, have what I call is a sort of a what can I do for you attitude. How can I help you and how can I support you? And fourthly, if we all do a random act of kindness on a daily basis, we may just set the world in the right direction. There's an incredible word in Southern Africa known as Ubuntu, which is it's an Nguni Bantu term meaning humanity. It is often translated as I am because we are, or humanity towards others. In other words, human nature, humanness, humanity, virtue, goodness, kindness. Now, at Nelson Mandela's memorial, United States President at the time, Barack Obama, spoke about Ubuntu, and he said, there is a word in South Africa known as Ubuntu, a word that captures Mandela's greatest gift, his recognition that we are all bound together in ways that are totally invisible to the eye, that there is a oneness to humanity, that we achieve ourselves by sharing ourselves with others and caring for those around us. We can never know how much of this sense was innate in him, or how much was shaped in a dark and solitary cell. But we remember the gestures, large and very small. Introducing his jailers as honored guests at his inauguration, taking a pitch in a Springbok uniform, turning his family heartbreak into a call to confront HIV/AIDS. That revealed the depth of his empathy and his understanding. He not only embodied Ubuntu, he taught millions to find that truth within themselves. Now, as Archbishop Desmond Tutu describes this perspective, Ubuntu is not, I think, therefore I am. It says rather, I am a human because I belong, I participate, I share. In essence, I am because you are. Now, we are all truly in this together. We know we are. We will only succeed by really showing respect for one another and by building these incredible relationships and partnerships. Relationships showing love and care for one another throughout our lives, our existence on this earth. And there's only really one race, and that is the human race. We need to empower one another. We all need to participate as stakeholders in this world now and for the generations to come. We can all succeed together exceptionally as and when we adopt this human and this humanity towards others. This is what this is about. You know, coming from my roots from Africa, I would love to share a story about a South African rugby player known as Makazole Mpimpi. He plays number 11, and for those of you who follow rugby, that's the wing. And when the coach, Rassie Erasmus, was interviewed, there's Erasmus, and he's breaking down while recounting a heartbreaking story relating to Makazole Mpimpi's story. And Mpimpi, who scored South Africa's first ever try in a World Cup ever in a final, which is something that you must understand is a fairy tale, because this young man was born into poverty in the most horrendous circumstances in a very small village in the Eastern Cape. And rising now to stardom is just something which just fills me right now with goosebumps and emotion. And the coach goes on to explain that on the back of the jerseys, there are numbers where the players could have their photos of their family members inserted into those numbers. And he only had photos of himself embedded into that number 11, as he didn't have anyone else. And the coach is now becoming very emotional, and he asks Mpimpi, he says, Makazole, why do you only have photos of yourself? And he said, well, coach, you know, I don't have anybody in my life. You know, apart from the team and apart from you, My brother died, my mother died, and I don't have any photographs. And Erasmus now finishes the story, as I'm about to also burst into tears, by saying he doesn't play for the one thing. He just has a massive, massive heart, a big heart. Now, we all are so busy. We have our own priorities and important plans and agendas. Often our attitude is, I don't want to be inconvenienced. Don't bother me with your problems. I've got enough problems of my own. And too often, because of our own selfishness, we choose to close our hearts, and we close them to others, and we close them to everyone around us. And I think we often ask ourselves, how can I tell if my heart is open or closed? And I think the very simple answer to that really is, are you frequently concerned about other people, or are you only concerned about yourself? Do you take time to really make a difference and encourage others to lift their spirits and to make people feel so much better about themselves? Do you follow the love that God puts into our hearts towards somebody in need on a regular basis? There's a beautiful, beautiful saying from Maya Angelou, and it goes along the following lines. I've learned that people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. And I'd like to take this opportunity to really share my purpose with you and all why I do what I do. And so here it goes. The purpose of my life is to be alive and joyful, to be so present with energy and passion, and to really embrace and appreciate those very close to me, to learn and grow and work with people so that I can really make a difference and inspire and help them to live a fuller life, to love more abundantly, and to make a greater difference in this world now and forever. So my final message to all of you is this. You all have a journey and a story. Life is not a dress rehearsal. You all have so much to offer. And remember something, we have a past, we've got the present, and we've got the future. There's been talk about mindfulness. There's been talk about being kind to you, being gentle, having time to meditate. And I ask all of you to go out there, find your purpose, find your why, and make a difference, because we all have a duty in this world to march forward and help others. And Vicky, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been a true joy and an honor.
You are welcome, my friends, and I love the stories. I love the stories that you come through. You didn't talk about the duck flying into the mouth. God, I was expecting that story. I have to come back and tell that again. But yeah, feeling. How do people make you feel? That's what I really grasped out of that, because people can say things, but it's what their actions are and how they make you feel. And that's what I really, really wanted to bring together with Hit Talks and the team's intentions with the desires to really help you feel our intention, feel our love, feel our hope, inspiration, and transformation to be able to share with you, because it's all about how people make you feel. And that brings me on to the next speaker when you talk about feeling, because when you meet people and you don't have to be in their, I was going to say in bed with them then, that's going to sound awful, isn't it? But you don't have to be in their environment that often. But you know that when you are together in the environment, that the vibration is the right vibration, because you're there for service. And John is there. He is there to really spread love and service and joy and humor into the world, whether or not that's with his funny jokes or whether or not that is his singing. I'm not saying that we laugh at his singing, because it's very, very good. But it's his whole intentions of actually bringing this inspiration into the world. So it's nice to reconnect with you, John, after many, many years. And thank you for being here at Hit Talks. I now give you 8 minutes, my friends.
Vicky, so nice to be with you too. Thank you, Vicky, so much. And the team who I just got to meet. Well done, guys. Great work. Do you hear me okay? Good. Okay. So listen, we're going to bring in feelings. Thank you for asking me to not only speak, but also to sing for you this evening. So this is a song that perfectly fits with everything that's been said right now. It's One Heart in Time, which is the same title as the album, my album that it comes from. When I was small, my world was magic, but now I'm living in a trouble zone. We're trading beauty for a golden tower in the darkest hour before the dawn. One heart in time can save the whole design. Your love and mine is one more heart in time. The night is falling. We must all make choices to raise our voices against the wrong. Poets and dreamers, all you seekers of wisdom, hold to your vision until the dawn. One heart in time can save the whole design. Your love and mine is one more heart in time. Your love and mine is one more heart in time. One more heart in time. Well, that's what I hope to inspire you to do in my little time here with you. And especially I'd like to inspire you to trust in and believe in and develop your intuitive intelligence. So to me, intuitive intelligence is a higher sense faculty of what I consider to be our real intelligence. And it served me throughout my entire life. In fact, there was 2 occasions where it saved my life and the lives of those in my group at the time. The first time was in the Himalayas when we were high up in the mountains and a storm came in, and my intuitive voice said, "Don't stay another night." So I told my Sherpas we're leaving, and we headed down the next day, only to find out that the campsite that we were on was wiped out by an avalanche, with 92 people were killed. And that was on the world news. And the second time was in Sri Lanka, when I was asked to meet some friends in front of the Sri Lankan air ticket office. Had the same feeling, warning sense. I called them and said, "Can we change the day?" And they said, "Sure." So we did. And the very moment in time when we were meant to meet, the Tamil Tigers blew up the whole street. So that really made me pay attention to the value of our intuitive intelligence and the importance of developing it. I would like to just tell you what one of the greatest minds on the planet has said about that. And in fact, many of the great minds have said that we all have this potential if only we're willing to develop it. So this is what Einstein said. The intuitive mind is a sacred gift, and the rational mind is a faithful servant. We have created a society that honors the servant and has forgotten the gift. I think it's so important in this particular time for us to realize the truth in that saying. There are children that I work with as a coach, a little girl called Ellie, who I was speaking to recently. And I was working with her in a little school called Nature Kids that a friend of mine had started. And she'd been thrown out of several schools because of behavior and learning abilities. So I said, Ellie, what was it like for you to switch from mainstream school to come to Nature Kids? So what was the difference for you? So she said, well, I'm a sensitive child like my friends. And if you say something, you should mean it, because we can see your thoughts and your feelings. So I was like that as a child too. So I said, what was it like for you then to come here to Nature Kids? So she said, well, she said, in ordinary school, they tried to force my brain. But here in Nature Kids, I'm free to learn. And now I've found I can add up and I can spell and I enjoy it. So that relates so perfectly to my own personal life story and to the many, many people that I've worked with, including managing directors over the years that have been wounded in some way in the early days of their life, and yet always knowing instinctively, intuitively, you know, I know that this interpretation of me, these judgments of me are not correct. Why is it that people don't see who I really am? So having really looked at that in my own life and spent so many hours trying to understand this, what's happened? How has this happened to each other? Why do the Einsteins of this world tell us that, you know, the rational mind is just a servant, but the intuitive mind there is constantly guiding us and helping us to flower and become more. So intuition is a delicate sense. It's the masters say it like this: it's like trying to lick honey from a razor's edge. Self-realization is like that. So what does that mean? It means that the razor's edge, if you like, is between the two hemispheres of the brain, the left and the right side of the brain, and the intuition sits in the heart between the mind saying, I'd love to, but what if? What, who, me? I'd really like to, but what if? And the heart's going, come on, you can do this. If mind, you listen to me and trust me. So that's what I help people do now, is to understand how we can use this body as an instrument. So what we have to do is have a peaceful mind. Otherwise, we can't hear the feeling sense of intuition speaking to us through the cells of our own body. We have to have peaceful emotions, even more challenging in this time. How do we do that? Proper breathing, proper exercise, proper diet, proper lifestyle, so we're at peace with ourselves. And I've unfortunately got to leave you.
Thank you so much. And lick honey from the edge of a knife, of a blade. I was like, oh my gosh, what are we going to be able to do with that? But no, the potential and the willingness of wanting to develop. And this is the thing, following our intuition, following our guidance. How many times do we have this thought? And it's a thought from our head, but our heart or our gut or our soul or just our feeling is guiding us or directing us somewhere else. And what do we do most of the time? What did I usually do most of the time? Be honest with yourself. We'd follow our rational head. We'd follow our brain. But the more, and I know this through experience, but the more that we actually go from our soul and our gut and our intuition, the more that we're led. Anyway, if I didn't go with my gut and my intuition, then we wouldn't have Hit Talks 11 months later. So It works, it works. And following your gut and your intuition takes me on to the next speaker, because she is a master manifester. Not only is she a soul sister to mine, and we can talk about the work that she does in accountancy and very masculine environment that she works in, and she's very, very, very good at that. I see her soul. I see her as a warrior of truth. She's writing a book about justice system. She is going through so much inner transformation by sharing her story of truth. And she is going to make waves throughout the world when this book comes out. But anyway, she's going to make waves in this world with a beautiful presence and light worker that she is. And she knows I love her so much. And Cara, thank you so much for being here. And I am now going to give you your 8 minutes, my love.
Thank you so very much. I'm really excited to be here. I met Vicky on Hit Talks. That's how I first experienced her. So it's very exciting to have the opportunity to share my story. And my story is about having all my beliefs and value systems really challenged. I grew up in California, and I grew up with a lot of New Age philosophies, astrology. Louise Hayes was on my bookshelf, and Linda Goodman. And I was brought up with the idea that our thoughts create reality. And if you expect things to go well, they generally do. And that's how my life had really been through most of my life. And I have really great marriage, and we have 4 children, and I have a thriving tax practice. We have kind of an unusual arrangement, a modern arrangement where I work and my husband's the stay-at-home parent, and we were having a great, beautiful life with 4 happy and healthy children and doing all the things that we dreamed of. And about 5.5 years ago, I had my mantra of expecting things to go well, and they do, really challenged. I came home in the middle of tax season on Friday the 13th to find that my house was being raided by 15 federal officers with automatic weapons. I was told that my family and my home had been investigated for almost an entire year, and that after that investigation, that they had concluded that my husband and my children were selling narcotics to high school. I knew that this was not the truth at all, but it was happening, so I had to deal with it. And so I surrendered, I became still, I waited, and I listened, and I took in the information. The investigators were looking for MDMA, cocaine, heroin, weapons, bullets. We learned the following week that they had been told by 2 individuals that drugs were being sold from our house. I don't know who the people are. I probably never will know who they are. But the one thing that they did find in my house was they did find marijuana. My husband is a medical patient, had a medical recommendation for using marijuana. He uses it to manage the symptoms of his borderline personality disorder, and had been using it very successfully and without any injury to anyone. But as soon as the investigation began, and as soon as the officers arrived at our house, we were caught up in the system. And I was waist deep in the criminal justice system, and we were 3.5 years of dealing with the consequences of that. As part of the investigation, a lot of people at the high school and students were pulled out of class, people were interviewed. Part of the investigation brought out that one of my children, who was 18, had sexual intercourse with another student who was not 18. So this was part of the other charges that were brought against us, in addition to the 3 felony charges. So we surrendered and we cooperated and we hired attorneys, and we continued to expect that the best was going to happen even in the most horrible circumstances. And through the whole process, so many gifts came out of it. And I never would have imagined that I would be speaking about my experiences, because it brought a lot of shame for me. And it's been a long process of healing and going through the many layers of the trauma that I compartmentalized, because the press conference was held the day that they came to raid our house, before they'd even come to see whether or not there were any of the drugs that they were looking for, or the guns, or the money, or the evidence. And once something has been put on to the television, fake news was not a term in 2015, but I definitely, I don't believe what I see in the media anymore. But we had so many gifts, as I said, that came from this. We really were tested, but I was able to go back to what I had been taught as a child, and I went back to meditation, and I didn't watch anything that was said on the television, and I didn't read any of the newspaper articles, and I practiced yoga, and I started remembering what I had been taught by my family about law of attraction, and I started manifesting, and we brought so many opportunities into our lives, from jobs for the children, getting accepted into the very best schools, manifesting my dream house and all the furniture along with it. So what I would like to say by sharing my story and being vulnerable is I'd like to open a window to the criminal justice system and how flawed it is and how much of a business it is. That's where I started with wanting to share publicly. But what I found in going through the process of writing and healing from this event is that I really want people to know that they need to, as Isabella had said earlier, trust the process. There's always a reason for everything that you're experiencing. I really believe that we bring everything into our life for a reason. And so when I was overwhelmed by everything that was happening, I went back to those beliefs and those values that I had as a young woman. And I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be more fulfilled. And I really look forward to completing my book so that I can share my story with other people and reduce the shame around others who find themselves in the criminal justice system and being shamed and having charges brought against them that are not true and are not correct. And so that's where my passion is right now. And I'm really grateful to have such a safe and secure place to share this, because I've never shared it with anybody at all. So thank you so very much, Vicki, for this opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you, my love. And you know, this is the thing about being able to have the voice to share, because it's the judgment and shame, and it's so easy for others outside to judge others around them. I always go back to a story that I was on YouTube. It was a message I had somewhere, and it was about a man sitting on a train with children running around and going wild. And this grumpy lady said to him, "Can you just not control your children? You're just a really bad dad." And he said, "I'm sorry, madam, but we've just lost her mother this morning." And she was like, oh my gosh. And it just makes us think sometimes about judgment and not judging ourselves from the circumstances around, because it's what happens from within here. And judgment. And it's quite easy for people to judge. It's quite easy to judge yourself. And we're going on to the next speaker, who I met in 2016. We were on stage together in New York with Robert. Was it Robert De Niro? Oh, Lolly, you're gonna have to remind me. I've just had a mind block. But this man is a true inspiration. If we talk about hope, inspiration, and transformation, this man has got just a lovely heart and soul and desire of fun. But he has shifted his whole life in the last 12 months from fat boy Lolly, as he called himself, to six-pack Lolly. And he's got this documentary on Netflix, which we've seen, and on Amazon. And he has now put his whole life towards helping other people transform, to inspire other people to transform, with his wife and his family all involved. And, you know, I'm just going back, and I'm sure he may say it, but it's like, if I can do it, so can you. It's all about giving hope. It's all about giving inspiration, and it's all about giving transformation. So Lolly, thank you so much, my friend, for being here. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. I mean, my story is pretty simple. You know, I started off in real estate when I was 19 years old. By the time I was 23, I was a multimillionaire, owning quite a bit of real estate. And then in addition to that, starting my own real estate company. I went from one location to over 100 locations nationally by franchising the company. Simultaneously, I started a real estate school, got into the entertainment world, started investing in movies and working with celebrities and short films and music videos, and got into the billboard business. And then I had an opportunity to sell my company and exit the brokerage end of things, but still kept my portfolio of real estate. And so throughout that process, I kept putting on weight, you know, 5 pounds turned to 10 pounds. Soon enough, I was 315 pounds. And there was an incident where I wasn't able to eat at the table with my children because my wife would get annoyed that I was a bad influence and eating bad foods in front of my kids. And there was one moment where I got fed up. I wanted to eat at the table. And then my daughter was reaching to eat some of the bad foods that I was eating. I was eating basically off the kids' menu, you know, mozzarella sticks and cheese fries. And then my wife told my daughter, she said, don't eat that, you're gonna get fat, you know? And she said, well, what's fat? And she showed her a video about obesity, and it showed that obesity kills. And she said, Daddy, you're fat, I don't want you to die. And that was it. That was the aha moment. The next day I joined the gym, decided to record everything on my iPhone, the same phone I'm using right now for this Hit Talk. I recorded my entire documentary, and now it's become the #1 most watched fitness documentary on Amazon Prime. Hopefully it's going to be the most watched of all times, but I recorded every single day, and I lost 125 pounds in 9 months, went through a drastic loose skin surgery after I lost all the weight. I had loose skin. So I put that on the documentary as well. And then I competed on stage where I took off my shirt in front of thousands of people in the audience and millions of people around the world. And then consequently, I'm now in the fitness industry. I partnered up with Radical Body Transformations, my partner James and Carlos. Carlos, who we met as well back in 2016 as my partner. He also went through his own transformation. And now we have a successful online fitness company called Radical Body Transformations, alongside with, we're filming season 3 of our reality show, Radical Body Transformations, on Amazon Prime.
I don't know, I didn't use that.
So it's been an amazing, let me see here. It was 9 months to lose 125 pounds, and it took me about a year to compete on stage. So in 12 months, I went from being this guy to being this guy. And now, you know, we're getting 500 to 1,000 messages a day from so many different people, all walks of life, people with PTSD. You have moms with multiple children that want to lose weight. You have people that have to lose weight because of medical consequences. There's people that are on the verge of suicide because of their obesity. And then, of course, what's happening with COVID has made people more health conscious and more health aware. As we know, you know, being obese and then having COVID is not a good thing. So what we do in our company now is we design custom meal plans. We help people transform their body, and we put them in a position where they can actually lose the weight and keep the weight off. So what I do now is I have a good social media platform through Facebook, Instagram, YouTube videos, and we show people. We also have our website, rbtshow.com, where we actually give a lot of free content, free workout, at-home workout stuff. You know, there's so many places around the world where gyms are closed. Some gyms are half open. You're not allowed to do group sessions. So we actually do one-on-one Zoom calls. So if you do have access to a gym, one of our coaches will be on the phone with you and tell you exactly what to do. But I'm still in real estate. I still invest in real estate. I love real estate a lot. In fact, in my documentary, I talk about a best-selling book that I wrote called The Heart of the Deal, which basically talks about my career in real estate and how I built a team and how over 105 people tattooed the company logos on their body. So it's been an interesting journey, to say the least, you know, and I'm excited to help other people, and I help make a lot of millionaires. Now I'm looking to lose about 1 million pounds around the world. And that sums it up. The rest is pretty much on the documentary on Amazon Prime. You know,
that was quick. You just like finished before his 8 minutes.
Recognizing us in the street.
But he's still talking.
My wife through
Do you want to go back?
Personal transformation. She's on her 9th month. She is a mother of 2, and we have 2 beautiful children. And the last birth that she gave, she got a diastasis recti, which is very common with women when they get pregnant. So she went from not being able to pick up our daughter, who was 30 pounds at the time, to now deadlifting 225 pounds. And she's very petite. So, you know, we have workout plans, meal plans, exercise plans that fit all shapes and sizes, you know. But it's so interesting to live in these times now because of COVID, everybody is now accustomed to doing things remotely, and our business is online. So we can help people. Some of the people we've helped lose over 200 pounds that never even met our coaches in person. It's all been done online. So if you're afraid about losing weight, don't be afraid, because that's what it is that we do. And the ultimate truth is, you know, throughout my entire success, from building tremendous companies to selling companies, I realized that health is the true wealth. No matter how you cut the cookie, health is a true wealth. And, you know, you don't know how lucky you are until you're in a situation where money can't buy you out of. So the most important thing is to take care of yourself, take care of your body. Most people will spend that kind of time investing in other things, but not their body. But thank you guys for watching.
Thank you, my friend. Yes, health is your wealth. And how many times, you know, I know from my corporate days, the times that we would actually just put in the work and just think it's all about the money, it's all about the label, it's the titles, it's the director, it's the CEO, it's all of that rubbish shit. Sorry, am I allowed to swear on my own show? And we just think of it that way, and then we're not looking after our body, because our body is our temple, isn't it? And if it is clear, if it is aligned, if we're looking after it, then we are able then to not just move easier, but we're able to get the messages. I am a big thing about health, and this is why I loved Lolly's documentary, because health is so important and so powerful. I wouldn't get my messages if I wasn't looking after my body and I wasn't doing cleanses and I wasn't doing all the things that I do. So I really find it really, really important. And then this goes on when we think about health and we think about wealth and we think about connections. Wow, this next speaker, this is a soul sister, not just from previous lives, but definitely from future lives. Simran runs the 1111 magazines, the 1111 podcasts and radio shows as well. And when you listen to her, and she's writing, I think it's 4 books and that as well. But when you listen to her, it is just like an enlightened being, but somebody that I can honestly say is like a soul sister. She sent me a message today before this Hit Talks Live, this Mammoth live stream, and I cried. That's the kind of lady that she is. She is just heartfelt. She is there in this world as a light worker, as an earth angel, as a guide, as a New World guide also, to really, really spread hope, inspiration, transformation, and love through the world. Thank you so much for being here, my love. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Contracts come, lives intertwine. Anger, sadness, grief, and resentment. A soul curriculum you must all learn in your own time. Sing your song out loud while creating your story. A spiritual journey, a human experience. There are no mistakes in all this glory. In all this glory, all seems lost when you look in the mirror. Hope is gone, let yourself fall to hear the call. This is the beginning where you learn to belong. A life wrought with separation. No, it's preparation, leading you, guiding you to who you are, to who you really are. In a moment, you'll awaken to your soul's true call. You have a call and a soul signature and a song. And you know how I know? Because you've been seeing them. You've been seeing the signs, the symbols, and the synchronicities. You've been having the conversations with the universe. I've had the most extraordinary life in the most ordinary of ways. You see, we live in a world of magic and mysticism, beauty and bliss, but we get so caught up in the muck and the mire that we can't see it. And so we send ourselves tappings, whispers, signs, symbols, what I call conversations with the universe. Many years ago, I started seeing the numbers 1111 30 times a day. Now, mind you, I thought I was going a little wacko, but actually I was not. The universe was speaking to me. I asked for it, of course. I literally hit a wall. Life was very painful. It was quite the experience. And I couldn't quite understand why life had to hurt. I didn't understand why relationships didn't work. I couldn't fathom that we came to this planet to feel all of these dense and negative emotions, but here they were in my experience, in your experience too, I'm sure. They call it the hero's journey, but even that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, that we come to this planet to suffer, just to find ourselves again so that we can be in bliss and then call ourselves hero. That just didn't make any sense to me. So one day I got on my knees and I prayed. And I said, give me a sign. I need it to be clear. I need it to be concise. It is time for you to speak to me. And if you're not going to, and I can't have these answers, I just don't want to be on this planet anymore. So send me a sign. And the very next day, 1111 started appearing 30 times a day. It was on everything. It was on billboards and license plates. It was on mailboxes and store receipts. It was on a bulldozer clearing a plot of land in my front yard. It was amazing. There was even a train that stopped me, and every single car, every single boxcar, and there must have been 30 or 40 of them, had 1111 emblazoned on the side. Now you might imagine that could make someone think, what's going on here? How can this possibly be happening? And you might not be seeing 1111. You might be seeing something else, but I guarantee you, you are seeing something. There is something that keeps tapping you on the shoulder. There is something that keeps showing up in your life. And it's a message. It's a message for you to experience more of you. So why would the universe send us signs, symbols, and synchronicities? So that we learn to trust. You see, we don't trust life. A lot of us don't trust the universe. And most importantly, we don't trust ourselves. And so there's this built-in mechanism for us to do so. And that's what's so brilliant. But even after seeing all of these signs and being guided to start a magazine and a radio show called 1111, I still wanted to prove to myself that this was really happening. And so I started asking more. And what I discovered was that we're being talked to in all kinds of ways, all of the time. That we don't just simply get one sign or symbol here or there, but we literally get them constantly all day long. We are being spoken to in paragraphs. And we're being guided through those signs and symbols as to our next best step. So every time you receive a sign or a symbol, understand that's not synchronicity as a once in a while occurrence. That is living a life of synchronicity. And when that sign shows up, it is really asking you to look at what you're thinking about in that moment. Because more than likely, you're thinking about a dream or some huge step that you want to take or some leap of faith, but you've also allowed your mind to say, you can't do that. There's no way you could accomplish that. Who do you think you are? But that's why the sign was sent. It was the universe saying, we've got your back. Have a conversation with us. We've sent you the sign, and that sign is to prompt you into inspired action. Well, a conversation takes two. And so when you get that sign doesn't mean go ask for another sign. You know, we are human and we do that. We say, could I have one more sign, please? And then when the second sign shows up, could I have just one more? We are so fickle and we're non-believers, but we can believe that there is a universe that is guiding and supporting us. So when you get that sign or that symbol and you have that thought of something that you want to leap into with all of your heart, then take a step, even if it's a small one, because it will allow you to move. I wanted further proof. So a few years ago, I decided to embark on a tour. I decided to take my 2 kids in an RV and put on a show in 66 cities around the country. It was to have no plan. It was to have no script. I was supposed to show up and sing and be funny and talk. And you know what? I'd never been on a stage before in my life. I'd never sung a note. And I certainly wasn't funny because I'm spiritual and spiritual people aren't funny. But I said, I'm going to do this because I got the signs. They led me. And I wanted to prove that signs and symbols show up. And it began right away. We embarked on the journey. I ended up manifesting an RV because I just knew it was possible. You see, we live in a magical world. And when we really do believe and we intend and we live aligned, things show up for us. But as part of the conversation, I decided that everything that would happen on the journey would create the show that I was going to speak about and unfold as this tour went along. So as we ended up in DC for the very first show, something happened to the RV. It stopped working. It wouldn't crank. And I thought, oh my goodness, what's happening? This is a sign and a symbol. You see, they show up in all kinds of ways, in the most mundane and ordinary, as well as the most extraordinary. Well, the RV wouldn't start. So I went and took it to someone, or actually they came and picked it up to try to figure out what the problem was. And after a while, they were able to fix it. And while I was there, these gruffly grizzly men that were working on the RV wanted to know what we're doing. And I told them I was going on a tour to teach about oneness and signs. And as we did so, they were inspired. So I asked them what the problem was. And they said it was the solenoid. And so once we got there and it was the solenoid, we cranked back up and went to the next city. But the moment we arrived, it cranked off again, and it wouldn't move. And I knew that that was the sign from the universe. So I sat down and I breathed quietly, closed my eyes, and I said, what are you trying to tell me? And I started to say, solenoid, 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 silly noise, silly noise. Oh my goodness, the first story of this show. Am I supposed to tell people that it's the silly noise in their heads that has them going up and down and back and forth and stopping and starting? Because a solenoid is what cranks up your vehicle. It gives the communication from the key to the engine that it's time to start and to go. So it's the silly noise that stops you. Follow the signs, follow your heart. Don't listen to the silly noise and allow yourself to live your dreams. Have your conversations with the universe. Thank you, Vicki, for letting me be here. And thank all of you for entertaining me with the signs, symbols, and synchronicities that you have been. Bye.
Thank you, my love, follow the signs and synchronicity. This is why we knew that we had a soul contract together, because the 1111 is a number. You know, I always screenshot it, and I've even got my 17-year-old daughter now saying it's 1111, and you see these signs and you follow them. And this is what we've been talking about all the last speakers of Hit Talks, is about seeing the signs, following it, following your gut, following your intuition, asking where you are in that moment, and what you're thinking, what you're feeling, what argument have you just had, or what conversation have you just had. And maybe journal a little bit, and maybe write it down, because that will actually support you on understanding the signs a little bit more. But more to come from Simran anyway. So thank you so much for sharing with us, my love, and for your little sing-song. That's a lovely surprise. So this brings me on to our next speaker, which is also another lovely surprise, because we have two people from Guatemala in this live Mammoth stream, because you obviously know how close the Mayan cosmology and the calendar and the energies are important to me in what I do, in how I deliver and how I serve. And I met this divine gentleman only a few days back, and he just absolutely oozed love. And he's also got a business called Love Cacao anyway, so it's all about the love of chocolate. Now, who doesn't love chocolate? But what I love about the way Isaias has come in after Simran is because he followed the signs. He followed the signs and he followed his gut. And that's where he is now, and that is why he's doing what he's doing, and he's literally shifting lives throughout the world with what he's sharing. Don't know what he's going to share tonight or today, wherever you are in the world, but I'm excited to have you with Hit Talks. Isaias, thank you so much for being here with us, and I now give you your 8 minutes.
Hello. Thank you so much for letting me to be in this opportunity, speaking to the world. Thank you, Vicky Thomas, for this opportunity to be able to bring this hope, transformation, and inspiration to the world. I'm going to begin asking the direction from the universe to the energy of today, calling the universe, calling the energy of today, which is the rain, which is the thunderstorm, which is the signals that we receive from the universe every day. If you want to close your eyes and just call in your spirit and call in the energy that you have inside, outside, the noise, the birds, depends where you are. So, because all of those energies, they're around you. All of that sound, they're cooperating with what you are, with what you are building in this world. You are an instrument of God. You are an instrument of the universe. We call it ahau in our language. I don't know what you do. I don't know how old you are. I don't know what is the color of your skin or your race. That doesn't matter. God, the creator, doesn't see that. I don't know if you're single, you're married, or divorced. I don't know what is your sexual preference. You are a child of God. You are a creation of God. And these people and this world and this creation of God, goddess, ahau, need your presence, need your tools, because you are needed out there by your community. You have something precious inside of you. It's called your spirit, and we call our nagual in our Mayan language. So you have your guardian, and it's holding your gift that it's needed out there to be given, to help other people to wake up their stars, their seed that they have been holding for years, holding for decades. That's why we are sick. Because we are doing something that we're not asked to do. Because we're doing something that what the world is asking you to do. Because you're not following your heart. You have such flowers. You have gifts. You have sound. You have scribbles. You have paintings. You have arts. That is people, it's waiting for you to share. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter what you create. Does not matter who you are. The world is waiting for you, for your creativity. It's waiting for your gifts. Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter what old you are. The most important is your heart. It is your willing. Because Goddess, is with you all the time. All these little sound, all these little images, all these little friends, they have been visiting your dream. They have been giving the message and being the messenger for you. So pay attention to your dreams. Pay attention to your message. Pay attention to what is coming, what is appearing in your body. You're not sick. Your body's not sick. It means the spirit is sick. It needs your attention. And pay attention to that. Pay attention to your child. As I am being a father, paying attention to your child. Pay attention to your partner. If you are jealous or she's jealous, don't feel bad about that. You have been living and feeling the emotion or the pain of our parents, of our growth, of our childhood. Do not determine the life, the condition of your children. Do not determine your condition of how the world is being. If the world is in chaos right now, it means you're needed for you to be strong. Today, this year, it has been challenging us. It has been making us our roots to go down in the earth, so we can clear all the how would you call, all the leaves out in the wind. And the wind, it's taking out all those dead leaves, so you have more room to enter more of who you are. Do not forget. Do forgive. Do not forget the beautiful gifts that you have inside, and help the world to wake that up. Help the world to bright more, allowing your light, allowing your spirit to come out more, so you can inspire the whole world, because the world, it's waiting for that gift. This world is asking you to be strong, because you're needed. You have these tools. Why you're being sick? Because you're not using your tool. You're holding something that is not for you. That's why you're holding the medicine. The medicine is not for you. Whatever is that medicine, whatever is that your heart make you to share. But this medicine, it's wanted by the world, and help the world to give back what needs to be established in their life, in other people's life and let other people to inspire. Let the whole world, this world needs more love. You are a child of God. Thank you so much for this time. And may you enjoy, may the peace of God stay in your heart all the time. Bless you.
Thank you so much. And do you know, we have just hit midnight here in the United Kingdom. So we are halfway through. We've been going live for 4 hours with only another 4 hours to go. And it's just been amazing. The messages that I'm getting is just, thank you so much for everybody here watching the live, everyone watching the replay, and every single person that has been part of behind the scenes and obviously the front of the scenes of this Hit Talks Live. And as Isaiah says, just follow from the heart. You know, message after message that we're getting is literally just feel it, breathe it, feel it. This is the thing. Hit Talks is a feeling platform, and it's all about bringing it together with not just hope, inspiration and transformation, but also love. When we go on to our next speaker, when we talk about love, this gentleman is a big beacon of love. He spreads love all over the world. He's a previous pastor, but he's kind of, let's say, changed a little bit now into a different direction, a different focus, but purely led with hope. And he's been with Hit Talks before, and he just has this bundle of energy, and it's just so mesmerizing to listen to his stories of how he spreads love into the world. And of course, hope, inspiration and transformation. So Derek, thank you so much for being back with us. And I now give you your 8 minutes, my friends.
Thank you, Vicky. And thank you to everyone here at Hit Talks. It's really great to be here. Greetings from the great state of Arizona and the town of Surprise. That's right. I live in Surprise, Arizona. Today, I want to ask you a question. What if I were to tell you that you could have everything you want in life? That you can have the money that you're looking for, the home you're looking for, the relationships you're looking for, all of your hopes and dreams fulfilled. Well, if I could tell you that, then I would be a wealthy man and you would be in really good shape for listening to me. So what I'm going to tell you is that I can't tell you that because it's way more nuanced. What I am going to tell you is that sometime back, I think about 20 years ago, Rhonda Byrne wrote a book called The Secret. And that book talked about the law of attraction. And so today, what I want to share with you is the secret to the secret. That's right. There is a secret to the law of attraction. And it's really this. Whatever it is that you project, you can expect. Whatever you put forth into the universe, you can earnestly expect to receive the same from the universe. And my minor in college was economics. And economics, the basic definition, working definition of economics is the management or allocation of scarce resources. There is a problem with that definition because we're beginning from a mentality of scarcity. And when you begin with a mentality of scarcity, scarcity is going to be the result. Do you know that with roughly the same frequency that a human being is born into the earth, that a star is created? Now, that means that there is an infinite amount of material out there to create. And that infinite material is available to you. In other words, there is no shortage, there is no lack. All we have to do is figure out what is the secret to the secret. Now, we've been told many times incorrectly that opposites attract. And I'm here to tell you that in the spirit realm, that's not true. Everything, and I mean everything that is in the perceivable universe, even the things that are in the imperceptible universe, is made of love. Because God, our source, is love. We are created from love, by love, for love. And if you want to understand how to obtain or appropriate the things that you need in life in order to have the very best life that you yearn for, that you richly deserve, you have to understand how to attract what you need. Now, here's the secret to the secret: love. And when I'm talking about love, I'm not talking about some touchy-feely, kumbaya kind of thing. No, what I'm talking about is empathy and compassion. Empathy simply says that I'm willing to look at it through your eyes. I'm willing to take a walk in your footsteps, that I want to grasp it from your perspective. And compassion just simply says, I give a damn. I care. I'm really concerned about your well-being. I'm really concerned about your welfare. I'm really concerned about your feelings, your emotions. I'm concerned. Now, here's what happens, is that when I begin to live a life of empathy and compassion, I am projecting something into the universe. I am projecting the very power and essence of life itself. I am speaking life into the universe. And so when we talk about, from the American standpoint, we always talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, if I'm willing to project what is pertaining to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I can fully expect that that will be reciprocated in my life. That is so powerful. And people wonder why. They say, well, I've put in the work, I've gotten the education, I've made the contacts, I've done all the socializing, the networking, I've done all of these things, and yet I struggle. I'm wondering, why is it that I'm not getting what I'm expecting? Well, you have not projected the right material. It's just like, if you expect to produce an automobile, you need the right raw material to produce the automobile. And you have to have the right supply chain to get those raw material to build the car. So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to revamp our spiritual supply chain, and we're trying to revamp our spiritual manufacturing process by projecting empathy and compassion into the universe. And how do we do that? By extending this to every living soul. That when you extend this to people, they will feel it. When you extend this to the animal kingdom, they will reciprocate. And when you're putting this out here, you are sending energy. You're sending the very power of creation. Watch this. I'm going to say this real quick. If any of you have ever been in love, you get poetic, you get musical, you get creative. Why? Because love creates. That's what it does. So if you want to have the secret to the secret to the secret, brothers and sisters, is love. Get your love together. And if you get this and project this, you can fully expect this. And I hope that you find this hopeful, inspirational, and transformational. Thank you so much, Vicki. And thank you, everyone.
Perfect timing. And of course, Derek, we did find that hopeful. We found it inspirational. And of course, we found it transformational. Living in the pursuit of happiness. So many people say to me, and I say to other people as well, because it's the kind of circles that I surround in, is that it's not about the destination, it's about enjoying the journey. And that's the thing, pursuit of happiness, but also enjoying the journey on the process. In the process, on the process, you know what I mean. But it's actually pursuit of happiness and live in happiness and actually think about your surroundings of happiness, because environments and who you spend time with and who you surround yourself with really does make a difference. And then when we go on to the next speaker about talking, surrounding yourself with people, Rick and I seem as if we've known each other for a lifetime, surrounding ourselves with conversations of Britishness and Americanness and happiness and pursuits of happiness. And we met in Puerto Vallarta in Mexico, only just 12, oh my gosh, it's been 12 months. God, it feels like 10 years. But it's amazing to have Rick here. You can read his bio. Obviously, he's an accolade in everything that he does. But for me, he's not just an amazing friend and a support of Hit Talks and everything that I do, but he is also a great storyteller. So again, as I say many times, Rick, thank you so much for being here at Hit Talks. And I now, on this 8-hour Mammoth live stream, give you your 8 minutes.
Thank you, Vicky. So great to be here, and to have this opportunity to speak. Is everyone hearing me around the world? It's a lot of responsibility, I feel. So as long as I can hear. If you can hear me, just give me that thumbs up. Great. So today, when I first met Vicky, it must have been close to a year ago in Puerto Vallarta. And in that trip, I met Sanjeev Chopra and I met Jackie Ruiz, some really excellent people. And I was introduced to them through Elena Sotomayor, who I'd met years earlier. What's funny is you start to think about what I should talk about. And I was thinking about this morning. So what am I going to speak? Because every time I ever do these, I say, I'm only going to wait to the moment before I speak, before I actually speak. So that way I'm as Vicky says, in need of a divine download. I need to hear something that's going to tell me what I need to speak about. And I thought about it today is that I've been working with a man you're about to meet after me, Sanjeev Chopra, and his lovely wife, Amita. And I'm thinking about all these connections we all have throughout the world. But none of these connections would have ever happened if I hadn't used this one principle that I like to talk about today, the principle of yes. It's actually put in our book that me and Sanjeev have written about speaking and writing, and it's one of the principles, one of the laws, the law of yes. And the reason I talk about yes is because so much of my life has been transformed with that simple thought. My father taught me something very early in life. He was a door-to-door salesman. He went from door to door. He'd tell me, Rick, I knock on one door and they say no. I knock on another door and they say no. He goes, I knock on maybe 90 doors and they all say no. Finally, I knock on one door. I'm on the 100th door and they say yes. You see, son, you have to knock on a lot of doors and hear no before you finally hear that one yes. And that was his mantra. He would go from door to door, he'd knock on the door and he'd wait for that yes. He'd show him his, I think he believed at the time he was selling vacuum cleaners. And there was also called bibliography books or dictionaries, things like that. I mean, the old style of people did door to door. And he taught me that. And he was a door-to-door salesman. So when I went into work in Hollywood, I always remembered that thing he would say, remember. So anytime someone said no to me, I would learn to say, okay, there'll be another yes. Just down the door, there's going to be another yes. So I started to learn, put that thought in my mind and actually practice that I will hear another yes. And when you hear that yes, go with the journey. So years ago, I was working in San Diego. I started my career as a young actor and working at the Old Globe Theater. And there was another actor there. She had a child and she was older and she was African-American. And I remember she told me, she said, I said, listen, I have an audition coming up. It's for improv. Second City Improv is the largest improv group in America. I mean, John Candy came from Second City. Saturday Night Live Live was born from second scene. This is the greatest, and these were the greatest sketch players in the world. And I thought to myself, well, how can I do this? How can I do this show? Whoopi, how can I audition? And she said, just say yes. And I said, just say yes? She goes, yeah, just say yes. To everything they ask you, simply say yes. So I thought about it and I went to the audition, and then they were there, the producers and writers and people. They said, you know, this is improv. And I said, yes, I do. And this show we're going to develop while doing improv. You understand that? I go, yes. Have you done improv before? Yes, I have. Would you like to do improv now? Yes, I would. Look at that. That's a big pirate ship. Yes, it is, Captain. It's the largest pirate ship I've ever seen. And it went from there. I finished the improv with them, saying yes the whole time. And the man looked at me and he said, you got the job. So they hired the other actor, and that actor was known as Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg went on to have quite a career, but I remember her telling me that, just to say yes. Years later, when I worked in Living Color, there was a fly girl that used to come in the office every day. And she was one of the dancers, and she would take me aside. She was a Latina, and I was Latino, and we'd help each other in any way we could. And one day she turned to me and says, could I be an actress? And I said, say yes, you can. And so she goes, yes, I can be an actress. And I said, I'm gonna write you a monologue just for you. And I wrote the monologue in Living Color, and I brought it to her, and I brought it to the executive producers, and they said, no, Rick, you need just to write, and she needs just to be a dancer. They said no. That stopped that. But it was started with a yes. And that yes was Jennifer Lopez. Jennifer Lopez always remembered that, and in fact, went on to acting career. She said yes. And that monologue that they said no to was performed later on Broadway. So the yes starts the journey. There was a famous Chinese philosopher who said, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one footstep. I would say a journey of 1,000 miles really starts with yes. Yes, simply saying yes. And many times when you're in this world and an opportunity may come to you, say yes. If you haven't said yes, try yes. Yes, I will. In fact, every time I do one of these hit talks for Vicky, she always calls me and I never say no. I say yes. Now remember, there's a caveat to no, there's an amendment to no, that you have to say no only when it doesn't serve your life purpose. When someone offers you an opportunity and it's not your life purpose, then you can say no. But to say yes, to imagine what it does when you say yes. During the pandemic, one of the worst times civilization's had in the last 100 years. And I remember looking at myself going, what am I gonna do? This pandemic's happening. I'm a performer. How will I work? How will I write? How will I produce? How will I do anything? And I didn't know. And I remember I was brought to my attention that Shakespeare wrote Lear during a pandemic, and Newton wrote some of his greatest theories during a pandemic. In fact, a pandemic sometimes can be a reset, a chance for us to think, to look at our circumstances and wonder what we need to do. And that's what happened to me. I said, yes, okay, here we have a pandemic. What's gonna happen? I started talking to Sanjeev Chopra, who worked with me in Puerto Vallarta with a wonderful seminar that Jackie Ruiz put together, where I met Vicky and we all met. And I talked to Sanjeev and I said, Sanjeev, what do you want to do? And he said, let's do something together. And I said, that's wonderful. And he said, okay, let's do something. Let's write a book. And I said, yes. And now we've just completed a book together. We're going to show it to people. I hope the word comes back well on it. But that was our journey, saying yes. So if you say yes in your life, more and more you say yes, you'll see it as the best way to start a journey that you can be a part of. And thank you so much. And I hope you use yes more often in your life. Namaste.
Well, you heard it live here first. Rick Nahara never says no, or says yes most of the time. So after this show, which is only in about 3 hours, 50 minutes, I'm going to be messaging him lots of weird things to make sure that he says yes to everything. But no, it is. If it is for your soul's purpose and you feel it again from your gut and from your heart, and it just get that sense of knowing, what have you got to lose? Again, Hit Talks wouldn't be here if I didn't say yes. I wouldn't have met Rick and Sanjeev. and Jackie and Veronica, if I didn't say yes to going to speak in Puerto Vallarta, it's just about saying yes. And I love that because, again, it's just a reminder to us all. Which brings me again, as Rick's been saying, to this friendship, this bond, and where we say yes and where we support each other, but supporting each other for the bigger purpose. Now, Sanjeev Chopra, as you know, from medical Harvard School in Boston, where he is currently now, but I look at Sanjeev more as like a father figure, let's say. Somebody who gives inspiration and hope out there into the world, and health, wealth, and happiness, which is an event that we're doing together. Obviously, COVID stopped all of that. But the whole of the stories that we have in Hope, Inspiration, Transformation, and Hit Talks is also around the health, wealth, and happiness, because wealth is not just about money, and health and happiness bring it all together. And then when you say yes, then magic can happen. But again, Sanjeev, thank you so much for being part of Hit Talks and being here again for this mammoth 8-hour live stream. And I now give you your 8 minutes, my friend.
Thank you so very much, Vicky. Delighted and honored to be part of this incredible event. As Rick mentioned, we met for the first time in Puerto Vallarta. That's where we met you as well. In November of last year, and it forged an amazing friendship. And Rick and I have now penned together this book called The 7 Laws of Speaking and Writing. And he chose to speak on the first chapter we've written, which is Say Yes. And I'm going to address the last chapter in our book, which is The Law of Courage. So Sir Winston Churchill once said, "Courage is rightly esteemed the first of human qualities, because it is the quality that guarantees all others." So I've been reflecting on that, and we've written about this in the book. There are different kinds of courage. Many of us, when we hear the word courage, will immediately perhaps think of physical courage. The kind of courage that Sir Shackleton and his men displayed in that incredible journey to the South Pole starting in 1914. Even before he started the journey, he put an ad in the newspaper. And I'm going to read the ad. It said, "Men wanted for hazardous journey, small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger, safe return, doubtful, honor and recognition in case of success." And a whole bunch of courageous individuals joined him on that amazing journey. Now, physical courage, we can also, if we hear about a double amputee getting to the summit on Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world. A double amputee, a person who's blind. 6 months ago, this 5-year-old British boy who was a double amputee decided to do a 5-kilometer walk to raise money for the hospital that saved his life. He wound up doing 10 kilometers and raising more than 100,000 pounds. So that's physical courage, but there's also moral courage. We think of moral courage, we can think of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King Jr., the young people of the Arab Spring from Tunisia and Egypt. Then there's spiritual courage. Think of Mother Teresa, who saw the face of Christ in every leper whose wounds she bathed in Calcutta. She had doubts about the existence of Christ. And despite that, she carried on a life's work of incredible meaning and purpose. There's the courage to write and speak. There's the courage that, Vicky, you have displayed in launching this amazing series of Hit Talks. and it keeps evolving. And what you're doing today is absolutely phenomenal. But there's one other category that I want to bring up, and that is philanthropic courage. I'm defining philanthropy as love for humanity. And very often when we think of philanthropy, we think of money. We think of the Bill Gates and the Warren Buffetts of the world. But in reality, if you share your talent, if you give of your time, that's philanthropy. If you nurture, you mentor, if you inspire people, this is a philanthropic movement in a way. So I have distilled it to the 3 T's. It's time, talent, and treasures. If you share any of those 3, you're philanthropic. I hadn't heard of this 89-year-old American until a few months ago. His name is Chuck Feeney. And he had already donated $8 billion to philanthropy. He'd done it anonymously. He made a lot of money. He was the co-founder of these duty-free shops at all the airports all over the world. And he gave $8 billion anonymously. And recently he's given away the rest of his money. He's left $2 million for him and his wife's retirement. He's articulated a wonderful concept of philanthropy. It's called giving while living. And Bill Gates has applauded him and said he's one of the greatest philanthropists of our time. In closing, I want to leave you with 2 quotes. Courage, daring, willpower. Søren Kierkegaard, the great Danish philosopher and theologian, once said, "To dare is to lose one's footing momentarily. Not to dare is to lose oneself." And Mahatma Gandhi once said that strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from an indomitable will. I want to finally, in the next 20 seconds, share with people listening my purpose in life. We've heard so many great talks, and I'm sorry I forget the name of the individual, but he talked about purpose and meaning. I think he's from South Africa. So let us muster even more courage as we continue to live with joy, bliss, and purpose. My purpose in life is to fulfill my dharma. It's a Sanskrit word, and it distills moral compass, authenticity, truth, vocation. So my purpose in life is to fulfill my dharma, to teach medicine, to teach about leadership, to teach about happiness and living with purpose, to do it grounded in humility, with an ardent desire to learn every single day, and to celebrate with gratitude my family, my friends, my colleagues, my students, and my patients who inspire me in countless ways. And in some small measure, inspire everyone that I meet on this amazing life journey. So courage will give you hope, it will inspire you, and it will transform your lives. Thank you so very much.
Perfect timing and a perfect roundup. It would be the end of the show, Sanjeev, but we have so much more to come. Thank you for sharing that. Time, talent, and treasures. And philanthropy, yes, it always used to be about money, didn't it? But we are going into a new world, aren't we? The world is changing. The way that we think and the way that we give is changing. And time, talent, and treasures. Think about it. What do you give? 1, 2, all three? Maybe we can give a little bit more. So thank you for reminding us with that, Sanjeev. Thank you so much. And when we talk about time, talent, and treasures, we also talk about different connections. And I know you can't really see me, but I showed earlier, but look, my husband gave me this amazing sparkly unicorn. You can't really see it. Oh, look, you have done it. Look, can you see it? This amazing sparkly unicorn to wish me luck for today. And so, and the reason I'm sharing that before we go on to the next speaker is because for me, Dr. Amita Chopra is a sparkling unicorn because she sparkles from the inside. She sparkles from the inside with love, and she is just there to help, again, others all over the world to find their inner peace, to find their inner selves. And she does that through wisdom. She does that through guidance. And I think she does it with unicorn magic as well. So thank you again, Amita, for being part of Hit Talks and being back with us with this live stream. And I now give you your 8 minutes, my love.
Thank you, Vicky. And hello to everyone who is listening today. And following the law of yes and following the law of courage, I'm actually going to talk about the law of transformation. Now, there is a all-pervading background field of the field of consciousness that we know exists everywhere and is the ultimate nature of reality that the scientists are looking for, that sages and seers are looking for. And it's not any different from the field of the unified field or the field of quantum mechanics, which is the home of all the forces of nature. So we're talking about quantum, we're talking about gravity and electromagnetism and the weak interactions and the strong interactions, and all of those things are contained within this field. But this particular field has everything in it. It has infinite energy, it has infinite information. And this is all that the cosmos needs to hold itself together. And we find in the same field all the power, all the possibilities, all of the creativity and all of the knowledge that is available to us in all time and space. Now, so this field is really quite eternal. It's not something, it was never born, it's never going to die, it's eternal. It is unbounded, has no boundaries at all. And this field is absolutely the ultimate unchangeable absolute. That's what this field is. Now, thousands of years ago, there were these sages and seers who recognized within themselves, they cognized through going into themselves, this field of consciousness. And they told us that this field of consciousness is what we are made of, that we are just little packages of energy of this field. And so this is our source. And because we are not separate from it and because we come from it, we should be able to easily cognize it spontaneously and without any effort. And so we have now the technique of meditation where we can go into this field and harness whatever it is that we need. So how does this work into transformation? So it's like this, we are, as human beings, our nature is always to want more and more and more. Nothing is ever going to be enough. We want infinity, we want everything. What do we want more of? We want love, appreciation, we want acceptance, we want personal power, we want achievement, we want success, creativity, we want dynamism. And ultimately, the goal of all human beings is to have to realize ourselves, to be actualized, self-actualization, and also enlightenment. That is the ultimate goal. Now, if we go to an ocean with a little tiny cup, we're only going to come back with a little cup full of water. But if we want more, then what we need to do is we need to take a bigger container. We need to increase our capacity. And we do this by connecting to our source, because that expands our consciousness. It breaks down all the boundaries. And now we have access to all of these, the power and the creativity of nature, everything that we want. So when we come back, we can bring back with us whatever it is that we need to actually manifest whatever it is that we want, that we choose to manifest. Now, what happens here is we want to know, if we have increased our capacity, how do we do this? How does this actually happen? We have to do two things. We have to first discard our limiting beliefs. That's number one. Second, we have to expand our own consciousness by going into ourselves through meditation and exploring our inner worlds. And when we do this, a few things happen. We go to a place where intuition is born. And through this intuition, our very finest feelings turn into a knowing. And this knowing, this certainty, is what causes us to actually be inspired. And the inspiration then transforms us to have intentions. And the intentions then transform us into dynamic activity. And it is this dynamic activity which eventually transforms us into our biggest and best selves. And this field is already within us. It's nothing outside of us, it's already there. And now we know that we have access to it through going in, looking in. And so this is how we become architects of our own futures. This is how we become co-creators of the universe. This is how we become authors of time and space. Now, the transformation is already occurring. It's all around us. We can see it everywhere. We know that we are in the midst of a revolution in evolution. We are all evolving. We can see it in our nation very happily. We can see that we are now embarking on a journey of healing, the healing of our nation, the healing of ourselves, and the healing of the pandemic that we are all in, and all this anxiety and depression that we are all in. We are in the midst of a unification process. We are now in the midst of dissolving all our differences. We are in the midst of shattering all of our bounds, breaking all our boundaries. And so this is how we transform our beautiful planet Earth. We are in the midst of that transformation. And all we have to do really is to simply go in and meditate. We need to meditate at least once a day. And if we don't have the time to do that, then we need to meditate twice a day. So I want to wish you all a happy transformation. Have a wonderful day, and a namaste.
Thank you. Namaste to you too. And yes, if you can't meditate once, definitely meditate twice. And transformation. Meditation has actually transformed my life. It's transformed my thoughts, my feelings, my beliefs, my messages. Just being in that space. And even before everything like this, just before the team were getting onto calls and Zooms and everything else, and I was just like, I'm going to go and meditate. I need the time. I want the time. It is my time. And it just kind of settles you. And I'd never, if I had this gift of many, many years ago, I know that my life would be on a different path. But anyway, why do I say that? Because your life is on the path it's meant to be. It's just the obstacles. Anyway, meditate. Thank you so much for that. And so many things about the packages of energy, as you said. We're just all packets, little parcels of love, hope, inspiration, and transformation that are actually in this universe. Which brings me on to another packet of love, of inspiration and transformation. And Do you know, the only reason I invited Lynn back onto Hit Talks was because he calls me Sister Vicky. That's not the only reason, because he is really here to spread love and obviously hope and inspiration and transformation into the world, again, with his messages. You know, all these people that come into my field, all these people that come into the field of Hit Talks, because together, collectively, we are in a packet of energy, as Amita would say, to transform the world or be part of transforming the world. And who doesn't want to be called Sister Vicky? I call me so many different things, but anyway, thank you so much, Lynn, for being with us, my friend. I now give you your 8 minutes.
Well, I want to thank you, my sister Vicky. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful, wonderful event. And I just feel so honored to be a part of Hit Talks, this special event, because with all this going on in this world today, you know, I think it is safe to say that all of us, each and every one of us that are here listening, all of us can use a little hope, we can use a little inspiration, and we can use a little transformation. Because, you know, I believe that people right now, because of what we are seeing and hearing, not just that in this country, but countries all around this world, you know, people are struggling internally right now because they feel, you know, hopeless. They feel, you know, a lack of inspiration. And the greatest power leading to transformation, which is, to me, love. That greatest power has been so suppressed because of fears and shame and anxiety and all of those things. So, you know, I'm so grateful to be able to be up here this evening here. I'm here in North Carolina, here in the United States, but I'm so blessed to be able to share a few words. And there's so much that I could talk about. You know, I could really talk about walking in more love, because, you know, love, as the scripture says, love never fails. And the scriptures also encourage us to abide in faith, hope, and love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. But the last time I was on Hit Talks, I talked about love. So today I want to go in a little different direction. And I want to talk a little bit about light. The light of the world, being the light of the world. Because, you know, I hope all of us understand that we are all born of the light, just like we are all born of love. At the core of our being, all of us are love, all of us are light. Light is our source, light is in us, and we are all refractions of a greater light. And so it's up to us to make a decision, a choice to refract the light into this world, because people are looking for light. And just like when a white light is shined into a prism, you know, when that light is shined into a prism, multiple colors can then be seen. Multiple colors are then visible. And you know, I believe that is who we all are. You know, all of us are appearing right now. We're all different shapes. We're all different sizes. We're all different colors. But all of us, each and every one of us, we all come from the same source. We all come from the same light. And we should all be reflecting love and light, which is our source. And so one of the characteristics that I just want to talk about briefly, the characteristic of light that is needed most today, is that light dispels darkness. You know, when light shows up, darkness has to go. You know, as light appears, darkness is no longer in authority. You know, one single light, just one single light, one teeny flame from a little match or lighter begins to cast out all darkness until eventually all darkness is gone. That's just like, you know, the breaking of a sunrise. When the sunrise starts to come and starts to rise up, you know, it brings light until, you know, a little by little, until it's fully, you know, enlightening the whole world. And I hope it becomes more clear to each and every one of us, everybody that's listening today, that we are all the light that is able to dispel any darkness that is going on around us, any darkness that is surrounding us. And so I know right now things may appear to be very chaotic. You know, a lot of things, no matter where you are, I'm sure all of us will agree, things seem to be very chaotic. But, you know, I just believe it appears to be chaotic because we need more light. Because in the story that I believe about, you know, creation, it says that once light appeared, everything that was good appeared after the light. And I believe that being the light that we all can be, or we should be, is first a choice. So even though we are all light, I understand now in my own life, my own journey, that there are times where we can suppress the light that others need to see. I believe that I have the privilege and honor, as I am lit, or I understand who I am, I can light somebody else's path, because we're all on this journey together, but we all have our individual paths. So I just believe that, you know, we should shine brighter. And I believe shining brighter, it comes with our understanding. I heard my sister before me talking about our understanding in our consciousness, our awareness of who we have always been. And I believe that when we start to change our predominant beliefs and thoughts and words and actions, we start to shine more and more. And so in closing, I remember growing up in my mom and my dad's house, there was this one room, the dining room, that I absolutely loved. It was very special to me because in that room, there was this particular feature. There was a light in that room. And it was a light that was over my dining room table. And when you turn the light on, you can actually increase how light it was, how bright the light shined, or how dim it was. And so some days we would keep the light dim, and sometimes we would light it up, because there are special occasions that you need all the light. You need full light. And so I want to leave you by saying, I believe this is the time, this is the occasion right now where the world needs more light. And I just believe that the more we light ourselves, or the more lit we are, the more that we can help others in their own journey, in their own path. Because one of the things I believe we all need to awaken to the truth. And one of the things that I do when I go in my kids' room every morning is I turn on the light, because that wakes them up. So let us just consider that we all need to know that we, right now, we are light. No matter how you feel right now, we need to illuminate this world with light, which comes from or stems from love. So I want to encourage us all. Let's make a choice. Let's make a decision to be the light of the world that we are. So just like in the room that I love, let's turn the knob. Let's be more light. Let's shed more love, because that is what this world is looking for. So I want to say much love to everybody, and be that light that we all need. God bless.
Well, thank you, Brother Lynn. Be more light in the world. That is it. We can bring more light from within, and we can bring more light from without. And what resonated with me there, Lynn, is the words that I actually got when I had that, as I say, #download to create Hit Talks. It was, Vicky, bring together all the light workers from all over the world and bring them to one place to spread their stories and their messages. Obviously, at the time then, back 11 months ago, 11 months, yes, it was nearly 11 months ago, that I didn't realize how fantastic the amount of light workers that I already had in my field, and how amazing the light workers and the amazing people that come into my field, just landing, planting, being just introduced. That was the word I was looking for. Just being introduced, which brings me to the next speaker, because Patrick was introduced to me by Preet, who was a previous speaker. And then when we connected, again, it was just another light worker that is here for a message, to deliver a purpose. And Patrick's purpose is to help people for a united humanity and embrace divinity. And as a previous professor of Spanish and a lawyer and doing all the corporate things that I used to do, and not professor in Spanish, but you know, you get me, from the corporate days. And then just having that wake up moment, that spark, as if to say, there is something bigger, there is something different that I need to do with my life, and took the trust and the faith to follow his journey. So anyway, thank you so much for being here, Patrick. It's been an absolutely amazing time so far. You now have your 8 minutes to share your story.
Thank you so much, Vicky. It is such a pleasure to be here. And I love this theme of hope, inspiration, and transformation. And I want to give you 3 words as a portal to hope, inspiration, and transformation, which are humility, intuition, and trust. Humility, intuition, and trust. Because one of the things that happens when we think conventionally about hope, inspiration, and transformation is that, in a way, that the present moment is somehow flawed, that there's something that needs to change, that something needs to be different. And we meet that moment then with a level of resistance. And the message that I want everyone to take away as the path to those things is accepting this moment, everything in your life, everything in the world, with as much love as you can. Because when we meet our life now, oftentimes, and this is my story, we would, find dissatisfaction. And then we go about learning things like the law of attraction. We want to change things. We want to manifest. We want a new job. We want a new partner. We want a new life of some kind. We're meeting life with resistance. And I did that. I was a professor of Spanish. And then I became a lawyer. And I was working for a judge. I was working for a judge, and I applied for a job at Harvard fellowship. And I taught that fellowship. I got that fellowship. And I thought, oh, I've gotten it. I've manifested everything that my hopes, the dreams, life. I'm going to go teach at Harvard, and I'm going to be a law professor. I woke up every morning with the hugest nausea. I could not get past this deep sense that I'd never felt before, that this was the worst choice I could ever make. And I resisted it. I resisted it really hard. And I actually had a breakdown. I was in the ER. I was dealing with all sorts of medications. And it's because I wasn't listening to my intuition. I was really trying to force something to happen. And life had much different plans for me. And then I had that moment where I was panicked. I didn't know what I was going to do. I had turned down this fellowship. I was a nervous wreck. My mentors had said, what's up with this guy? And I just sat there, and I got this impulse to go to the Kripalu website, which is this retreat center in Lenox, Massachusetts. And I saw somebody who became my teacher, I just went to the website. I listened finally. And there I was, somebody who talked about divine light, energy healing, things that I would never have listened to. And a light bulb went off, talking about my brother's previous message about being the light. The light went off inside. And everything changed. I ended up becoming a lawyer while working with my teacher. And then transformation just started happening. It just started happening. People showed up in my life, different healers, intuitives, psychics. All of these people showed up. I healed completely from this breakdown. I began having my own psychic experiences, my own faculties opened up. I started downloading books. I could never have imagined that my life would take the turn that it did. Being a lawyer gave me the resources that I wouldn't have had to study, train, travel the world, work with different teachers and healers. And so I realized that, rather than judging at each moment, oh, I need to be more, I need to be better, I need to be different from who I am, when I just accepted where I was and said, let life lead me, let life show me, let the universe show me. What my friend Simran talks about is having a conversation with the universe. I had to have the humility to say the path that I was choosing for myself was paled in comparison to what God had in store for me. And I had to let go of that, have that humility, then became hope. So then I had to start listening to my intuition at every turn, listen to what life wants to show you. What more is there in this moment? Maybe you're going through a painful moment. Maybe you're going through a real crisis. I know I was there. I experienced it myself. It was painful. And then you realize life is actually just reorienting you. Sometimes we have to learn our lesson through pain so that we can learn that we don't actually have to learn our lessons through pain, because we can start listening to that voice of God, listening to that inner divinity that we all have, because, of course, as my friend said, we are the light. And then trusting that when you hear this impulse to do something that your ego says, wait, this doesn't make any sense, like starting something called Hit Talks or something else, some other project, you get these impulses. You don't have to bend the universe into the shape that you want it. You let life shape you, let life lead you. And that's when you're in a state of co-creation. So from that place, I actually left my legal position, became an author, became a spiritual guide. People come to me when they have deep, deep questions about what their karmic issues are. I get a download, I hear what they're saying, and then they have to take that and they have to incorporate that into their lives and decide, does this comport with my life, what I need? So I just want to share with you, everyone, that is, for me, the path to hope, inspiration, transformation: humility, intuition, and trust. Thank you so much, Vicky, and everyone at the Hit Talks team.
Humility, inspiration, intuition, and trust. I just added my own word in there as well. So it is a journey. It is a journey, and I loved hearing your journey. And I love when when I speak to these speakers and I have these conversations. There's only so much we can share in 8 minutes, and there's so much deepness. So maybe I'll just have to wait for guidance. We can kind of get these messages out a little bit further and spread these messages of hope, inspiration, and transformation into the new world. Because as we say, with everything that's going on, we need more new world guides into the world that are actually guiding people to really step into their own purpose and their own light. Which brings me into, when you think about new world guides and you think about people that really are making a difference in the world. Bill and I reconnected the last Hit Talks where I had a divine download saying, go and reach out to Bill. We hadn't spoken since, we hadn't fallen out or anything, don't worry, but we hadn't spoken since we were in Fiji together, like over 5 years ago. And it's amazing when connections are rekindled. And then when you hear the stories and, you have all the business acumen, but now it's following a life of passion, it's following a life of purpose, and doing it with somebody you love to change other people's lives. Is that hope, inspiration, and transformation? It is to me. So anyway, Bill, thank you so much for being back with us. And I now give you your 8 minutes, my friends.
Thank you, Vicky. Always an honor and a privilege to be working with you. And I appreciate the opportunity more than you know. Tonight, I want to talk to you about mental fitness, and I also want to give you an experience of mental fitness. And so that's my purpose for this evening. In the context of hope and transformation, and really having an opportunity to really step into this. The world has been throwing a lot of curveballs at us lately, hasn't it? It's just pretty crazy. And I will tell you that I've had the most incredible year of my life this year, despite COVID-19, despite all the challenges that have come up. And I attribute it to this thing called mental fitness. So what is mental fitness? Mental fitness is your ability to respond to life's challenges with a positive rather than a negative mindset. In the last few speakers, you've heard about light and the interconnectedness of all beings and all that's there, which is beautiful. What I want to share with you tonight is the ability to access your own internal power so that when you're feeling hijacked or negative emotions, you can immediately switch out and experience positivity. One of the things that I do is I help other speakers get ready for these types of events. And one of the biggest challenges, you have all these brilliant people in front of you tonight. And one of the most challenging things for a speaker is to be like in that place where they're neutral. Because most people are excited or they consider it nervousness. And they're like, ah! And why is that? Because we have our negative self-talk coming up. You know, we have our judge. You'll never be good enough. There's nothing you can say here that's going to matter to anyone, right? We have all kinds of negative self-talk that shows up at exactly the wrong moment. So I'm going to share with you what I do. And hopefully it supports you because this is something you can do at any time, anywhere, any place. And so, like I said, I'd like to give you the experience of mental fitness so you can do it right along with me. So there's two ways we're going to access this. The first is to take your finger and your thumb and just rub two fingers together with such fine attention to detail that you can feel the fingertip ridges as you move it back and forth. And just notice what's happening in this moment as you're rubbing two fingers together is you're dropping back into your body. You're getting out of your head and into your heart. Now, this is the tactile version. Another version you've heard, mindfulness, breathing. Just something as simple as a few key breaths allows you to take in and release. And there's so many ways to access mental fitness. But what it does for you is it allows you to get off of a negative thought and embrace a positive one. So rather than feeling nervous about public speaking, I can access my truth, that I'm here to share something that I know will resonate with people. And in the context of resonating that truth, I'm able to support other people to drop into their bodies and to understand that whatever's happening in this moment, the more I can be present to the moment, the more I can respond from a sage perspective rather than one as a saboteur. This has changed everything for me. I learned a lot of great insights from Tony Robbins, as Vicky has been sharing. We've had a great opportunity to do some great work together in Fiji. It was fun. I loved it. But there's a distinction between actually doing a transformational weekend and then the daily practices that will allow you to access this feeling and this experience anytime, anywhere. And as you start to really step into it, you realize that when somebody's angry and they're yelling at you, right? Can you stay neutral? Can you stay present? And can you really see that the person is in need of support? Tony Robbins used to say that there's only two types of communication in this world, a loving response and a cry for help. Well, I look around me today and I see a lot of cries for help. And it's really beautiful that I can stay in the space of possibility to see what someone actually needs by not getting activated myself. If someone fell overboard, right, and they needed support, well, they'd say, excuse me, would you please give me a life raft or a life preserver? No, they'd be freaking out. Rah! And this is how people are feeling right now. There's a lot of pain that people are experiencing. And so when you can do your own mental fitness and drive yourself back into your body, get out of your head and into your heart, you can be present to what's happening in the moment. And in doing that work, you're actually making the world better. Because what people want more than anything else is to feel heard. They want to know that they matter. You know that you matter. Part of you does anyway. And there's another part that's questioning your worth. Those are your saboteurs. And what we get to do is not listen to them. We can experience like you're putting a hand on a hot stove, ow, and then you're off it. And the ability to do that comes from your ability to build your mental muscles. And so as you work together in this space, what you're actually doing is you're giving a space for others to express themselves and not feel judged, but instead to feel heard and to feel validated. And think about what that would be like. Instead of having these giant gaps in the world, us, them, red, blue, right? All the distinctions here. If we're really connected to the interconnected oneness of our being, it's about really being present with other people and holding a space so they really do understand that they're being heard and that they matter. We need not think alike to love alike, right? Famous quote. And the interesting thing about that is when we live into that way, understanding that we may not agree mentally with what we are saying, but we can love alike. We can truly be in this space of possibility. So that, my friends, is what mental fitness is all about. My goal is to make mental fitness as important as physical fitness. We teach our kids physical education and spend very little time helping them take control of their minds, to quiet the negative self-talk and step into their own positive associations. And so if I can leave you with this, the act of doing mental fitness, breathing, connecting, listening, using your senses, anything to do that drops you back in your body and stay fully present, that by itself is healing the world and creating transformation, one person at a time. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Bill. Mental fitness, but what I loved, one person at a time. That's the thing. Transformation, given hope, given inspiration, one person at a time. And there's a ripple effect, isn't it? That's the thing. We are energy, aren't we? So it reminds me of the Serenity Prayer, which you can't really change anybody around you, but you have the wisdom to know that the one person that you can change is yourself. That's the short version of it. So thank you so much for sharing that, Bill. As I say, it's very much about how you do, what you do with your mind and how you put your mind into your body with this mental fitness. So yeah, I love that little exercise. And after like really already going for about 6 hours, that mental fitness I needed as well. So thank you so much. Now we are moving on to a fantastic inspirational lady who has been voted one of the top Latinos influences in the world. But on top of this as well, she has a heart and soul of giving and inspiring through her story and her journey through her autistic son. But on top of that, there's just this awe of inspiration that she just wants to give. She wants to be able to help transform people and be part of this new world, guiding people into the best versions of themselves that they can be. So Beth, thank you so much for being back with us at Hit Talks. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Thank you so much, Vicky. And Bill, you did fantastic. I really enjoyed your talk. I think it was a good tee up for what I'm about to say. You know, I think that, you know, I'm above everything that I do. And believe me, I have many hats as an activist, as a mom, as an executive, you know, in New York City, Wall Street. I am a mother, and I think my journey it starts with, my son being diagnosed with autism. And I think that, it was a news that my husband and I know each other since third grade. We're high school sweethearts. We just didn't know about it. It was a journey that kind of shook my entire life. And what happens is I learned with that experience that everybody goes through challenges, especially in 2020. But in reality, the only way of coming out of that valley is truly focusing on the resolution of the challenge. And I feel that sometimes we get caught up in the storm and we are afraid of the waves, and we forget to think about ways of, saving ourselves, ways of moving forward. And that sets everything back. If you only focus on the problem that you're facing, but you don't look for ways of resolving, you'll never get out of it. You're always going to feel, for example, the victim. When that happened to us, I didn't ask, and a lot of people, are surprised with, oh my God, this is happening to me. I actually said, you know what, it happened to me, and I'm going to focus about, in ways in which I could improve the situation that my son is in. So fast forward, that ability to focus on finding issues led me to, start very small in my career as an activist, as president of the Special Parents Association in my town, working with elected officials to create programs for our children, like the Special Olympic swim team. We just built a $785,000 inclusive park this year in the midst of the pandemic for our children to be able to play. We have done tremendous work. We just, that has helped not just my son, but other families within the same situation. And the reality is that when you are able to channel those challenges, the pain that you're feeling, the confusion that is spinning your world, and you are able to spin it in a different way, not only do you find solutions for you, but you are able to find solutions for everyone else in the community. I often said, you don't need money, you don't need influence, you don't need to be an elected officials to make a difference. You could start very small. For example, during the pandemic, during this challenging time, I got the opportunity to co-found with our mayor in my town a group called FLAG, and it was to feed frontline workers. We fed about 12,000 frontline workers. We raised about $100,000. So I think that I could have been very anxious. I could have, I can't go to work in the city. I always, every day I travel to work. I can no longer do that. So I could choose to be depressed, or I could choose to find ways of helping through the challenging time. And again, I focus on how can I help improve the situation that we're going through. And we did that. We fed hospitals, frontline workers, firefighters, first responders, and we were able to also keep in business 20 restaurants, okay? So again, focus on resolving the issue. Trust that while you are in the storm that you're feeling or you're going through, that you will come out the other side of the storm victorious. It's important that you keep your faith. Now, the other thing that I wanted to share with you is this. When my son, we were faced with this diagnosis, right? I was angry at the beginning. I couldn't understand. He also had a eating disorder, and I was really angry. I couldn't do a lot of stuff. I couldn't do my activities because everything had to be around him. When I changed that feeling of anger and I started to feel compassion for him, empathy. I found ways of discovering his gift in the midst of any situation that you're going through. I'm here to tell you that you have a gift, and that gift was given to you by this higher force before you were born. So it is your job. It's that little voice that you hear every day that says to you, get up, don't give up. You were born to do X. And sometimes we don't listen to that little voice. Well, that is your gift. And when I was able to identify the gift for my son at 13 years old, sometimes that gift is really evident, especially in, children with autism. It could be that they're very good at music, singing, or painting. For him was, memory. I unlocked his power. So today I want you to think about what it is that the gift that is in you, that little voice that keeps talking, unlock that seed was given to you for you to strive and to never give up. Use your feminine power. Use the power that was given to you to do good without expectations. To use that experience to do more, not for you, but for others, from your heart, without expectations. Now, resilience, love, determination, hope, faith, those are the qualities that I want you to keep in your mind every day and repeat every day. Resilient, love, determination, hope, and faith, even in the darkest moments, okay, that you're going through, know this: you'll come out the other way victorious. Even in the darkest moment, I'm in the US and everybody understands what we just went through. I realized that at the end, love, goodness, compassion, kindness succeed. It comes out the other way victorious. Darkness can happen for a while, but in the end, it never prevails. So keep your heart pure. Always do everything that you are doing, helping people, or even your job, with good intention. And never, ever try to prove your worth or your value to others, because you'll never succeed. What I'm trying to say is this: everything that I do it from my heart. And sometimes someone else may never perceive what I do as 100%. But I know that 30% they're interpreting as 30%, I do it as 100% with all my heart. So as long as you know who you are, as long as you know your value, as long as you know who you are, nobody can take that away from you. So at the end of the day, happiness, love, compassion,
thank you.
Resilience,
Follow
and
your heart, and
that I want to
that
leave
is
for
the
you
thing.
today.
If you just don't give up, follow your gift. Don't give up and follow your heart. That is your journey. That is your destiny. And how we all do it is going to be different to every single person. Kindness and compassion. You know, everyone that's speaking, I'm even making notes here thinking, oh my gosh, I can turn this. Yes, maybe I should turn it into a Hit Talks book. You never know, eh? With all of these amazing inspirational messages of hope, inspiration, and transformation. So thank you so much for sharing with us, Beth. And when we talk about hope, inspiration, and transformation, I also want to talk about relationships as well, before we go on to the next speaker, because have you noticed that these next speakers that are coming in, and a few previous speakers from Venezuela and from the Latino community, because my soul sister Veronica Sosa and Elena Sotomayor and many people that are in my field who are amazing goddesses, when we're on a mission together collectively, and that's just some of the names, to actually make a difference in the world, then we can make magic happen together in alliance. And when I met Englatina, again, it was just like a soul connection at first speaking. And being the UN ambassador for peace, I love that title. I think that's right. I can't really see my screen. UN ambassador for peace, but also to inspire girls, the next generation. But there is so much more about her, about being a fashion model and an actress, but literally her soul literally oozes inspiring young women all over the world. So I now give you your 8 minutes, Englatina, and thank you so much for being here.
Hola, buenas noches. Good evening, everybody. No, thank you, Vicky, for this great introduction and putting together, as you say, relations, connections. We are all so connected, and the fastest we realize that, the better we can achieve and excel and heal. Overall, is about sharing stories. No, it's about also healing and that togetherness and that connectivity. I am so very happy to be spending this 8 minutes today here of inspiring and connecting to all of the audience and all of the speakers. This evening, we're live from Miami and here in the Latino country of the United States of America. Before I start, a little bit about how I envision this connectivity and how we can all need to realize how powerful we are when we connect, and that we are all connected to a broader ecosystem. I want to tell you a little bit about my story. I was born, as Vicky was saying, in Venezuela, in Caracas, Venezuela. I grew up in the middle of the Venezuelan jungle, in the Amazon, in the heart of the Amazon jungle. And growing up there in that vast nature gave me three main big lessons that I think are worth sharing. And it's a little bit of what has brought me in this journey here today to be with you. One, it's the humility to understand that we are all connected to a bigger spectrum of things, to the smallest microorganism. And that humility help us understand that we're not in an era of I, that individualistic fantasy is not letting us progress as much as we can and we should be doing. The second main lesson that it taught me was the joy of serving. When you find your purpose, that it's what we're all here to do, that calling, that authenticity, to have that talk with yourself and figure out what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, you become a being of service. And that's our main purpose. That is a overwhelming joy that we feel. And that's a satisfaction that keeps all those demons and the voices that we need to silence to stay connected and to reinforce that we're unique and we have a unique purpose, but we all play together as a common, we share that common goal. And the third one, and most importantly, that I take, and I don't measure them really in levels of importance, but this one was the power and the empowerment of being a woman. The Amazon is named after the warriors of the Homeric chants of these Greek warriors, and it taught me growing up there that really those qualities of strength, of being fighters, of empathy, of kindness, of collaborations are not given to you or by gender. They are given to you by the human quality. And so you should never let or hold yourself back because of a race, of gender, or the place you were born, or the language you speak. So with those three main things, you know, my mother will tell me stories every night that we were in the Amazons. There was no electricity, so the entertainment was storytelling as we're here today. And I want to share this story that she always reminds me, and it's about when we don't feel connected and we stay in that era of I and my iPhone and my iPad and this idea as an individual, we are a colony. We lose our connection to our survival instinct. And for me, I learned that survival instinct in that ecosystem of the Amazons. But growing up, then living in big cities, and I see oftenly in young kids that maybe the concrete or the structures and that lack of interaction with nature perhaps makes them lose that connection of the togetherness, of that power of togetherness. So this is the story of a little girl that my mom would always tell me, and she was in the middle of this horrible, terrible winter in Russia, and she was all alone, and she only had a matchbox, and she tried to sell the matchbox, and she stayed on a corner, and she stands still on that corner, and people walk by her and ignore her, did not notice her. She tried to sell one match, the matchbox, hopefully, and by the time that it started getting darker, she started losing hope, and it was getting really cold, and she was freezing. Nobody was paying attention. She decided to light a match, and when she lit this match, she went into this dream and this fantasy of that she was entering this room, and she saw this fireplace, and she was about to put her fingers, and she was feeling the warmth of the fireplace, and then the match died, and she saw herself back again in that little corner. People were completely ignoring her, and she was freezing. By this time already her fingers were turning blue, her nose was about to fall off, and she decides to turn this other match on, and she turns this match, and she was starving, and she goes back into her fantasy and sees the fireplace, feels the warmth, and sees this banquet of food, and there's turkey and lots and tons of food, and she's about to grab a turkey leg, and the match again ran out and died, and she wakes up again with little energy in this lonely place, freezing to death. She's starving, she's freezing, she has no energy, and she decides to light this last match. And then when she lit the match, she found herself again near the fireplace, sees her grandmother in the rocking chair, and goes to her grandmother and feels the warmth of her grandmother's arms. And as the match died, this girl was dead, frozen in this corner. This girl has lost her instinct of survival. If she had her survival instinct, she would have moved, she would have changed places. Always remind to add people into your life, or surround yourself with people in your life that notice you, that enhance you, that adds you. You can make those choices, because again, as an individual, as standing alone, you will never survive. We will not survive if we don't find that connection, if we don't, again, the power of togetherness. Those are my main lessons that I learned back in the Amazon, and how to connect back to that instinct. For us out there that are living in a fast lane life and in concrete, we'll always have to find that connection by tapping and checking with each other, checking with ourselves, by breathing, by, how am I feeling? How is this things around me making me feel? And then finding your purpose and write down your weaknesses, your strength. Don't be shy of writing your weaknesses. It takes a lot of courage to know how to ask for help and when to ask for help, because again, we're here together, we're all connected, and we're here to help each other and to be of service. Finding that purpose, because we cannot be all good at everything. We need to be aware of what we're good at, and really, create our team of where are my weaknesses, and bring together those people that will add you, and that will be able to, where you fail, they will actually enhance you or support you and make you go further, excelling with a positive attitude. Always, you have to understand that joy when you're serving, when you find your purpose, when you have your identity, that gives you that enthusiasm. So we can never give up, and that's why ultimately I have, for me, life is like a soccer game. It's about teamwork, and that's why I created Goleadoras, which is a foundation that is dedicated to empower and enhance that feminine magic in teams, in everybody, girls or boys, wherever you are. We all play a part in this big spectrum of life, of nature, of the world and the planet, and the miracle that is life. So finding your purpose, understanding which is your strength. Don't be shy with your
Togetherness, the power of togetherness. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the power of togetherness. And that's the thing. We can walk slowly alone, or we can stride together and make a difference. I used to love the word togetherness, used to use it all the time, but the message that's been given to me, and it's Veronica and I were talking about it, it's the alliance of togetherness. And as you mentioned, it's about, I wrote it down, the qualities of strength, and notice what enhances you and who enhances you. That's the thing. It's bringing the people together that actually enhance you and enhance what your purpose is, and vice versa. Togetherness with alliance for the new world. Yes, I love it. Thank you so much, my love. And when we talk about togetherness and we talk about alliances, we're going again now we're going from Venezuela to a lovely Argentinian lady who has the purpose and has the vision and has the mission to bring her incredible abilities. She's like, I would say the brain inside of her head should be this big, because she is just like strategy and innovation, and you speak to her and her visions and her missions of what she wants to do, but you can feel it from her soul as well, because it's all about leading the next generation. It's all about bringing technology. It's about bringing it all together. And I just feel every single person that comes into Hit Talks, every single person that comes into this vibration, this field, is there for the new world, there to make a difference. So thank you, Ariana, for being with us so much. And I now give you your 8 minutes, my love.
Amazing. I already got my, you can go now, but that was purposeful. Silence, it can be so scary. One of the main sentences this year has been, hey, you're on mute. Like something's like absolutely wrong, right? Because for some reason we all need to fill in the gap of silence. Why? I mean, silence is beautiful. The problem of silence is that silence is beautiful as long as we can choose to be silent. That was a little social experiment. I wanted to see how many seconds would take for someone to say, hey, you should go speak. 20 seconds. Some 15, 20 years ago, someone came to me and said, with that accent, you're not gonna get far. I can still remember those words. I can close my eyes and hear the vibration of that voice telling me that with this accent, I wouldn't make it far. And look where I am today. But that's the problem. The problem is not understanding that an accent is not necessarily how you speak, right? It's not how you pronounce your words. I mean, when that person told me that with this accent, I wouldn't make it very far, I thought that he knew best. He was my boss. He was in this powerful position. I was an immigrant, he was a local. Of course, he knew best. He had the ability to silence me. That silence was not a beautiful silence. I was scared. I started to become very self-conscious. Silence can be very scary. Until one day I moved to another job, and there was this lady that everyone was afraid of. She was one of those like clients that people like just think that they're mean, right? Because they are just open and they share their thoughts without like the need to be politically correct. They're just like, you know, these like open minds and hearts that just like speak their minds. And everyone was afraid of like me presenting because they knew my content was spot on. The content was great. But they knew that I had this thing about like presenting, you know, I basically was on mute. The presentation was over the phone. So the presentation started, and as I start talking, the client goes on silence. And then the entire room freaked out, like something really wrong probably just happened. And she came back and said to me, I'll never forget, "Oh, who's that? I love that accent." It was such a pivotal time in my life. It was that inflection point that brought me back, gave me my voice back. And since that day, I became unstoppable. But that's the point. The point is that your accent is not really how you speak. Yes, it's everything, of course. It's my language, it's my body language, it's the words that I say, but it's how I behave. It's what I do. You know, it's how I care about others, how I care about my job. It's that accent that you put onto things. And it's also your voice. Because like all the time that we share that idea or that like reference of like, you know, it's your accent, it's like your DNA. And yeah, it's like your DNA, but did you know that your voice as well is as unique as your DNA? That there are no two voices that are the same in the entire world? That our voices are unique? Think about that and how powerful that is. And it's powerful just because our voices, if that's the case, is what makes us different. And different is beautiful. Different is absolutely beautiful. I just took note of what Eglantina said. She said her mother told her, don't hold back because of the language that you speak. Of course not. The fact that I have an accent means that at least I speak another language. Just go with your accent. My invitation here today is, if you have the power to be silent, don't be afraid of it. Silence can be beautiful as long as it's, you know, your choice. But go and embrace that thing that's your accent, that's your voice, that makes you so different. Because that's how we stand out. Who wants to be the same? So that's my invitation. My invitation to all of us is to understand that there is no other thing than our own persona, our voices, our way of doing things, and our freedom to choose when to silence. So to that end, I have no idea how much time I have left, but I'm going to choose to go on silence until Vicky jumps in. And I'm going to try to be as confident as I can, because I know how hard and how uncomfortable silence make everyone around us, to a point where I cannot hear you. You are all on mute. So think about that. And this environment in particular that has put us in a place where we are actually speaking to ourselves. That's what, you know, this COVID has done to us. We are always talking to our mirrors. That never happened before. We used to see people reacting to us talking. Now you're in silence and I cannot read you, I cannot feel you. So I'm going to go in silence with my eyes open, because meditation and silence with your eyes closed, that's a bit easier actually. But I'm going to go on, I'm going to feel like very confident of just like looking at the camera and thinking and trying to picture all of you looking at the camera and thinking about this conversation. Nice meeting you all.
Well, I was going to be a bit naughty then, and I was going to think, oh, let's just keep the silence there and we'll just let it keep going for another 20 minutes and see how long that takes. But thank you for sharing that story, because it's our accent is part of us, isn't it? And I'm just so pleased I can speak 3 languages. So, you know, I'm around all these bilingual people. So I can speak English, I can speak American, and I can speak Australian. You know, and that's what I say. I'm just like so grateful that I can also speak 3 languages. No, but I am meant to be learning Spanish, and it won't be very long. It won't be very long, but it's part of you, and it's belief, and it's trust, and it's the confidence to actually be who we are. And this is what you're doing, and this is what you're doing in the world to inspire so many people. So Thank you. Hope, inspiration, and transformation all the way around the world. Which, when we talk about going all the way around the world, we're going to Miami now because Oscar, oh my gosh, I'm not even going to say anything about Oscar. I'm just going to let Oscar come on, I think, because his energy and his enthusiasm of transforming and inspiring people is just, well, it's just energetic. It's just magnetizing. So I'm not usually lost for words, but when I invited Oscar onto the last Hit Talk, I was just dumbfounded in a good way. So I'm going to leave it now, and I would like to thank you, Oscar, for being part of Hit Talks for your second time. And I now give you your 8 minutes to share your hope, inspiration, and transformation, and your energy with our audience.
Thank you very much, Vicky, and I just really want to appreciate being here tonight. This is amazing. Coming tonight to talk about your talent and your superpower. Nowadays, everybody, we got a lot of restrictions, right? You cannot do this, you cannot go out, you got the lockdown, so you got a lot of restrictions. But you know what? Through the times, obviously, I lost the hair through the process, but now what happens is that you need to discover your talent. I know my talent. It's very high up here, but I know that you have a talent also, like the previous two ladies and all the 48 speakers over here, and you, Vicky. All of us, we got a talent that you gotta discover. And that makes us equal. All of us, we can share our talents, our superpowers. My question is, what is your talent? We can use silence. We can use talking. We can use a mask, but your talent is unique. What is your talent? I've seen so many people that waste their life without discovering their talent. You gotta be proud of yourself, of who you are. My previous speaker was talking about your accent. And that's true. We all got one, and we are united just in the same war. And some of us, we are up in the space station. Have you thought about that? They're watching us. Maybe they wanted to be here. Maybe they want to listen to this also. The amazing thing is that you got a talent, and your talent, once you discover that, you gotta embrace it, you gotta work with it, and you gotta share it. Share your talent. And nowadays, everything is about, Instagram and social media. So my question to you is, what is your hashtag tonight? What are you proud of? My invitation is, you know what? Hashtag no drama. Discover your talent. You know who you are. You know what you got. So now you gotta discover your talent. It's simple. You know what? Tonight, I usually wear a tie and a suit. And today I'm wearing my shirt that says I'm 100% Hispanic, 100% American, and 100% proud of what I do. This is me. There is no way to be a different person. But my question is, who are you? What is your talent? And nowadays, we got the possibility to share, to spread the love, and to serve others through your talent, through your accent, through your meditation, through your book, through your work, through internet. Yes, we will be together again. There is no doubt. But now you gotta take this time to grow, to share, to talk. That's why so many years ago, almost 20 years ago, my family and me all embraced together the challenge of sharing the knowledge, sharing and building a school for immigrants in the States, just to receive all those people that came with all those dreams. Some of them, they got a lot of drama, but now we talk with them every single day, telling them that, you know what, you got the opportunity, you got a talent. I want to know what is your talent. Now you got 48 speakers over here that you can contact, and you can meditate 8 minutes at a time, and you can now discover your talent. You got to be proud of who you are. And what is your hashtag? Some of us, we are sitting hours and hours through a Zoom meeting and different meetings online, and we are hoping to see each other one day. Hope is the first word that Vicky is teaching us over here. Then inspiration. We're gonna inspire, right? We're gonna inspire others. And then the transformation. That is why it's called Hit Talk. Now, if you got 8 minutes to talk with Vicky, with me, or with anybody else, what would you say from your heart? What is your talent? You gotta be proud. Be proud of who you are. Now, stand up. I know it could be very late or very early in the morning, different parts of the world, but stand up. Breathe and feel your superpower, your challenge. Hashtag no drama, please. 2020, there was enough drama, and now hashtag no drama. What is your hashtag today? What is your hashtag? The one that you're gonna use right now, the one that you're gonna take a cell phone and make a picture of you watching this and say hashtag no drama. There is a possibility, like in a heartbeat, to change your world and your life right now. You have listened to the other speakers. God is with you. The universe is with you. You got the power, but yes, you got the power when you use it. God gave you a power. And I know that you got a superpower. Each of us are like the superheroes. The next generation is watching us. You think they are not? Yes, they are. So if you have a son or a nephew or a grandkid that you send to school to have an A every single day or 100%, now you gotta give your 100%. You gotta be the 100% of everything. Nature gives 100% of everything until it dies. So tonight, I want to invite you to use your superpower. Share with Vicky, share with me, share with any speaker. I would love to know what is your superpower. My name is Oscar Morales Jr. I'm here to serve you, and I'm here to help humanity. I pray every single day for humanity, so we can have more love, peace, and we can share and spread it like Vic is doing over here with her Hit Talks. God bless you, and be proud of who you are 100% of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oscar. 100% proud. Yes, definitely. Remember who you are, and remember who you are with no drama. And go back to some of the speakers previously when we were talking about masks, and it was Preet who was just saying about hiding behind masks mentally and then physically, because sometimes we, and I use the collective we, are not really proud of who we are because there's fear and there's judgment. But as Oscar said, in an environment like Hit Talks, in an environment of the new world, when you're supported by New World Guides and you're supported where people really are, really just through the whole inspirational frequency. God, you can tell I've been talking for 6 hours already, can't you? The inspirational frequency, that we're able to use our talents, we're able to use our love and our inspirations. So blah, 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 blah. So when I'm going blah, 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 that means we're going back into another Spanish speaker because we have so many amazing Hispanic people throughout the world, but also a very, very fundamental part of Hit Talks and who we are. And Yvonne has been with us before, and she's just a bubble of light. She's a ball of light. She's another one of these light workers who is actually started to take her spiritual journey over and above, again, like very many of us, from the corporate world, from chasing the money, chasing the wealth, and then realizing there is something more, knowing there's more hope out there, knowing that you can inspire and transform people more. But it's not just about other people, it's about yourself. And that is what Yvonne has been doing. So thank you, my love, for actually being with us at Hit Talks. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Hola, 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 no vengan solo. Hola, 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 ven con tu amor. Hola, 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 no estén tan solo. Hola, 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 ven con tu amor. Good evening, mi gente. Thank you so much, Vicky, for having me again and inviting me to play with you all. You probably all wonder what that song meant. And that's a song that I used to sing when I was a child in some Spanish movie, a very famous singer that it was called Marisol. And she was like 9 years old, and she would come to this show singing, hola, 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 hola. And basically what it means is, hello, hello, hello. Don't be alone. Come and be with your love. And that's exactly what it came to me just a few minutes a while ago, because I was waiting and I wasn't sure what I wanted to talk about. You guys are also extraordinary speaker. We are all sharing so many commonalities and similarities of our life experience. And we all have that one thing in common, which is that we are that love. So if there's something that I would like to leave you, that I could inspire you, or aspire you to inspire to live a purpose-driven life, is to honor that essence within, which is just, that's it, love. No hay más nada que buscar. There's nothing else to search for. It's the love with them. When you show up present in life, to the game of life, that chess game that you're gonna play, every single move that you are making in that table has to come from a place that is free of pain, free of suffering, that you're coming to show up present in every moment and give yourself like the image and liking of that universe creation within you. So you can give the quality of present to that person, that perhaps you can touch their heart or inspire them to be of service to humanity. And many people ask me all the time, Ibombo, how can I get there? How can I find that source of bliss and joy that you always seems to be so bubbling about? And I'm talking about what the spirit is effervescent, is young, is here, is now, is free of pain, is free of suffering, it doesn't hold back, dwelling in whatever happened to you in the life experience from yesterday or a few minutes ago, or whatever is it that is occupying your mind, that is robbing you from this precious time for you to be here now present and be together with us and playing this game of life. In when you're embracing the spirit, the universal intelligence, but intelligence design, listen to this, you are created and the image I'm liking by intelligence designs of the universe. You know what that means? That as the vast and glory and spectacular the universe is, so you are the stardust. You are the little sprinkle of faith and love and hope, inspiration and transformation that the world needs. So while you are twiddling your thumb, waiting for someone to come and rescue you, to give you or help you manifest all your heart desires, you're waiting for the eureka moment that you are. You are the moment that you're waiting for. All you have to do is just open your heart, surrender. You get up in the morning, you see yourself breathing. You go brush your teeth, excuse me, sorry, your teeth. And you're gonna say, I'm still here, bring it on. I am here to serve. That's our purpose in life. As silly and corny as it sounds, and maybe in our self-centered, self-absorbed, self-centric mode, in our ego, we say, serve humanity. Yes, that's right. That's what you're here. That's what I'm here. That's why we're all here. We're here to serve humanity, to show up present in life, to give you your love, your present. Because when you really embrace that moment, when you embody the spirit of the universal intelligent by design, like you are created, that's when you're going to have the universe in your fingertips, and you're going to be able to create the life that you want from here. Because this is your CIA, your FBI, your center information processing, is your imagination, your thoughts that you cultivate, the thoughts that you create is exactly the life that is going to be surrounding you, around you. So that's why it's so important that you have to make a choice every day and say, do I want to experience this very same moment that I'm awake, that I'm breathing? Do I want to experience life from a place of suffering? For all the life stories that perhaps I have not been able to obtain or achieve in my life because of whatever have been the circumstances. Just surrender to accept that what is, all is well as it is. That you have the ability by switching the thinking, if your mind changing, the shift in your mind with your thoughts and aligning with your heart, and you will directly be aligned and connecting to your spiritual and divine guidance of the universe. Whoever you call God, whoever is that spiritual divine presence that you feel within your heart, that your mind, in your ego, in your human condition calls it be God or this universal presence. Even if you don't believe, we do know, we believe that we come or we have something more greater than we could ever process in the human condition. This is just a vessel. Our intelligence is vast, is great, greater than you could ever imagine that the universe is made of. And you're one of those stars. You're one of those little, those stars. And that's what you are. Just believe that you were creating the image of that beautiful spirit, or that love that you see in a child, on the love that you feel from your pet, your dog, when they look at you with those beautiful eyes looking at you like there's nothing else in the world but you. That's exactly who you are. And that's exactly how you need to be looking at the world, through your eyes around you. And whenever you're in the presence of another human being, another living species, you just revere that presence, you honor that presence, you acknowledge the divine presence of that being in front of you, because that's the same unity, we're the same spirit, we're one, we're just this creation, powerful creation of love. And not only that, if you guys will only know how powerful you are, how with your mind, when you liberate your mind of all your pain, suffering, bias and prejudice, you become that superhero that Oscar was talking about. We are all superheroes. I believe this. I embody it. And I know half of the time this bubbly, no, Yvonne is crazy. No. The spirit, that universal intelligence is youthful, is effervescent, and is vibrating, and is vivacious. And it wants to give you exactly what you want, and it wants to play with you. The question is, how awake are you that you're able to feel when the universal guidance of the divine presence is guiding you through all those miracles, synchronicities that you guys call it, that they are coincident, but in reality, they are not. That's the divine speaking to you. Those are your checkpoints in where you need to say, thank you, I receive it, I'm ready, guide me. Open your heart, drop everything that is no longer serve you, and show up present in life to come and play this game of chess. So you can always say, jaque mate, chessmate. That's the game of life. Just show up present and playful out. And I hope that with this 8 minutes talk, I'm able to aspire you to inspire, and I can set your heart on fire so you can find your way to live a purpose-driven life. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, you guys. I love you all. Keep on helping humanity. Go Biden and Harris. Watch out, we're coming to bring nothing but love. Nothing but love. So thank you, Vicky. Namaste.
Namaste. And as you were talking and you were saying about look into the animal's eyes and see the magic inside. Let me smell my little animal look. So he's been on stage a few times tonight, but this is what my husband bought me. My little shiny unicorn was my lucky mascot for this mammoth 8 hours. And we are literally 6 hours in, and it's been absolutely amazing. Some amazing stories of transformation. And yes, we are the stars, aren't we? The stars that we choose to be. And when we choose to be a shining, bright star, maybe we think, oh, I should have done this a lot earlier. Why didn't I become a bright, shiny star like 20 years ago or 40 years ago or however many years ago? Why did it just happen now? Because everything happens for a reason. And just like this amazing man who's joined us now, who is one of the modern day sages, again, very much like my past, and very many of the speakers decided to give up a corporate career. But this gentleman is just reams and reams above. I'm not saying, okay, Vicky, okay, reams and reams and reams above. I'm going to use the word above the word enlightenment. See, Alan, your inspiration has even taken me off my path. And that doesn't usually happen. I'm never usually lost for words. But after meeting you and after speaking with people that have actually been mentored by you and this community that you surround yourself in as well, for what you do in the world, as well as spreading love, inspiration and transformation with your spiritual MBA, then the new world needs people like Alan. The new world needs people like all the speakers that we've had here on Hit Talks, with the heart and the desire to spread hope, inspiration, transformation, love, and of course, change. Lost for words, and I'm sure I've gone over time, so sorry, team. But now, please put Alan to give him his 8 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alan Shelton, and welcome to my little office here. I'm on the big island of Hawaii. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. I thought I'd start out with a little story. I stole it from The West Wing, which was a thing on TV years ago. And it turns out that there was a man, and he had fallen into a hole in an urban city in a big space. And from the bottom of his hole, he could look up and he could barely see the grate on the sidewalk above, but he could see the people walking by. And he needed help out of the hole. And so what he said, he started to call up above, and he said, help me, can somebody please help me? As he was calling out, it turned out that a priest came by. As a priest came by, he looked down in the hole and he said, oh yeah, let me help you out. He took out his pen and his paper and he wrote down a little prayer. Ripped the prayer off of his little slot and threw it down the hole. Now you can imagine the man in the hole. There he sat with this little prayer and thinking to himself, wait a minute, I'm still in the hole. So he started to call out again, and as luck would have it, the next one that came along was a doctor. And the doctor said, he said, help me. And the doctor said, no problem. I do this all day long. And he pulled out his prescription pad and he wrote him out a prescription and he threw it down in the hole. And the man said, oh my goodness. He says, here I am in the middle of a hole and I got 2 pieces of paper, a prayer and a prescription. I don't think this is going to get it done. Well, as luck would have it, the third man that he called out to that was walking by is a very close friend of his. He said, help me. I'm in this hole. I need to get out. And all of a sudden his friend said, oh, there you are. And he jumped in the hole. Now that was a really great thing. The only problem was that he looked at it and he said, oh my goodness. He said, now you're in the hole with me. What in the world are we going to do? And his friend looked at him with a big smile and he says, don't worry about it. I got you covered. He says, you know what? I've been in this hole before and I know the way out. What I do in life, if everybody wants to know, is I speak to the way out. What is the spiritual journey? You see, the spiritual journey is a function of a mistaken identity. We arrive on this earth, we're beautifully manifested as pure consciousness. And then we're handed a story, and we call that your story identity. And we start to believe that we're things like separate, or that we have autonomous control of our own story. And the reality is that all we simply are conduits for consciousness to express itself through. When you feel the love and the inspiration and all of those wonderful things, that's not Alan doing anything. That's just Alan being animated by consciousness, because that's really all that there is. Now, when I would do my work in the corporate world, what I noticed was that we all thought presence was where the action was. You see, when you were in the presence of a great leader, man or woman, you could feel it. You knew what presence was. That it was right there. And so I began to understand that. And I began to help people actually move towards that. And at a certain point, I ended up in that hole. I call it the seeker's hole, by the way. I repurposed the title of the West Wing story. And I ended up being in such a place that I went off to India and I spent time with the sages. I was with Osho, and then the Ramana Maharshi, Nisargadatta, Ramesh Balsekar clan. And what I began to recognize is that human development and presence are exactly the same thing in the corporate world as they are in any world. That the spiritual journey was exactly what I had been teaching, only we took it a bit further. Because you see, in the corporate world, we believe we are that story identity. So when we feel presence, we actually think it's me that's doing that, rather than understanding that it's just consciousness living itself through me. And so what I do in today's world and what my life is about is simply hand-holding those folks that have found themselves in this seeker's hole. And they're saying to themselves, I know there's something wrong. What's wrong? And what you find out is that the spiritual journey is about reclaiming the original myth that you really were. You see, Joseph Campbell would talk about that. He would say, hey, listen, when you come, you are a story in consciousness ready to express itself. Now, the part that he didn't talk about, or he did actually, was all of the conditioning that then follows to make you into your story identity. So your original myth, the thing that you came here and you were meant to do, and the original identity, and the original myth and the story identity, those two things don't always match. And when they don't, you become a seeker. You're in the seeker's hole. And so basically, the entirety of what the spiritual journey is about is recognizing that the story that you think you are gets in the way of the story that you really are. And when somebody awakens, we always say, hey, welcome home. You came home. Why? Well, you're not really anything different. You've returned to what you always were and what you were always intended to be. That's the secret to the spiritual journey. And so I spend my time having satsangs. I spend my time, especially with corporate people. The one thing I noticed in my own world, and I've worked for a lot of the big brands. You can see I got my Vans shirt on today, and I've worked for Vans and Nike and Marriott and Boeing and all of these wonderful brand companies, where story is what drives the action. Because you see, a story is a story. And in that world, I know that resources a lot of times are difficult to find. Who speaks about the spiritual journey? You see, the word spiritual itself sometimes has become a word we're afraid to use or we don't use. And so all I've really done is I've taken a lifetime of reputation where people understand that I performed in that world in such a way, and I dare to use the word spiritual, and I dare to use the word journey, and I dare to tell you that if you relax and find yourself in consciousness itself, that it will nest you and it will manifest you in exactly the way that you should and will be manifested. It's the perfect thing, and it's the perfect storm. So remember, all you are is consciousness. The story that lives on top of you, that's interesting. All you really are is a drop-in, you see. At about 2 or 2.5 years old, they told you, oh, this is who you are. And then they told you this is the way to live your story. And we've lived, most of us, a whole lifetime believing that's the case. But underneath that has always, always lived the consciousness that you really are. And when it comes to inspiration, and it comes to all of those things, you can tell my superpower happens to be intensity. So when you talk to me, it's going to be intense. I'm going to be loud. I usually knock furniture over in the room and do all of those things. You see, the original myth story shows up in any way that it can. But what comes with it is love and the recognition that what you are is what everybody else already is as well. All you are is consciousness. I am you. You are me. And that would be my message for today. Thank you, Vicky, for having me. It was a wonderful opportunity. I had to laugh when they asked if I could do this in 8 minutes. I did it. I will see you all later. Bye.
I had to laugh as well. 8 minutes, absolutely perfectly on time. And it's like many people say, how on earth am I going to get what I need to say in 8 minutes? But as we heard from J.W. Wilson earlier on, it's how the brain works. We listen to you for 8 minutes, but really we have just got snippets of wisdom of at least 40 minutes. So thank you so much. A seeker's hole. How many of us watching this have actually felt ourselves or feel that we're in a seeker's hole, seeking something outside of ourselves? Maybe a question to ask. Can we just sit ourselves in the place of love, sit ourselves in a place of awareness? Many questions that we need to ask ourselves. But it all leads back to love, and it all leads back, as Alan said, is that we are one. Togetherness and alliance, as we've been saying throughout the whole of this episode, these mammoth episodes. Correct, we're on the 7th hour. This is fantastic. Which takes me now to somebody who has been, again, another inspiration to many people all over the world. As I've said in the previous editions and the previous episodes, and even earlier on through this mammoth live stream, is that the whole of Hit Talks is also created around the energies of the ancient Mayan calendar, the sacred calendar. And Cullinan is just somebody who's written Vicky, English, please. Cullinan is somebody that has written many books on the Mayan astrology, wanting to know a little bit more about it, but also a PhD in biology, I think, from Stockholm. I'm not even reading your bio here, Carl, it's just from memory because we speak so often. But he's just a sponge of knowledge, and he just educates. He's speaking in many countries over the world. I think it's like 25, written 7 books in 14 languages, all these amazing things to inspire people all over the world. And I always love listening to you, Carl, and so thank you for coming back to Hit Talks. God, I've been talking for 7 hours. Coming back to Hit Talks, and I now give you your 8 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, you know, I've heard it discussed, you know, our spiritual past. And sometimes I wonder, really, you know, we have this intention of developing ourselves spiritually, as we say. Usually when we hear that, we think of following some kind of an ideal or some kind of a set of rules that somebody has made up for what it is to be spiritual. And something I'd like to point out is that those rules, those concepts of what it is to be spiritual is not necessarily consistent with the cosmic plan for the evolution of consciousness. So for instance, you know, something I come to think of, I've read about men in India that have been standing with their arms raised for 20 years. And, you know, it's very impressive. I could not do that. In other words, they never take their arms down. And in India, they're considered as highly spiritual people, saints even, because they're able to do that. Now, another question though is, even if, you know, you could call that spiritual, another question is that really something that serves the cosmic plan? In my own opinion, it really isn't. You know, yes, you know, I give it the person who does that kind of thing the credit of being able to stand with the arms raised for 30 years or 20 years or whatever it is. Many things like that you know, are considered highly spiritual. But then again, is this really consistent with the cosmic plan? And when it comes to the cosmic plan, it's really based on the evolution of consciousness. But then, just the fact that we're using the word evolution of consciousness means that even if, there is such a thing as consciousness that has always been expressed and is now being expressed through us, that consciousness has not been the same, because consciousness has evolved. And there is a very specific plan, a series of steps, evolutionary quantum leaps that really accounts for the evolution of consciousness. And so true spirituality, and maybe we shouldn't even use that word, but true adherence to the cosmic plan is about climbing these steps, because these are steps that have been preset, you might say, preordained or predetermined according to a cosmic plan of us. And to the best of my knowledge, the best way of going about that is really to study the Mayan calendar. And the Mayan calendar is different from other calendars. It's different from other concepts of time, other concepts of evolution. It's not about just a cyclical processes constantly repeating itself. It's not just following a straight line where you are narrowly going more and more in the direction of a specific spiritual evolution. It's actually a series of quantum steps where each of these quantum steps endows you, to the extent that you embody it, endows you with a particular kind of creativity, but also perception of the divine reality. In other words, the perception that humanity has had on these different quantum steps of the divine, of the source of spirituality, has not been the same. And so I'm coming back to this a little bit silly example of the Indian guy who's raising his hand for 30 years. I would suggest that that's something that came out of a tradition, a Vedic tradition that was basically seeded 2,500 years ago. And it actually belongs to a level of a relationship to the divine that is not at the top of the pyramid. It's not at the 9th level. Rather, it is at the 6th level. It's about presenting something that makes you feel that in the eyes of the divine, you're being spiritual. Now, this has the fact that these different steps in the evolution of consciousness, that they have different frames of consciousness, is consequential. And so what might have seemed 2,500 years ago in the Vedic culture as being highly spiritual may not at all be what we should be called to, or what we should listen to today. And just basically, as most people will know, most of the 5,000 years of the long count of the Maya, the 5,000 years of the 6th wave, which is identical to the Kali Yuga, most of that time has been a time of very much dominance, cruelty, and very, very separating relationships between human beings. And for that reason, I would question everything, every kind of an ideal that goes back to that particular frame of consciousness as a guiding tool for us to look into the future and what we are supposed to become. Now, it's a complex mixture of our consciousness, I should say, is made up of a you might say, a hybrid form of different levels. These different 9 levels will form in each one of us a particular interference pattern, a particular hybrid form of consciousness. But then today, I would say we are called, or should be called, to go beyond the earth, everything that's been told in the past, in the past 5,000 years, essentially. And rather than looking upon this as an individual path of spirituality, where we can sort of tell ourselves and tell the world that we are spiritual people, we should go beyond that and go into a state of consciousness which is it's about a shared unity. It's not a state of consciousness that emanates from ourselves. It's something that's given to us. The 9th wave is something that's given to us. And that's a shared view. It's not just my consciousness or your consciousness. It's something that's shared consciousness, because ultimately the consciousness is one, but we can't ignore, if we are going to return to that state, we can't ignore that it's been a stepwise, quantum stepwise evolution of states of consciousness that are not necessarily shared, that are not necessarily unified as it used to be. And so that's really my message for today. It's to leave behind any kind of ideals, whether it's from religions or spiritual traditions that go back to a very early time as to
shared consciousness. Thank you so much, Carl. You know, when we talk about the 9th wave and we talk about evolution, we talk about the cosmic plan. And as Alan was saying about us all being one and shared consciousness, and we're now into the 40th speakers now, and it's the thread that's going through everything is about us being one, about us actually following our divine path, our guidance, following our love, following our inspiration, and really kind of looking at the energies that we have around us to actually guide us with that growth, with that journey, with that seeking, whatever word we use for it. So thank you so much for sharing again with us, your wisdom. And when we talk about wisdom, we can talk about wisdom in so many different forms, and we can talk about inner wisdom, inner love. We can talk about wisdom within the media and the marketing. And this takes me to Katerina, who is just a divine goddess. That's what I can say, a divine goddess who's not just a media marketing expert and a host on LA Talk Show Radio, which I've had the privilege of going on before there was COVID. And, you know, she's spreading inspirational messages through the world, through her marketing, but also she is a manifester because she's able to manifest whatever she desires in her life, especially more so now than ever before. So this is the thing, it's all about your cosmic plan, isn't it? It's all about the divine plan, you know, messages, following the guidance, doing the inner work, and so much more. So Katerina, all the way from Greece, I would like to thank you so much, my darling, for being with us at 4 a.m. in the morning at your time. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Excellent. So thank you so very much, Vicki, and thank you all for being here. It's been a full day. It's been a packed day. And for me, at 4 a.m. in Greece, it's an early day. So I wanted to say a good morning and a good evening, depending on where you are in the world. I'd love to piggyback off of what Carl has been talking about. But first, I have a question for you, because my portion here is going to take a little bit of a different spin. So how many of you have been born before the year of 1980? All right, how many of you have been born after the year 1980? So those of you born before the year 1980 may remember a little something called an attention span. Okay, the world is moving so quickly, and we're being told that it's going to begin to move even quicker. In the 1980s, you and I would meet at the supermarket, and it was studied that we would have almost a full 12 minutes of concentrated focus time one-on-one. We would talk, we would engage, and at about the 11 to 12 minute mark, I might get a little distracted by, the cute blonde walking around behind you. In the mid 90s, that went down to about 6 minutes. By the early 2000s, and really the onset of the internet, some personal computers showing up in the homes, that went down to about 3 minutes. And in 2020, a study done at Stanford has pegged the average attention span for an American, and I quote America because I base in Los Angeles, to be only 8 seconds. And so we now live in a world where we have to make that connection instantaneously. 50% of how we communicate is our body language. 30% of it is our voice and our tonality. And that leaves about 15 to 20% that comes down to the combination of body and tonality and words. What I feel is going to be the communication of the future is going to be not so much our body language, not so much our words, not so much our communication the way we know it to mean communication, but rather our energetic stamp. We now have the ability as humans to really affect the energy in a room before we even walk in. And so on that note, folks, for those of you who may not know me, yes, as Vicki mentioned, my name is Katerina Kazayas. I am known in circles as America's media mindset mentor. And that is because I have been in the field of media and communications for almost 20 years, communications, media, public relations. And I'm also an author, and as Vicki mentioned, television and radio talk show host in Los Angeles. Now, I can sit here and I can feed you a lot of stats and quotes on what it means to communicate and how to communicate, but we can absolutely do that sort of thing offline. And as you'll have my information here, please always know that you can reach out and reach me. What I'd like to talk about for the latter half of this time together is my personal story, and that is one of it is never too late. What I mean by that is when I was 19 years old, 18, 19, I looked at the world. I'm from a small town in Calgary, Canada, and I really knew in my heart that I was meant to be on television, that I was meant to be a talk show host, that I was meant to be an interviewer. And the little voice inside my head at that time said to me, Katerina, who the heck are you to go to Hollywood? Who are you to go play with those big girls? They're prettier than you. They're smarter than you. You don't know anyone in television, and you certainly don't know anyone in Los Angeles. Maybe you should just take it easy and stay in your little small town lane. Well, I listened to that voice at 19. 10 years later, the little voice started talking to me. I had gone into the field of communications, university. I was in PR, but it was very much a corporate America, if you will, type of lane, right? Go to school, get a good job, wait for your promotion, be happy with your raise. And something in my soul was calling me. At 29, I revisited things, and something said to me, Katerina, you need to go to Hollywood. You are intended to be a communicator and to get your voice out there. The little voice started tapping on the other shoulder, saying to me, Katerina, You're almost 30 now. Now it's 10 years too late. You could have been, should have been, would have been. So I wake up one morning, I'm 39 years old, and I'm making my, my smoothie in my kitchen. I'm still in my corporate PR communications lane, which I have to say has been lovely. I've opened up media markets in global Dubai and Hong Kong and lots of wonderful places, but it still wasn't that dream. I'm watching CNN on the wall as I'm making my smoothie, and I look up and there's this host on there whom I had been following for almost 15 years. She's fantastic. And she came out and just mentioned that she would be interviewing the president the following Friday. And I sat up there and I looked at her and I thought, wow, part of me was so excited for where she had taken her career. And part of me was so damn upset at myself for never having had the balls to start. And I looked up at that screen and I thought, you know what? The only reason she's up there is because she decided that she was worthy enough to pursue her dream. So at 39 years old, I packed everything up. I finally, after 20 years of the little dream talking to me, packed my things up, quit my job, gave my notice, moved to Los Angeles, and decided I don't care what society tells me. I don't care that I'm getting everyone saying, it's too late, you're too old, what are you doing? Why are you imploding your wonderful life? And I took the jump. And of course, they say, if you jump, the wings will appear, the angels will come, the parachute will be there. And I have to say, folks, for those of you that are on here, I know you are so in tune with self, with source, with spirit, with God, however you want to call it. And you know intuitively that you will be taken care of, and you know intuitively that you will be guided. And I absolutely was. In the 5 years since landing in Hollywood, I have interviewed some of Hollywood's biggest stars, Sharon Stone and Elton John. I produce and co-host a number of talk shows, and I interact and interface with the likes of Demi Moore and also the new up-and-comers. I had the pleasure of interviewing Marianne Williamson last year when she was running for president. And so my share with you today is, please never think that it is too late. Whether you're 65, 85, 12, don't get trapped in the ageism that society puts on us. There is a breadth of world out there, and we get to create it all. So thank you for tuning in. Should you want to know more or have more or be more or want to just share with me, please do. My name is Katerina Kazayas, and I thank you, Vicki, for this wonderful, wonderful day. My best to all of you.
Thank you, my love. Worthy enough to live your dream. That is the question, isn't it? Worthy enough to live your dream. And don't they say life begins at 40? Or maybe 50, or maybe 60, or whatever age you choose. Ageism, it doesn't matter, does it? But I'm so glad that you followed your dreams. And some of the viewers out there might think, oh my gosh, if she can do it, so can I. And this is the thing about Hit Talks. This is why we bring these stories to you. This is why, as Katerina was saying about the 8 seconds, and JW was saying about the 8 minutes, and the short attention spans and the snippets, the short stories that we can bring together for you, where you can take some inspiration and then make some changes to transform your life, because it doesn't matter how old you are or what you're doing or what you want to be able to do. Dream big. That's my message to you. And this goes on to our next speaker, who has dreamt big, because she is just a bubble of light. We have so many amazing bubbles of light on this special edition of Hit Talks. Well, it's mammoth live stream of Hit Talks. But Patty, I've known Patty for many years. So when I was working and traveling with my business coach in America, Patty used to be with us. And she always used to just, here's Vicki Thomas. Vicki Thomas is here. And she just had such a lovely heart of just wanting to inspire. And then she's just transformed her life. She's transformed her vision and her mission. I think a black belt in Taekwondo, I can't read the screen, but holding a black belt. So I think, if I'm correct, She didn't start that until she was 63. So it's followed on absolutely, where did we get 63 from? Anyway, it's followed him absolutely perfectly from what Katerina was saying, is that age doesn't matter. And Patty, she is a person that is inspiring people in the world, because it doesn't matter how old you are, it matters about your desires, your intentions, and that you lead from the heart. So thank you so much for being with me, with us, my angel. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Thank you so much, Vicki. It's been my pleasure to prepare for this, and I hope I can hold your attention for more than 8 seconds. I wanted to share my story because, as Vicki said, I did decide to transform myself, although, Vicki, I was a lot younger. At the age of 48, I walked onto a karate practice area, which we call a dojo. I was a single mom, and my son and I decided that we were going to do some exercise together. And we went to a exhibition of martial artists, and we saw people with swords, and we saw people doing Tai Chi, and we chose karate, I think in part because my son's best friend, his mother did karate, and we started. And I have to say that it was the kind of thing that you don't realize you're doing until you've been on the journey for a while. I took that first step. I put on the white uniform called a gi. And let's be fair, I felt like a polar bear on ice skates. I was so uncomfortable and unsure of myself. And yet there was an appeal there because I had to use my body and my mind in order to perform and to grow and to learn. And about 8 months into our journey, my son's IT teacher saw his his genius and asked him to rewire the whole school for the computers. And that was when I had to make a decision. I had really found enjoyment in what I was doing, and I had to decide whether I would continue without my son, who was, I think, around 14 at the time. And, that was the key moment where I made a commitment to be myself. I chose me. And if there was anything I could share with anyone, I would say, remember to choose you. In our karate journey, we had a grandmaster who was in Okinawa in World War II, and most of the karateists died of starvation during the war, but he started to, he was a police chief, and he trained his students in judo as well as karate. And Hanshi Frank Grant, who started our federation here in America, was a Marine. And he went over to Okinawa because he knew there was something there in this study of karate that was really, really valuable for him and for all of us who have followed him. And one of the things that Hanshi would always say to us was, would you guys stop trying? And just like Yoda in Star Wars, do or do not, there is no try. And this journey of mine through karate was not easy. I was petrified when I had to perform. I'd be in a gymnasium and all the people around would just be looking at me, and I'd be scared, so scared. And Hanshi would say to me, Patty, it's just a test. Everything in your life is a test. Getting in a car and driving safely, raising a child, working, all these things that we do on a daily basis are really tests if we reframe how we look at them. And that really helped me. And when I did my first big test, being a black belt, I had no memory of it. I just was in the zone and I did it. And I relied on my training. And now as a personal and professional development coach, I use a lot of what I learned in my karate study to help my clients to believe in themselves, to continue to practice. As you know, it takes hours and hours to practice and be a master at anything. And we need to have that self-compassion for ourselves and recognize that we can't be perfect the first time we try something. And also another thing is to connect with your inner warrior, because that is, maybe it's your soul. I believe that there is a soul, and that soul is love. And when I operate out of love, when I practice karate out of love, when I speak with love, that's when I feel most whole. And one of the things that Hanshi taught us is to know, to be, and to do. It's always an inside job. Thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing more of the amazing speakers.
Thank you, my love. To know, to be, and to do. Wow, yes. I like that. I think we should write that down. I think that should be another one of the Hit Talk specials. To know, to be, and to do. And when you actually take the leap of faith, and you haven't got your comfort zone around you, and that comfort zone could be your child, that comfort zone could be your husband, your wife, your mother, your father, your coach, your mentor. And when perhaps you haven't got that comfort blanket, and then you make the leap of faith, as we've been speaking about so many times after these speakers that we've just had, is the leap of faith, and then magic happens. Magic does happen. Magic happens with hope, inspiration, and transformation. Of course it does. And when we talk about hope, inspiration, and transformation, as we have been for this last 7.5 hours, that's going to lead me on to our next speaker. Again, another divine soul that's come into my life. And Ron, when we kind of chatted about his soul purpose and his mission in life, that again, he's really committed in helping others find their purpose. When you get the stream of the stories and the inspirational messages that Hit Talks are providing to you, everybody has their own message. Everybody has their own story. Everybody has their own fears. Everyone has their own challenges and obstacles that they've overcome. But the mission is the fulfillment of purpose, of happiness, of destiny, of inspiration, of transforming, of desire, all these amazing words. And so, Ron, I'm just so blessed that we've now connected. And I'd like to give you your 8 minutes for you to share your story on hope, inspiration, and transformation, my friends.
Awesome. Thank you, Vicki. As she said, my name is Ron Ariel. I'm the Quantum Performance Coach. Quantum basically meaning your presence, your eternal energy, and performance meaning how you manage that internal energy, so that we're not robbing ourselves of life's happiness and joys. So I'm going to share some practical tools today for personal transformation. And, so many people are out there struggling right now. It's it's one of the most intense times in humanity's history, let alone our own. So fear and forgiveness. So how do we transform, and why would somebody want to transform? Well, we talk about transformation. A lot of us that are transformational coaches will get in a flux about, why do people not want to change? Why do they stay in predictable patterns of behavior that continue to cause them stress and unhappiness in life? And in order to transform, we got to create space. And this mind is full. And if it's full of predictable patterns of behavior, how do we create space? So fear and forgiveness are two catalysts that I have experienced in life that have created the necessary space so I can kind of slide into the piece that is necessary to make better decisions. So I'm going to share my story of forgiveness, but let me talk about some aspects of forgiveness first before I jump into my story. Okay. When we offer forgiveness, we're releasing the poison of anger and resentment that maybe we've held on for lifetimes. When we ask for forgiveness, we're releasing shame and guilt that maybe we've held on for lifetimes. And when we forgive ourselves, we offer ourselves a gift of self-love that maybe we've never even acknowledged. So let me go into my story. I was raped at 6. I spent the night at my friend's house. I had been playing inappropriately with the family's cat a few days before. And the father came in sometime in the night. My head was stuffed in a pillow and I was being raped. So you can imagine the pain, mental and emotional. My life was threatened to say anything. So come morning, I forgot everything. I didn't have a clue it existed. I'm going to share the story of forgiveness, because I want you to recognize that our greatest tragedies are our greatest gifts. They're absolutely our greatest gifts. And my story is no different than anybody else's story. We all have a story, and it's all relative. It's how we relate to the story and how our stories put us in our self-imposed prisons. So forgiveness is a tool out of the prison. So I went through an awakening in 2014, and in the midst of the awakening, I woke up one night at 3:30 in the morning, and I relived the event that happened to me. I felt the physical, emotional, and mental pain. I immediately went into forgiveness intellectually, because I knew as a person that was seeking transformation that I had to forgive. I had enough pain in life. So I immediately went into forgiveness. And every day in meditation, I would offer forgiveness. Now, that wasn't enough. So people can feel your emotions. So if you hang on to one end of a rope and I hang on to the other end of a rope and I shake it, you're going to feel it. So I sent a cord of energy from my heart to the person's heart. And I sincerely sent love to that person. And I just kept pouring love into that person. I wanted to be free. I wanted freedom. And in an instant, my heart started to open up and explode. And it felt like my heart kind of expanded into eternity, and tears were flowing down my face. And I felt the power of forgiveness. And in that moment, I never wanted to hold anything against anybody. So there's many gifts to this. And one of the greatest gifts is the present moment. When we can remove the mind chatter from the present moment, we can begin to experience the present moment in a more profound way. But the present moment is not determined in the mind. The present moment is in your presence, it's in your heart. And the present moment reveals itself in a frequency. And so when you start to get used to the frequency beyond the mind, you can start to tap in and make choices that empower you in life in a more beautiful way. So I liken the present moment to a string of pearls. If I can respond to life in a beautiful way in each present moment, then my experience in life is going to be beauty in that next present moment. Okay? And so when we start to become conscious of the present, we start to have the ability to make better choices and decisions. And we can't start to become conscious of the present until we remove the clutter that is taking the place, taking the space in our mind. So I want to encourage you to be introspective, to start to get into the silence and start to seek out the present moment and understand your tragedies are your greatest gifts. And you're empowered by your tragedies. So I hope that you found that empowering. I want to encourage you to dive deep, get into the silence. I'm the Quantum Performance Coach, and have a beautiful day.
Thank you so much, Ron. Powered by your tragedies. Powered by your tragedies. Thank you very much for sharing your story. As I said before, it's the stories of inspiration. It's the stories of transformation that actually will help others, that will help others transform, and the power of forgiveness. Forgiving in a concept like that, if you can do it, anybody can forgive for anything that's going on around them in the world, however little small. It's so easy for us to get triggered on little things, but the power of forgiveness and that cord of light, that cord of love. Thank you so much for sharing that, Ron. I'm sure many people will be able to be transformed with that, in those inspirational words. And when we talk about inspirational words and we talk about transformation, we talk about how you're able to use diversity to transform, and also be able to use your knowledge to transform as well. Because this amazing lady who is from Australia at the moment, I'm sure it's Australia. It's like it's the end of the 10 to 3 in the morning here in the UK, from Australia. And Daniela, again, another divine light being. And we had this connection and we had this conversation. And when you ask the question, what do you want to do? Make a difference in other people's lives, help them transform, help them see themselves for who they are. And this is the thing, being able to use your gifts, be able to use diversity of what's gone on in your life to be able to help others. That's hope, that's inspiration, and that's transformation. So Daniela, thank you so much for being with us, my love. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Thanks so much, Vicky. It's truly an honor. And I was just expressing before that when we had our conversation and you mentioned this 8 hours, I remember saying to you, I need to be on that. I need to be a part of that. Before I jumped in, I was actually inspired. I'd like to just take a moment just to stop. And for all of us just to close our eyes and just connect. The whole purpose of this of these 8 hours is to raise our hearts and our vibrations, to connect and just fully be present in that heart-centered space. And I just really wanted to take 30 seconds of my 8 minutes and just hold that. So if we can all just do that for a minute or 30 seconds and just feel our hearts connecting, that golden thread, that expanded love and vibration, and just be truly grateful for this moment. Oh yeah, 8 minutes. I've got so much to say. But really, essentially, my shift, I'm a psychologist, and my shift came when I was going through my own life changes and the realization that not only through myself, but with all the people I was working with, how many of us have become lost and disconnected from our truth, of our values, of what's important to us. We are programmed and conditioned to live roles and live through expectations of being a parent, a partner, a daughter, a son. And so that was my first shift. You know, how can I help people to really start connecting to who they are, what their truth is, what their purpose is, and to love that of themselves and to not feel that guilt. And in this world currently of duality and separation and fear, how can we move through all of that and just become fully present in the beautiful reality of each of our individual uniqueness, yet all come together in in creating this massive transformation of what this world is seeking. And by coming together in love, coming together in unity, coming together to raise this vibration. I had a word the other day come through in terms of what I'm trying to help achieve with individuals is the concept of creating their, or not creating, reigniting their luminosity. How can we each create a glow within ourselves? And together our glows are just going to keep expanding and shifting. And coming, you know, from a space of acceptance of each of our individualities, of non-judgment, of understanding there's immense abundance. There is no lack. There is no need to be competitive. There is no need to compare yourself and minimize yourself or each other. We are all, I've got goosebumps as I'm speaking. I don't even know this stuff is coming through because we are all just so beautiful. And we are all wanting the same thing. We are all wanting love and peace and harmony and connection. And yet we are being forced to separate and be in this construct of conflict. But if we can look at each other with love and acceptance and compassion and know that, yes, you've got your opinion and that's 100% your opinion and that's beautiful because I've got my opinion and that's my opinion just as much as it can be yours. There is no need to fight. There is no need to try and force your opinions onto each other. There is no need to create or kind of keep enforcing the separation. But how can we work together? You've got your opinion, but we still want the same outcome. I've got my opinion and I want the same outcome. How can we come together in unity? And this is just such a beautiful space and opportunity to begin that journey. I often speak to the vibration of emotions and how fear and conflict is such a low vibration. If you experience a situation where you've been angry, I'm sure you can reflect back and feel how shut down you feel, how disconnected you feel. Whereas when you can step into a space of love, openness, as Ron before was speaking about forgiveness and how invigorating and enhancing that is, and how open and expressive you feel, and how much better you can connect with your loved ones around you. As a parent, I know when I'm in that space, I connect so much at such a different level with my kids than when I'm caught up in the drama. There is so much drama at the moment, guys. We just need to take a step back and just feel into the presence of our current reality. We have the power to create our own reality. You have the choice as to what you allow in your energetic field. You have the choice to decide what you choose to listen to, what you read, who you allow into your container. And through that, you have the ability and the power to create a reality that does not need to contain the fear and the duality and the separation and all the stuff that's being created in our world. You can create this amazing vibrational connection with yourself and your loved ones around you. So when you're feeling that overwhelm, when you're feeling that fear and that sense of being out of control, take a step back and ask yourself, what is in my control? How can I think differently? How can I act differently? Just take a breath, connect to nature, connect to your heart. That is in your control. And when we make that choice, somebody mentioned before, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, but he said #no drama. Like, yes, how can you bring that into your reality now? And yeah, so it's just with those few words. I'm scared if I speak about anything else, I'm going to go over my time, but I feel that that's enough. I feel, my heart is so full right now. And I'm so honored and just really blessed to be a part of this. So thank you, everybody, and wishing you an amazing rest of the next hour and the amazing rest of your week. Much love. Bye.
Thank you, my love. Yes, it's hashtag no drama, and that was Oscar. And I love the way that you talk about what's in control and about fully present, because when we are lost and disconnected from our truth, then that's when we're not really following our soul's purpose. And as many speakers have said before, it's all about keeping grounded, keeping centered, as you say, and with the meditation, and actually following our truth. And maybe you seek some following, maybe you seek some direction, maybe you seek some truth. You can always tap into Hip Talks and listen to all the inspirational speakers that we've had on this episode, and we continue to have as well for the next hour or so, and all the previous episodes. Hope, inspiration, and transformation in 8 minutes on tap, bringing you people from the new world to be able to guide you into your own journey, seeking mission and purpose. Which brings me on to a very big, energetic person. Very big, energetic. Maybe that's not very complimentary, my dear Kyle, but you know what I mean. When we're talking about inspiration, we're talking about spreading love, and we're talking about being together. This gentleman is just pure heart, pure soul. And every single time he's on Hip Talks as a speaker or as a guest, he's there always nodding. And I love it because you see, he just connects with every single person that's here as if to say, yes, 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 which is funny because backstage we can, not funny. It's just synchronistic. It's how it happens, because backstage we can see all of the speakers and we can see the guests, and that's, so it's absolutely perfect. Anyway, Kyle, I'm gabbling. I'm not going to take any of your 8 minutes. You now, my friends, have your full 8 minutes to spread your hope, inspiration, and transformation.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you to everyone that's part of this wonderful event. Thank you to everyone that's watching. You know, I feel so excited. And, you know, perhaps there's some people that would question, well, why? You know, there's this pandemic that we're dealing with. There's, you know, you guys are over here in the US, you've just gone through a tumultuous election cycle, and there's all these tensions around us. And, you know, as much as that might be the case, as much as those things are happening, there's something bigger happening. There's something more incredible than that happening. It's a transformation happening. We are transforming. We're coming out of what I want to call a dark age, a time of being unaware of who we really are and what we're really capable of. People are awakening at a record pace and becoming free from all types of limitations and restrictions and preconceived judgments and so many things like that. We're waking up and realizing that we are light. We are love. We are the very essence of all that is good. There's this purity about us. There is this honesty about us. There is this goodness about us. This is who we are. This is what we're recognizing. And humanity, this is spreading through humanity at a record pace. I know that it seems like we're not getting anywhere. And I know it seems at times like, my goodness, when are things ever going to get better? But I'm telling you, we've been transforming for a while. We've been transforming for a while, and we're going to continue to transform because this awakening is inevitable. It's happening. You know, people are waking up in their religious arena. People are waking up socially. People are waking up in their families. I mean, so many people are finally seeing themselves for the good that they are and the worth that they are and the love that they are and the light that they are. And you know what? Not only are they seeing themselves that way, but they're looking in the eyes of people who they could not see that way before. And they're recognizing, wait a minute, you too are love. You too are light. You too are the very same thing I'm just starting to recognize about myself. And this is amazing. This is exciting. You know, being a person of color, living in a country where it hasn't always been so easy to be a person of color, but I have this optimism that in my lifetime, my color will no longer matter. I have this optimism that in my lifetime, gender won't matter. in my lifetime, you know, your religious affiliation, if you have one, won't matter, because none of that's going to be seen anymore like it was in the past. What's going to be seen, as I just said, is that I see me as light and love. I see you as light and love. And when light sees light and when love sees love, there's this coming together. There's this dance. There's this celebration of what we are. And we're doing it as the little kids we once were, playing on the schoolyard together, out in the playgrounds together, in our schools together, just not seeing any differences amongst ourselves. We just saw the light and the love and the happiness and the joy in one another. And I tell you, my good friends, this is where we are. This is where we are. I know that there's things that seem that want to hold on to the old way, but it is inevitable. This is happening, and it's happening so quickly, so rapidly. So many signs all around us. We're seeing it, we're feeling it, we're knowing it. This knowing is coming into existence for us all. And I tell you, it is an exciting time to be alive. It is an exciting time to be part of all of this. It is an exciting time to be in this place right now where we are. We have this golden, beautiful opportunity to not only seize the moment, but to recognize for the moment for what it is. And it's beautiful. And I want to encourage you. When you go out, when you're out and about, be intentional about what you see. Be intentional about your perception. Let your perception begin to be that of good. Let your perception start to be that of love and of light. And I tell you, as you start to see it for yourself, and as you start to know it for yourself, as I said a few times already, it's automatic. You'll walk outside one day and you'll see someone, and you'll see the same thing that you're just starting to see about yourself. These are exciting times, my friends, and I want you to know that, you know, well, let me say this. I used to be a preacher, so, you know, sometimes the preach wants to come out when I'm talking this way because I get excited. But I want you to know, because I would say that in church, I want you to know, but I want you to know that you are pure love. You are pure light. You are pure good. You just are. And it's time for you to see yourself that way. It's time for you to know yourself that way. Whatever happened in the past is the past. As Ron was saying, we're living in the now. What's the now? You awakened to being pure love. You awakened to being pure light. This is your now. This is who you are. Live in it. Enjoy it. Embrace it. Celebrate it. And just be who you are. It's okay. It's okay to love. It's okay to be light. It's okay to let these things come out of you. You know, we've been so afraid for so long to be love. We've been so afraid for so long to be light because we thought it would be rejected. But I don't really know anyone that rejects love. Let's be the love that we are. Let's be the light that we are. It's who we are, so we might as well just be it. Thank you so much for this time. My time is up. I've enjoyed this time immensely, and I so look forward to what we as a people will continue to do collectively as we continue to awaken to who we really are. Thank you all so very much. I love you.
Thank you, Kyle. Transforming from our limitations. Yes, transformation. And the new world that we are going to, as you say, maybe everybody else has a word for what 2020 and the past has been. The dark ages? But I do know and I do believe from my heart and from my soul that we are going into a new era. We are going into a new world of transformation, just exactly as you said, Kyle. Transformation to actually believe that together and in alliances, that when we guide with the new world and the intentions of transformation and love, then we are going to be able to raise the vibrations. So thank you so much. Which brings me on to raising vibrations through love and synchronicities. Because when I first met Lee, the synchronicities around the power of 8, because obviously Hit Talks is all about 8, the power of 8, balance, infinity, yin and yang, and the abundance of the universe based on the power of 8. And then you can talk about the feng shui being an 8. There's just so many different signs, the lucky number in Chinese. And she was like, that's my number, that's my number, that's my number. And then the full conversation was just about transformation. As usual, when people get involved in Hit Talks, it is just the intention of transforming. It is just the intention of spreading love and inspiration and giving hope. And this is what Lee is all about as well. So Lee, I'm glad that you managed to get onto Hit Talks, because I know you've been trying, but everything happens for a reason, and you've got the most perfect date for you, my love. So I now give you your 8 minutes on the 8th of November.
Thank you, Vicky. I'm very excited to be here. For me, there are no coincidences. And I think this morning is the perfect morning for me to be talking to you. And when I had to pick a slot, the one slot that just jumped at me was 5 a.m. And I was not surprised. It is a time, because it's a time that I use to ground myself. And I started to do this at a time when, as we all are, I think we're all looking for more connection to ourselves and to source. I think we're all looking for things that can give us hope, inspiration, and ultimately transform us. And when I began to practice gratitude, slowly at first, were working in my life, as opposed to not working in my life, had this incredible power to transform what I was looking at. So I would wake up at 5 in the morning, and it was difficult at first, but very soon I began to see that Vicky, your producer, said to me, now, please won't you face your camera towards the garden and the world, where they could hear in the background the sound of the world waking up. It was dark when I first had the camera there, but as the world began to sort of transform and evolve, and I began to commune with that, I realized how I could tap into that energy to carry me in order to become one with what I was trying to use to create what I want in my life. And so I began to go on this path at 5 every morning of just writing down one thing I was grateful for. And before I knew it, there was more and more and more to be grateful for, as there always are. And it led me on a path of being able to realize that the energy that is creating the sun to rise without me having to do anything or anyone else having to do anything, the birds to sing, and the world to begin to do the dance that it is doing, was accessible to everyone. It was universal. It was a vibration whose very nature was to grow, evolve, and transform. And if I was open to it, I could also commune with it. And so I began to be inspired by this. I was a corporate animal at the time and working very, very hard. And so I would only dip in and out of it for a few minutes. But the more I did it, the more I realized that I was drawn and being called to spend more time looking at that which can only be found in solitude. And that's what really inspired me to begin to listen to that voice, that yes, I find at 5 a.m, but people find in various ways. You can find it in music, in the ocean, in the eyes of your loved ones. But I think ultimately it's what we're all looking for. We're all looking for those moments that can tap into whatever it is, that little portal that can raise our vibration and get us into that flow of what can get us feeling good. And when I began to realize that if I made time for it, that everything around me was able to flow quite effortlessly, because I was in the flow of, I didn't have a name for it at the time, but it is that thing that wants the greater good, that wants love, that wants light, that wants hope, inspiration, and transformation. And as I began to get into my own journey and began to flow into my purpose, which is to write and to tell other people about the story that only they can tell, and the immense power that they have to change the world by doing what they do from their heart, and how that can change the world, I began to let go of my corporate job a little bit more and began to get into the work of my purpose. And that's really where the magic began to happen. Synchronicities, as you say, Vicky, began to happen. Things and opportunities that came onto my path began to turn up, and I embraced every one of them. I had to remind myself to remain grounded in gratitude, to be open to the possibility that my journey would not always be fixed in the direction that I may have wanted it to be, but I was open to surrounding myself with people that could help me on that journey, and they definitely did appear. So I began to write and talk and follow this path of inspiration, and it led me to many, many wonderful things that I wanted to share and began to share, and that's really what I do now. I eventually jumped off the bridge of my corporate job, and my wings did appear on the way down, as they always do, and I'm excited about the fact that we can all do this. There is no one path or one person who can teach you that. It is something that you have access to just by virtue of being still enough to say, what is it that inspires me? What brings me joy? How do I create and channel that? And how do I tap into this consciousness, this cosmic energy that where every creative solution already exists? And the way we do that is really by being open to receiving it. So I wanted to say thank you for every open heart that has connected on your platform, Vicky, and to Kyle, I think that who spoke before me, love is always the answer. And I think that if we continue to do this, there's no way that we won't draw more and more people onto this little wavelength where we can open more hearts and more doors through doing simply what we love to do. So I think I've reached nearly the end of my time. And yeah, thank you so much, Vicky, for everything.
You are more than welcome, my love. Grounded in gratitude to you too. And something else that we can bring into awareness from listening to these messages of inspiration is the gratitude. And that again has been mentioned a few times, well, many, many times throughout this last 7.5 hours we've been going so far, but also about grounded as well. And we had to count the amount of times we spoke about the word love and how it is just magic that the producing team asked you to move your camera around and then we could just see that beautiful view behind you and the birds singing. Everything happens for a reason. There is no such thing as coincidence. It's always synchronicities. And I love the way you say the word is opportunities. When I was back in my corporate days and running clubs in London, I was actually, my hashtag name was opportunity. It was like Vicky Thomas hashtag opportunities, because you've always got to keep your heart and your soul open for them and let them come. And this is the thing about opportunities, because when you connect with people, as I've said all the way along this live stream, is when you connect with people, then the souls connect, and then they connect you onto somebody else who's got an amazing divine soul and an amazing divine purpose. And Nazreen, who is our next speaker, her mission and her vision is to help people use their voice, for them to get their stories out there, to actually, spread their message. Again, very much like Hit Talks is about, and every single speaker that we've had on here, it's about spreading their messages, their stories of hope, inspiration and transformation. And Nazreen has been on our special edition of Hit Talks, a special edition with Golden Doors Award, which is again about getting truth out there into the world. We are going into a new world, as we said. We are actually transforming into new people, into the new world. And we do that together, and we do that with alliances. You can just do it so much quicker. So thank you, Nazreen, my love, for being back with us on Hit Talks. And I'm so blessed and grateful, grounded with gratitude, as Lee would say, to have you back here. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, merhaba, sabona. The gratitude is all mine. So, guys, during my life, I have had many encounters that evoke inspiration, transformation, and hope. I could not decide this morning whether I was to talk about how, when I was just 11 years of age, my beautiful mom was shot in the face by an off-duty policeman, giving me my first experience at what really hoping was all about. Or if I was supposed to tell the story about my streetwise dad, who went on to become a super businessman. I decided that I'd get straight to the point about how concerned my parents really were that I was extremely short when I was growing up. Nothing much has changed. When they would talk to family members about this, they would try to waylay their fears and say to them, "Dynamite comes in small packages." This idiom has evolved over the years, and lately I've heard that it's all about good things that come in small packages. But my personal favorite has to be that it is the smallest chilies that are really hot. Hope is just like that for me. It's a small word, but it exists in every human being across the world. And they are born with the ability to have the best storytelling, best-selling stories within. And hope is embedded in each of these stories and replicates into meaningful inspiration and transformation globally. Because is it not with hope that every person falls in love with the other person who would reciprocate, validate, and cherish them forever? And if that doesn't happen, then it is surely hope that is entwined even in the most disastrous of relationships, in which stories end with renewed hope to love and be loved again. It is palpable in stories where parents sit day and night alongside their ailing children, praying for miraculous interventions, willing their children to fight deadly diseases. But it's the same parents who accept their losses, albeit painful, with the hope that someday they will meet again in the heavens above. It must surely be stories filled with hope when women who have no outlet from abusive lives, trapped and mercilessly treated, yearn still for the freedom of air beyond. It is truly hope when people facing terror and injustices pray fervently that it will end with the coming of a single dawn that will give them gifts of peace, unity, harmony, and above all, mercy. Is it not hope that drives children who are deprived of a proper education to beat the odds and become what they know they are innately meant to be? And are tears of despair also not tears of hope, in which faith and determination are demonstrated, waiting for something better to happen? Hope is evident when darkness eclipses into our lives, yet we find the strength to seek clarity, to hold resolve, and to plow ahead to find workable solutions. Did we not just witness this last week the power of hope in Joseph Biden, who, despite losing 2 presidential elections, has chosen to take on one of the biggest challenges in the world? And ladies, did you not feel soaring hope when Kamala Harris said, and I quote, "While I may not be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last," unquote. Now, I may not be American, and I'm certainly not aspiring for political office, but Kamala did reignite within me the belief that I too can always achieve whatever I set my mind to. Hope is still alive in the face of the coronavirus that keeps so many of us anxious for various reasons. So it must also be hope that keeps us vigilant for news of possible vaccines that will be approved for treatment. Hope is at the heart of every author's story, journalists' articles, and social media influencers' content, that whatever they write are masterstrokes of truth and integrity, as opposed to lies and deceit. Despite the glaring disastrous effects of false news, you cannot deny that it is hope that drives the efforts made by truth seekers to reveal what is honest and to encourage others to speak their truth. Hope still manages to exist with every terminally ill patient, their families, and their friends. It is hope that keeps scientists busy trying to find new ways to protect our failing ecosystems. When I began my talk this morning, I said that every human being is born with a best-selling story within. Every story of hope has the kind of power to bring forth hope and transformation through inspiration. But that is something that all of us don't fully realize, perhaps because we have been raised in environments that are negative, perhaps because it is just easier to be hopeless so that we could stay in our comfort zones. If you saw hope the way I see hope, then you will behold it in the role of a leader who, when it is released into life and living, spreads inspiration and transformation organically and exponentially. In fact, I put it to you that without hope, there isn't inspiration, nor can there be transformation. So to all of you out there, I salute your courage. From this hopeful to all the hopefuls watching, keep smiling, shining, and rising.
Keep smiling, keep rising, keep shining. I love the ends of all of these 8-minute talks. Thank you so much for sharing all of those snippets of hope. The way that you brought hope in so many different ways for our viewers to actually just take a little bit of information from it, maybe kind of just pull it into their soul, into their beings, because that is the thing. I wrote it down. It's very much, you said, whatever you achieve, you can achieve whatever you set your mind to. And that's the thing. If we hope to achieve greatness, do you think we can achieve greatness? If we actually hope to achieve transformation, do you think we can achieve transformation? See, my answer to that is yes, you can, and yes, we can, and we can do it together, and we can do it in alliances. That's the new world. And that brings me on to our next speaker when we talk about alliances and we talk about togetherness. And Tahira has actually been on Hit Talks, and she's hosted her own special edition, which was absolutely fantastic, bringing speakers together to spread their truth. So not only has she been in the tech industry and been within, I think I've got it written down here, projects of over 22, I don't think it says on there, 22 cities all over Asia, and bringing all that together. Again, another story about corporate, another story of us being in this rat race and then getting to a stage of saying, there's truth coming here, there's truth coming out, there is hope, I can transform into spreading love, spreading truth, spreading messages, whatever that may be. But Tahira, I'm so pleased that you're here, especially with what you do with Golden Doors, which is in line with Hit Talks of spreading truth, love, hope, inspiration, and transformation. And I now give you your 8 minutes.
Thank you so much, Vicky. So 4 years ago, actually, when I released my first book, Through the Golden Door, my greatest supporter, my father, flipped through my book. And you know what's the first thing he said to me? He was always advising me, by the way. He said to me, don't focus on race. It is the greatest divider. So he was checking through whether I did focus on race. Now, you probably already know, or maybe not, the controllers of the world love to use the race card and the religion card. And that makes us battle against each other so that they can focus on activities that deviate us from the truth. I will state 2 scriptures, one from the Bible, one from the Quran, Holy Quran. Romans 12:18, if possible, so far as it depends on you, live peaceably with all. And Surah 253 of the Al-Baqarah of the Holy Quran says, yet if Allah had willed, they would have not fought each other. These actually came to me as visions. I would say God's messages while I was in prayer to remind me of my message, which was on unity, which was on bring people together, going back to deeper truth, basic truth. So here we are battling against each other, allowing the media to break us apart because they think that we are fools, but we tend to fall for it. If we are, but we should not. Because we had the George Floyd issue, we have the beheading in France, Nice, and that's not just one of them, many, 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 and month after month, media breaking us apart. So what we need to realize is that we need to realize that we need to become evolved souls who don't focus on these labels that we are born into. I may be one of the very minority races, Afghani in Singapore, but I don't focus on that. I focus on myself as a person. I focus myself as a human being for this planet. And I don't play up on my race, on my religion. Spiritual growth teaches us to go past it and not to be attached to it, to be aware what it plays a part, and to focus on who we truly are. How often do you ask yourself, who am I? When you focus on who am I and where you are now in your spiritual growth and what you need to do in this world right now. So this is my message to the truth seekers and the truth tellers out there. Look at the state of affairs right now. Don't detach yourself. You think I'm too small for this. It's not important enough for this. Where is the world heading right now? The US elections did concern me because it determines the state of this pandemic, or you'd say plandemic, in my opinion. Affects the whole world. So here's something which I thought of, as penned down. as I reflect on all this. As a truth advocate, if you believe in something, stick to it right to the end. Our faith is tested when almost all is lost. Allow for God's miracles to step in. Give them space to shine in all their glory. Look below the surface. Look between the crevices, as truth is not always evident. Truth at times looks dusty and stark, till you stop and start to pay attention. It then begins to glimmer in the dark. Have the courage to pick it up. Have the courage to choose it. Have the courage to be the only one to speak it. Going against the misinformation projected, going against all the untruth barely suspected. Have the strength and conviction to speak the truth. Not to believe everything the media tells you. Have the insight and foresight to see what a person represents rather than the character the person projects. Embrace your sovereignty. Be aware of your inherent critical thinking. And not to be led blindly. And most of all, to hold strong to God's messages. As I reminded myself too, be patient and believe in divine timing. Critical for a truth advocate. If the person or the cause you're fighting for starts to crumble in the eyes of the world, you don't turn your backs and say, I will detach now, I will defect, I will stay neutral. Instead, you stay committed. You stay focused, undeterred, unwavering, with hearts shielded with armor, with hearts pulsating with love, love for mankind. And keep fighting for completion. Keep striving with that person or that cause till you reach the end of the race. And not to call it quits prematurely. Truth is like true love. It is a battlefield. It never loses faith. It never gives up. For a true warrior of love, of truth, of freedom, keeps moving forward, despite all that is said against. I can say this for myself when I try to launch Golden Door. All the things that was said against me, all the obstacles, saying, and the people saying that it's not going to work. It's too esoteric. But this is what the conviction of a truth advocate needs to stay focused, stay committed right to the end. And the same thing for others, the ones, the causes which you look at and witness, to stay committed to supporting them. As we support other causes, we also have followers supporting ours. To be a leader and a follower at the same time. So my message is discover who you are and don't be attached to labels. Don't be attached to your race, your religion, your standing. Those are distractions if you try to release a message. It becomes too much on me. But discover who you are is actually a bigger thing. It reminds you your purpose on this earth. And discover who the other people are. And so looking at the surface, look at what they represent. Know where you are in your spiritual growth and do what needs to be done in the world right now, whether big or small, and be a prayer warrior and be an action taker. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my love. I was writing notes. A true warrior and discover who you truly are on the battlefield. And that is the thing, isn't it? Because we all have it inside of ourselves. And what I love about that is when I first found Mayan cosmology and astrology, and they kind of give you your soul purpose, and you talk about that. And my mentor said to me, you're a warrior. And I was like, oh my God, I really want to be a warrior. They're all women, all girls, and I'm sure all men as well. It's just like, you have that image of this amazing warrior with, well, anyway, you know what I mean, amazing warrior. And so it's just absolutely magical. And we can with the truth. We're all warriors inside, magically, yes. So what that's led me on to, and it was just something, you have to go with divine messages, you have to go with divine downloads, and you have to go with what feels right. And because we're nearer the end of this 8-hour live stream, I didn't feel that it was right not to finish off this mammoth 8-hour live stream without playing one of Hit Talk's songs, one of the songs that was created around Hit Talks. So we had a space because one of the speakers hasn't joined us. So it was just very much like, again, let's just put this message out there, because if you listen to the words, you will see that over these last 8 hours, and very much with all of the Hit Talks episodes that we do, this is it, the essence. So I'd like you to listen to the words. I'd like you to pull it into your heart and into your soul, and know that we are at Hit Talks pushing every part of this vibrational sound, tunes, and energies into you. I'm not going, I'm just sharing the song.
In this world, it's hard to tell the shadow from the light. What is real can find a way to hide behind the lies. Don't be fooled or ruled by voices all around you, 'cause your road will always be revealed. If you lead with your heart. It's the one thing you can trust, to always come from love, and it will shine right through the dark, like a northern star to show you what is true. You'll never lose if only you will lead with your heart. You have been the truest friend that anyone could have, and the love you always give, I want you to get back. You've been knocked down and found. Not everyone is what they show you. What is true will always be revealed. If you lead with your heart. It's the one thing you can trust, to always come from love, and it will shine right through the dark, like a northern star to show you what's true. You'll never lose if only you will lead with your heart. It takes the beautiful unknown and somehow makes you feel you're home again, finally home again. And there's no longer any doubt what the mystery's about for you, or what you should do. Lead with your heart. It's the one thing you can trust, to always come from love. Lead with your heart. It's the one thing you can trust, to always come from love, and it will shine right through the dark, like a northern star to show you what is true.
Wow, we love that song here at Hit Talks. So as we say, if you lead from the heart with hope, inspiration and transformation, then you really can't go wrong. Wow, that is it. We have come to the end of this mammoth live stream, this mammoth 8-hour special edition. So I just have to say from the bottom of my heart, for every single person that has been part of this Hit Talks 8-hour live stream, but also the amazing people that have been part of all the previous editions of Hit Talks Live. I think you'd have to correct me if I'm wrong here, team, but I think we've done our 18th episode, purely come from divine guidance on 02/02/2020. We've done special editions where we've had people that have hosted their own shows. So it's not me they're hosting. They do the hosting, they bring in their own 8 speakers, and they actually run their own Hit Talks. Well, we do everything behind the scenes, but they host it and they bring their own speakers in, and it's been absolutely magical. Knowing that we're able to bring these people together as new world guides to transform the new world that we're going into has just been divine downloads, and I couldn't have asked for more. And one thing that I really hold true to my heart when I lead from my heart is the message that I got when I was given the Hit Talks message, and that was, Vicky, be careful of any ego here, because this is not about you. This is so much bigger than you. So you are here as the curator, you are here with the messages, you're listening, you're aligned, you've done the work, blah, 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 blah. But this is not about you. And that is the thing about Hit Talks. It is not about me. I am here to deliver. I am here to serve. It is about the speakers. It's about the collectiveness. It's about the hosts that host their own programs. It is about the new world guides that transform the world with their messages and their courses and their inspiration. That is what Hit Talks is about. It's about spreading this together in alliance into the new world that we're going into. We do that together. We do that as bringing ourselves together with the pure intention from the heart of hope, inspiration, and transformation. And I couldn't do this alone. So I thank all the speakers from every single episode of Hit Talks previously. I thank all of the speakers that have been on this episode. The routine of them coming in for a certain time. People think 8 minutes is not a lot. Why should I bother? But honestly, it is making a difference in the world. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'll take this opportunity to thank the hundreds and thousands and millions of future Hit Talk speakers that we're going to be bringing together, because I know that is what's going to happen. But more importantly, I really, really, really want to thank the team. I would like to thank Jane, who has been my assistant, my project manager, my soul sister, who's behind the scenes all the time. For the last 6 months massively has really helped me push forward Hit Talks. I could not have done it without you, Jane. I don't want to do it without you, and I will not continue to do it without you. And the team that you're bringing in with your sister as well and your family, it really is, it's a true family. I would really like to thank Veronica Sosa and Philip Sykes and, you know, the people that are really close to me in supporting this mission behind the scenes as well. And of course, I need to thank my husband, and I definitely need to thank him for my little teddy bear. That's given me inspiration to be able to do this and stay in this vibration and this happiness, definitely for 8 hours. And 6 or 7, I think it might be, costume changes. Maybe you didn't know that, but hey, it has to be done because this is like 6 episodes back to back that we're doing here. So I love you so much, babe. Thank you so much for supporting and, you know, bringing everything together. And I would also like to thank Mercatile and the team, and I'd like to thank everybody that is behind the scenes making this happen. There are technical things that happen, but for me, I am so blessed and I am so grateful. And for everyone watching, this is just the start of Hit Talks. If you want to be part of it, you just need to reach out, because I am going to say to you as a promise, that's not going to the top. We are rising, it is the new world, it's the new era, and thank you so much for being part of it. My name is Vicky Thomas. I am your founder and host of Hit Talks Live and of this Hit Talks Live mammoth 8-hour live stream. Thank you thank you so much for being with us. I love you from the bottom of my heart. Check. I forgot that.